mind. And the reason that I love doing these boot camps is in the comments, let me know, where are you from? I know we have Tampa, Colorado, Rochester, New York. I know some of the places we have represented, but I don't know all of them. Boston, Massachusetts, Atascadero, California. We've got Connecticut. We got Kansas City, Tennessee, San Antonio, Chicago. Oi, Georgia, New York, North Carolina, Georgia. We got a lot of Georgia up in here. We got San Francisco, Maryland, North Carolina, Massachusetts. We got people literally from all over the country. And you know what the best part about that is? The best part about that is we're all in the safety of our own homes or wherever you're coming in from. You didn't have to fly to Pennsylvania to hang out with me. You are right where you are. And that's why I love these boot camps, because it gives us the opportunity to reach out to more people and get to know you without you flying to us. We're all here together. Oh, we got the Philippines. Okay, Jemima wins the furthest attendee award. But Austin, Texas. Like, I just love these boot camps because I love us having the opportunity to join together and to educate people from all over the world. Okay, literally, it doesn't matter where you're from. You are here on Zoom. So if you have access to the internet, we are here to educate you. All right. So yesterday we had an amazing day. We went over mindset. We went, oh, thank you, Roxanne. Roxanne's like, hey, Deneen, why don't you invite the people watching on Zoom? All right. So if you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, that's really cute, but I don't know exactly how you expect to get discovered by the two agents that we have coming on today. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, it's VIPigniteSummit.com. And I want you to come join us here live on Zoom. All right. And when you get here from Zoom, from Facebook or YouTube, just tell us, hey, I just came from Facebook or YouTube. And we'll be like, you made it. We're so excited. All right. We have an amazing day ahead of us today. I'm going to review what you have to look forward to. Okay. So first of all, in a couple minutes, we're going to have Mr. Michael Falcon, co-founder of VIP Ignite. He's going to come on and he is going to do a training with you about the hero's journey. How many of you know that you are the hero of your own journey? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. So if you, how many of, okay, let's see. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. All right. How many of you love having the opportunity, love movies? Like, how many of you love movies or reading books? Okay, good. How many of you have ever watched a movie and it was, this is the way it went. Boy meets girl, they fall in love, the end. How many of you would tune in for that movie? No, it's like, that's like the world's crappiest movie, right? Oh God, so boring. No, what you want is you want something to give you a little bit of interest, right? You want to fall in love with the character. You want the character to struggle because that's so you can relate. Like, how many of you have had like an easy life? You've never had any adversity in your whole entire life. It's just been like peaches and cream, unicorns and pixie dust all the time. No, right? So we're going to go over the hero's journey. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to be the hero of your own journey so that when you're sitting down with agents, managers, casting directors, you're able to tell your story in such a way they're like, whoa, I want to be on Team Roxanne. I want to be on Team Kingston. I want to be on Team Solange. Okay, we're going to show you how to do that today. We are also going to talk about how you are your best investment. How many of you know that you are the best investment that you can make? Yeah, you know what? And why is that? Why is it that you're the best investment that you can make? I'll give you a hint. Because you can control your return on your investment. What does that mean? That means you determine what you put in and what you get out. Like, I know a lot of people are investing in crypto right now. They were real excited. Like, Bitcoin went way up and now it's like slinking down. People are freaking out. But you know what? You don't have to worry about a market when you are your best investment. We're going to talk about that today. We're also going to talk about social media and AI from Siberia to Hollywood, the AI boss babe story. So we're going to have a woman come on who is a former model. She now runs huge events where she teaches women specifically, but men as well. My men can learn from her also on how to use AI, how to use social media. Best thing about her is she's overcome a lot of adversity. She literally grew up in Siberia. Now she lives here in the US. So how many of you think that maybe you can learn from someone who's gone from nothing to having everything. How many of you are excited to hear her story today? We're also going to have a SAG franchise agent on. We're going to have an agent on. Alicia's going to put her on the hot seat, and you guys are going to have the opportunity to hear her answer questions about what she's looking for in talent. Like, how many of you want to be represented by an agent? Type agent in the comments. How many of you want to be represented by a SAG franchised agent? And if you don't know what that means how many of you want to get speaking roles on TV and film? How many of you want to get speaking roles on commercials? She's going to lay out the framework for what you need to do to make that happen. Okay. We're also going to have Model Garage today. So how many of you would love to be evaluated by an agent who's going to tell you, okay, you know what? You belong in the New York market. You belong in the LA market. You belong in Atlanta. And what you can do right now to start improving your look, what you do so that you can become more attractive to agents. Because let me tell you something. Everyone in the world wants an agent. Oh my God, I want an agent. I want an agent. But does an agent want you? That's the question. Because agents don't get paid until you start earning money. So it's your job to get yourself to the point where you can start earning money so agents see you and they're like, yes, this is awesome. I can't wait to work with this person. Got it? All right. Then, how many of you know Zoom is cool, but being in person is cooler? Raise your hands. How many of you know that if you sat down face to face with someone, you would be able to charm them, you would be able to win them over? That's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to talk about how you could potentially come out and meet us face to face. Get your photos done. Get your marketing materials in order. Have the opportunity to sit down and meet with an agent who can represent you. How many of you would love that opportunity? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Look, I know it's still early. I need some excitement out of you guys. Oh my gosh. All right. So that is what we are going to be doing today. I am so excited about what we're going to be doing today. So in the comments, I just want to get to know you guys just a little bit better. I know some of you were here yesterday, some of you weren't. So in the comments, let me know where you're from, whether you're interested in acting, modeling, or music. And while you're doing that, I'm going to set some ground rules for us, okay? This is what we're going to do. So I want you guys to understand something. You are here. How many of you are here because you want to be even more successful in your life, in the entertainment industry? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want to be even more successful, okay? And maybe no one's ever told you that you were successful before. Allow me to be the first person to do so. You are successful because you are here today. Type I am successful in the comments. I know I'm giving you guys, your fingers are doing a lot of talking right now, but I need to see who can catch up. I am successful in the comments. Here's why I want you to know that, and I want you to affirm that within yourself. You're here today. There are a lot of people that could have been here, but you took action. You clicked on that link. You put it in your calendar. You showed up. Some of you were here before I was this morning. Thank you, my early risers. I really did appreciate that text message. I'm waiting for you on Zoom, which is awesome. All right. But you made the choice to be here. So you know what? You're already successful because a lot of people didn't make that choice. Everything you want is on the other side of you making the right choices. And you made the right choice because you're here. So I want you guys to understand that. Like, you're successful for being here today. And I want you to carry that on as we're going through this day. I know. Roxanne's like, you're moving too fast. We have to catch up. Give our fingers 2 seconds, Denise. We can't do it. I haven't even had caffeine yet. So just beware of that. Roxanne's like, do not drink any coffee. Like, don't let her drink coffee. But I want you guys to understand that. Like, you guys are successful because you're here. And again, like, yesterday was crazy. It was like pouring down rain. Like, it was like, I lost my internet like 3 times during a presentation. I was like, how is this going? Like, what the fluff is going on? But today is beautiful. It's sunny outside. And I want you guys to understand that I'm really proud of you for showing up today. I'm really proud of you for being here because everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. I'm going to say that again. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Type action in the comments. Every person that you hear from today, starting with Mike, Then you're going to hear from Alicia Martinez. You're going to hear from Katya Haley. You're going to hear from Tanya Kleckner and Alicia Kabak. You're going to hear from Ryan Colby. Every person is going to give you an action point. And this is what I want you to do. I'm going to draw. I'm not going to use the whiteboard today, but I want you guys to like play a little game with me today. Okay. I want you to everyone should have a notebook, right? Everyone has a notebook? Okay, good. So what I want you to do is I want you to draw a circle on your notebook, make it look kind of like an island, okay? Or an oval. I know it's not a circle. Do not judge me and do not send hate mail, okay? Okay, and then what I want you to do is I want you to draw little X's on your island, on your oval, on your whatever. And what I want you guys to do is throughout the day, I want you to write action points in this. And I'm not asking you to write 25 action points, like write one action point from each speaker, because then I want you to start taking action, not tomorrow, but today. Because they're all going to give you pointers. They're all going to give you things that you can work on. And don't be an overachiever. Say, I'm going to do it all. Because you know what? Then you know what's going to happen? You're going to get completely overwhelmed. And then you're going to like, this is going to be a memory. This isn't going to be something where you're like, this isn't going to be a touchdown. This is going to be a memory. I want today for each and every one of you that are here to be a touchstone. I want it to be that day where you're like, you know what? On Sunday, March 24th, I showed up to a boot camp and my life was never the same again. That's my goal for you. In order for that to happen, what I want you guys to do is this. I want you to make sure that you're all in today. Okay. In the comments, we're not sharing our personal information. We're not sharing pictures of ourselves. If you want us to see your face, turn your camera on. We don't need your pictures in the comments. I want you to make sure that you're not sharing your personal information. Like, I love each and every one of you already, but I don't know you well enough to vouch for you. So don't share your personal information in the comments. If you have to use the restroom, totally fine. We're not in second grade. Do me a favor. Turn off your camera, go handle your business, come back, turn your camera on, totally fine. If you need to eat, do me a favor. Don't be like in front of everyone, okay? Turn your camera off, eat, then turn your camera back on. Because you know what? Mama gets hungry. When I see you guys eating, I'm like, all I can then think about is food. I'm like, nope, can't do that, okay? So do you guys understand? And then in the comments too, don't give each other advice. You're here to hear from people that have been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years. Don't give each other advice in the comments. If the comments are too distracting for you, turn them off. All you have to do is click on the chat. It goes away. Okay. So if that's going to be distracting for you, just turn it off. Okay. Can we all agree to these terms? And the reason I'm asking you to do this is, again, I want each and every one of you to be successful. And I know sometimes I get distracted by the comments. Yesterday, I was mid-sentence and someone wrote something. I was, woo! I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So if I get distracted and I'm the host, I'm pretty certain that you guys are probably going to get distracted too, okay? So can we all agree to this? Type of 1 or 1 in the comments. 2 more things, and then I'm going to introduce our first guest. I'm also going to ask you to hydrate throughout the day. It's not because I want you to go use the restroom. It's because your body is comprised mostly of water. When I sense that you're starting to get a little bit low, I'm going to ask you to drink some water because you're dehydrated. Okay. Look, Kingston's like, she said water, chug, 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 chug. Okay. And then the other thing is too, is throughout the day, I am going to ask you to get up and move around, because when I sense your energy is getting low, I'm going to ask you to move around. So everyone, this is not a pants-free party. Make sure you have something on your bottom, I don't care what it is, because we want to make sure that you're able to get up and move around. And we don't want you to be like that Joe guy from the beginning of Zoom, okay? Hashtag no Joe. And if there's a Joe on here, we love you. We just don't want to see, we don't want to see anything we don't want to see. All right. So now that we got that covered, are you guys excited for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Dr. Boot Camp? If you are, show me how excited you are. I'm going to see your excitement right now. Let me see how excited you are. Okay. We got people moving around. Simona, this is going to be high energy. I hope that's okay with you. I hope you aren't expecting a boring Zoom call, because that is not what you signed up for, my friend. Marquise is like, why is she still shouting at us? Ah! All right. Okay. One more thing. Is it okay if we have fun today? Like I'm not available for a boring Zoom call. Like I'm gonna bring the energy. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna learn. We're gonna change. By the end of the day today, you're gonna be a completely different person than you were when you logged on if you show up and play full out. Okay, awesome. Since I have your permission to have fun, let me introduce our first speaker of the day. So our first speaker of the day is Mr. Michael Pumpkin. He is a visionary entrepreneur, investor. He is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he won the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the US. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows, both domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Michael has also most recently won the 10X Award for ClickFunnels for earning over $25 million through one funnel. And in addition to that, he is also the co-author of 2 books, one with Brian Tracy, one with Michael Gerber, and Finding Fame, our book, which you should have read, is the #1 bestseller on Amazon for the arts and entertainment space. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, how was everybody doing? Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let me share my screen because this presentation's should be really good for you guys. And then I want to keep us on time today because we have a lot of really great speakers speaking throughout the day today. So you guys in for a really treat. They're a great boot camp. For those of you here yesterday, it was an amazing day also, but today's going to be even better. All right. So today I want to talk about the hero's journey, confidence to covenant, the call to adventure. And this is like a multi-part training that I'm working on. So you guys, this is like kind of the most important part, though. The others build upon it. But as I'm going through this today, I want you guys to think about how could you apply this to your social media and how can you apply this to telling your story. So the hero's journey is how which we'll talk about, but it's pretty much the framework that a lot of really great movies follow. George Lucas follows it, Steven Spielberg. If you watch Star Wars, The Lord of the Rings, and so forth. And there's it's kind of like a framework, like a script that they follow, and you kind of fill in the blanks. By the end of the presentation, you guys will understand a little bit more for those of you not familiar with this. But a lot of times when a writer for whatever reason doesn't follow it, the story just doesn't quite stick as well, right? Like the characters. So I'm going to go through this with you guys today. Want you to learn it, just to understand it when you're watching a TV, a film, you're studying a script. The more you can understand this, and this is not something you can learn in a day. Like when you see like the screenwriter's version of this for like scripted television, the complexities of this, there's like over 195 plot points. It gets extremely complex, but but this is part of the industry. And like the more exposed you get and the more deeper you understanding storytelling, writing, understanding photography, videography, even as a model, just understanding light, like how does light affect a photo? Just not about the posing and the clothing, but just the more you can understand about the industry, the more faster you'll go, the better you'll be, the more people will want to work with you. So I guys want you kind of like, that's the reason why I'm kind of going through this early today. I know it's bright and early on a Sunday, but let's start learning. The hero's journey, part 1, confidence to covenant, the call to adventure, right? So this is how the hero's journey is broken up, a simplified format of it. So you have your character. let's just say we'll use Luke Skywalker, or like even the hobbits from Lord of the Rings are a good one. So there's some type of call to an adventure, right? When you're watching a film, there's something that happens that the hero, the main character, the star of the movie, the star of the show is sent out on an adventure. So like in Luke Skywalker, he meets Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi says, they have R2-D2, and R2-D2 says, hey, here's Princess Leia's video. We need to go rescue the princess. And Obi-Wan says, okay, come with me, Luke Skywalker, right? So that's the call to adventure, right? It's usually somebody who's older, somebody who's wiser, right? If you think of the wizard and, the Lord of the Rings, tells, Bilbo Baggins, we have to take this ring and throw it into the volcano. The first thing the hero has to do is they usually will refuse the call. So they have to actually say no. So like in Star Wars, if you're familiar with Star Wars, Luke says, I can't leave, right? I have responsibilities to my aunt and my uncle. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the stormtroopers are looking for the R2-D2, and C-3PO leads them to the Jawas, leads them to, Aunt Owen and Uncle Ben. And, they're killed by the stormtroopers, which then pushes Luke Skywalker to go off with Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? So that's like the departure, right? Then they'll meet mentors, right? Mentors can be, there's various mentors. Like, so in Star Wars, you have Obi-Wan Kenobi, you have Luke Skywalker, C-3PO, they are all mentors. There are people who are going on the journey. Think of like the Wizard of Oz, right? Dorothy's going on this adventure and she's meeting different people. She's meeting the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion. Like even on television shows, who are the secondary and third characters? So this is really good to understand this, especially when you're studying a script. Yesterday we talked about script analysis, right? So you can see how I'm able to easily apply this to script analysis and understanding where in the storyline the character is. So as you're understanding where the character is on the journey, right? So there comes a point where the character goes from the ordinary world to the extraordinary world. And what that's called is called crossing the threshold, right? So when Luke Skywalker leaves the safety of his farm, and now all of a sudden he's in the creature cantina and he's exposed to this whole different world. He's flying in the Millennium Falcon, right? There's this transition where they go from where they're safe to now they're going to from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Then there are tests, right? There are all kinds of tests. Tests can be simple tests. And Luke Skywalker, the first test, he's playing chess with Chewbacca, right? There's tests. So when you're writing a script, you're reading a script, you're looking for this. Where's there's this test? They're going to meet allies. They're going to meet enemies, right? Then they have the approach, like what they're getting closer to what their destination is supposed to be, right? So to rescue the princess and so forth. Then there's an ordeal, right? Then there's a reward, right? So there's something that's happened. There's an adventure. There's excitement. There's a reward. They get some type of small reward. Then there's the road back. But then there's now another battle. There's usually like another battle where the hero goes through a transformation, right? So it's the person now becomes the person they were destined to be. They receive another type of reward, and it doesn't have to be a monetary reward or a treasure. It could be something that they learned, and then they return to that triumphant, and they return with a message. They return with some type of value. Who they were at the beginning, who they were at their core has now changed. They've went through this adventure. They learned different things. When you break down, it's a very simple version of this. When you break this down, it makes a movie, right? It makes a story. So I want you guys to start thinking about, as you're doing this, like, how can I create the stories of who I am, right? What is the adventure that I'm on? What are the problems, the obstacles that I'm facing? Who are the people that I'm working with, right? What's this threshold that I'm looking forward to crossing? What are the new things that I'm learning? Who are my allies? Who are the enemies? A lot of times people can be, sometimes you can be your own worst enemy, right? It can be something, your own self-doubts and so forth, okay? So if you want to read all about this, great book to start. It's called The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell, on his life and work, the collected works of Joseph Campbell. So this is like where you would start. So for those of you who are interested in this, I would definitely order a copy on Amazon. It's a great book. If you're interested in acting, modeling, storytelling, you want to be a screenwriter, right? Right. Think about this too. When you're working in the film industry, actors make a lot of money. They do very well for themselves. People who speak from stage do very well for themselves. But the people who really make the most money are the people who create the stories, right? Think of George Lucas or the person who wrote Harry Potter, right? They're worth billions of dollars, not millions or tens of millions, billions of dollars. So understanding storytelling, whether you're an entrepreneur, a business owner, an actor, a model, a screenwriter, comedian, right? You want to speak from stage. Understanding this is super, super important to so many different aspects of our lives because the art of storytelling is so important. When you're able to tell a great story, you're able to engage people, you become charismatic. So even understanding this, just on being able to go on auditions, right? When people ask you about yourself, they ask you about your dreams, your ambitions. So tell me a little bit about yourself. You can engage them with a much better way of expressing who you are when you understand this at a deeper level, right? So again, here's the hero's journey, right? So you can see here again, an example of Luke Skywalker, right? Limited awareness. Usually they have a limited awareness of the problem, right? The call to adventure means there's an increased awareness, right? A lot of times people don't realize they may have an issue. Like yesterday, we went over what type of model do you qualify for, right? And we learned that, 90% of the world, when they think of modeling, just think of high fashion, when in reality, that's the smallest segment of the industry, right? So for a lot of times, you're not even aware of something, right? And then, of course, reluctance to change, overcoming that reluctance and so forth. So we can see how this goes a little bit deeper, right? You can see here the examples, right? How to apply this to your presentations, how to apply this to going on an Instagram live or doing a YouTube short, or when you're going on a live and kind of thinking about this, how do I start an Instagram live, or I want to do a video talking about something, where should I begin, right? Instead of just beginning with, you know, about an acting tip or about something, whatever the subject that you're talking about, kind of bringing it into, hey, there was something I want to discuss with you guys today. Something I wasn't even aware of, and most likely you probably weren't even aware of it too. So let me now share with you what I just learned today. See how it makes that more interesting than just jumping into the content or just jumping into your story, right? So when you're doing this with TV and with film, it's broken down into 12 phases, right? So the first act, so just like a film, when you're watching a film, a Broadway show, right? This first act, second act, third act, right? Same exact thing. So first act is the ordinary world, the call to adventure, the refusal of the call, meeting the mentor, crossing the threshold. Second act is the adventure, right? You have your test, your allies, your enemies, right? Approaching the inner cave, right? So you're approaching to, and where are you in your life right now, right? For a lot of you guys, you maybe on Friday before this, you were in the ordinary world, right? Now all of a sudden you got this call to adventure. You received an email. Maybe you saw an ad on Instagram. Maybe you saw one of Ali or Deneen's lives, or maybe you saw one of our success stories, or maybe one of the speakers, right? Something caught your attention that you went from the ordinary world. You got this call to be here, and maybe you woke up this morning or on Friday and you're like, yeah, I'm so tired. Is this legit? Am I just going to waste my time? Is this one of these things again? Right. And then all of a sudden you met different people yesterday and you said, oh my God, I learned a lot about finance. Wow, I'd love to work with that person. Right. Obviously, next month she's going to be training and working with our talent, or Mark Christopher Lawrence, right? You guys got to meet him yesterday. All of a sudden, he's going to be mentoring and working with people one-on-one. There's an audition for that next Saturday, and so forth. So now you cross that threshold, right? So now you're going through this test, right? This whole weekend's like an audition, right? We spoke about that yesterday for those of you that weren't here to see who showed up on time, who's interactive, and so forth, right? So you're going through this. Then at the end of the day today, you get an opportunity to work with us. So you get to seize that reward. Then at the end of the weekend, right? Now you're on that back home, right? You learned something. You're returning more than you came with, right? Our promise to people is always to over deliver. So you can see here, even within our own weekend, we're applying this, right? We're applying this naturally and organically because this is what we do. This is our business model. This is what we study, right? So it automatically kind of comes into play. Okay, so how can you apply that to your social media, the quotes that you use, the story? What's great, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you a little secret, guys. As you're going through this journey, you will get tired of telling your story long before people will get tired of listening to it. And people will never get tired of listening to your story. You're the one who will get bored of telling your story. right? Think about Alicia, right? She does open calls where she talks about the history of the company. She talks about her backstory, so forth. She does those like twice a week, 52 times a year for 18 years. She's been doing that, right? So what is that? Like twice a week times 50, that's like 100, right? What is that? No, it's like a crazy number. It's like in the thousands that she's told that story. She tells that story from stage and so forth, right? So you know people's story, right? You guys know Tony Robbins' story. You may know Tyra Banks' story. You may know their backstory, how they got started in the TV industry, how they got started in the modeling industry. You know, even somebody like Tyson Beckford, he got scouted. He was out with his friends. And he got scouted with one of the, I forget, it was Ralph Lauren brand had scouted him. And he came home and he kind of threw the card on the side, and his friends were teasing him that he couldn't be a model. His mom wound up finding the card and asked him about it, and he said, "Oh, it's nothing." She says, "It's not nothing. God sent this to you. God sent you an angel with an opportunity." And then she had him follow up, and she would wind up being his manager early on in his career. But like there's a journey there, right? There's something that triggered, something happened. At first, he refused it, he turned it down. So when you listen to his story, it follows that. Great stories follow this organically. So just it's for those of you who haven't read the book yet, you'll learn that great stories, it goes back to Greek tragedies and Shakespeare, even to like different tribes, Indians and different cultures from thousands of years ago. In their stories, there is this pattern. So this pattern is built into great storytelling. And Joseph Campbell was the one who kind of figured that out. And then Hollywood kind of runs with it and they use it as a framework. Okay. So again, the ordinary world, right? So limited awareness of a problem, right? Yeah, so limited awareness is like values, right? Values, identity, beliefs, stories, needs, right? So a refusal of the call means that the person is reluctant to change, right? So when you're doing this from TV or film or even from yourself, right? I don't want to be a model because I just don't identify as a model. I'm too old. I'm too short. I'm not good enough. I don't have the training. I don't want to be a model or an actor because Hollywood is corrupt. I don't want to be corrupt, right? Those are beliefs. Those are stories that you tell yourself, right? So many times people, when they refuse to do something, it's because it's something that's ingrained into them based upon values, identity, beliefs, the stories they tell themselves, or the needs, right? A lot of times people will lean on the excuse, well, my family doesn't believe I can do this, right? How that's not a good story. You're not gonna have a good movie if well, I wanted to go on an adventure, but my mom didn't believe in me, so I quit. Movie ends. That's not that's not an exciting movie, right? Or you get straight, well, I woke up, I was happy, have a great life, and I had a happy ending, story ended. No, there has to be this journey and so forth. So a lot of times, like, you have to look at yourself, you have to look deeper at like who you really are at your core, right? So many times people lean into the excuse, I don't have the finances to do this. I have so many problems and so forth. Like, the words you choose to live by is the life you're going to live, right? Yesterday we spoke about that. Later today, we're going to have somebody who's really amazing, from a financial mindset to really shift your beliefs, right? You have to believe in yourself. The first person you have to believe in yourself. So as you're kind of thinking about your social media, thinking about your own story or watching movies or reading books and so forth, start noticing this, right? When you're given a script and you have to learn who a character is, ask yourself, what is this character's values? Yesterday we talked about the Joker, right? We went to the script analysis on the Joker. What were the values the Joker has? Who does he identify as? What are the Joker's beliefs? Right? What does he believe in? That character, right? Name is Arthur. What are the stories that he's telling himself? What are the needs that he has to fulfill? Right? He obviously always is looking for what? Attention. So one of his needs is significance, right? The Joker's need is very high in significance. He needs to feel significant. He needs, because everyone's picked on him, right? So his identity is somebody who was always being bullied and so forth. And that then shaped everything else. So I want you guys to understand this, like how powerful this is when you really start understanding this, to being able to now understand the character. So when you're bringing the words the writer wrote, you're able to bring them to life at such a higher level. that you really can start absorbing who that character is. Okay. So again, very important. All right, next slide. Oh, right. So we're going the right way. So 98%, this is a very interesting fact, right? 98% of people with the calling will never leave their ordinary world and live the life our creator had planned for us. Think about that. 98%. Think about how true that is, right? Think about your friends, your family, people from high school. I love using the example of people from high school because a lot of times I'll kind of look up some of the people I went to high school with, and I'll look through my yearbook every once in a while, or you have one of those little reunions or whatever. And like, they all had these dreams, right? They were going to go on and do these amazing things, but yet somehow they're just living an ordinary life. They never made those dreams come true, right? So when you think about it, when you guys are here at this weekend and you're learning all this, I want you guys to understand you're part of the 2%. 98% of the people couldn't even make it here. 98% of people said, this is a dream. I want to do this, da, 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 but they didn't even make it to the call, right? You're now surrounding yourself with some amazing people, whether you realize it or not. For a lot of you guys, you'll have the opportunity to work with us on an ongoing basis. For some of you guys, next week, you'll be training and working with Mark Christopher Lawrence. The following month, you may be in California sitting down with him. The following month, you may be in a television show with him. Whether it's a background extra, a featured extra, a principal role, a speaking role, but that's how the journey begins. You're on the journey. 98% of the people don't even begin the journey. They talk about it. So do understand that, like what you guys are doing when you're here, that is super powerful because you're putting that out into the universe that you are on this journey, right? You are going to do this. You are becoming the person that you were meant to be. Okay. Fear. For most people, the reason that they will not go on this journey is fear, okay? And I want you to understand something. Fear is something that it's not ingrained into you, right? But it's something that's really learned, right? So, when you think about, like, I'll give you an example, like Alicia, right? She has her son, Caden. He's only 3, right? But something like he learns early on as he's learning to walk, right? And run, that when you fall, right, it hurts, right? So you start getting a natural fear. So fear is good, right? Having fear is good, right? When you're standing at the edge of a cliff and you're looking down there, whoa, hold on a second. This is pretty dangerous, right? You get that the butterflies in your stomach and your body's like telling you to step away, right? Because you've seen what happens when somebody falls, right? Or a loud noise, an explosion. Something like spiders are usually like learned. So like, you learn about spiders. You learn like, hey, they could be poisonous, they bite you, so forth, right? Or like if you were very early on, a dog was growling and barking, it was snapping at you, you might now have a learned fear of dogs, okay? So that's part of ingrained into your body to have fear. The second part is what's called ego, right? And ego is that for people, and this is the whether I'm going to go into somewhat detail, but it's kind of it takes a little bit more time for you guys to really understand this. For most people, at the end of the day, their true fear is you are not enough. Based upon that, you will not be loved. Okay. So if you think about it, right? What's the reason most people won't pursue the career of their dreams? They start making excuses. Well, my family doesn't support me. I don't know if I could do this, right? Okay, great. You can learn how to do this. Yeah, but supposing I fail, people are going to make fun of me, right? It always goes back to people at the end of the day, they feel they're just not enough. You have to develop the confidence, right? People, I'm too old, I'm too short, I'm too young, I don't know enough about the industry. Those are all fall under you're not enough. And then the reason, what does that matter? Like, what does that really matter? It always goes back to, yeah, but then people won't respect me. People are going to poke fun of me. I'll get bullied, whatever it may be. And I'm just using the words that I hear all the time. But at the end of the day, it's this ingrained feeling that somehow you're going to lose connections with people, right? And that you'll die alone. That's like literally every single thing of fear comes down to that for people. When you're able to understand that, and you're like, okay, great, I am enough. I can do this, right? Your subconscious fights it. Your subconscious goes, you control your subconscious, that little voice inside your head. You're like, no, I'm in charge today, Mr. Subconscious. We are doing this. We are going through with this. Okay. If I'm at Kingston Lab, right? It's true. You're like, no, no, no. Right. But it's the truth. And it's like a muscle. It really is like a muscle. Trust me like that. It's a muscle. You build it over time. You know, people use different ways of doing it. They wake up in the morning, they'll do like, I am enough, I am good enough, I can conquer today, right? People do things like that. There's so many different ways. But at the end of the day, it's just you remind yourself, you are good enough. You can, there's nothing you cannot do, right? When you put your time, effort, and energy into it, everyone has the creativity, and it's just getting the knowledge and understanding how to put something together, whether it's building a robot, building a computer, writing a book, right? You can learn this. There are people, there's so much ways to learn, but you have to know yourself that you're good enough. And as you learn more, you realize that, and that builds up confidence, right? I speak from stages all over the world. I've spoken from stages all over the world. Okay. My one greatest thing I don't like doing is speaking from stages. I really don't. Like, I'm not a fan of doing that at all. But I know that it's my moral obligation to bring value. And I go out there with the confidence knowing I can do it. So I make the conscious choice to step out onto the stage. And usually right up until the last second, I'm like in the corner, I'm like, oh man, why am I doing this? Like, I could be home, I could be doing something else, but here I am. Okay. And I say, no, no, subconscious, stop it. Right. And I smack my subconscious around, and I go out on the stage and I do it. The one thing you guys are going to hear from a speaker coming up shortly. She's going to tell you a little bit of her story. I worked with her story when we were in Las Vegas before she spoke on stage. And she told me, she's like, Mike, I'm really nervous and so forth. I don't know if I can do this. Oh my God. I'm like, listen, when you speak from stage, you're going to have butterflies in your stomach. It's just you tell the butterflies they have to fly in formation. And you step out onto that stage knowing that the butterflies will listen to you. And I told her, I said, be proud and be happy you have butterflies, because that means you're excited. Okay. The moment you don't have butterflies in your stomach, it means you lost the passion for doing this. Okay. So that's the two things with speaking from stage, from, being in a Broadway show, being award ceremony, right? For a lot of you guys, you're gonna go and you're gonna win awards, right? Even if you're working in smaller production films, like we just produced a film called Target. It won a lot of film festival awards, right? So those awards, you have to go out on stage, you accept the rewards and so forth. So this is all stuff like, I want you guys to know, like, you are enough, right? And when you have that confidence, you're able to step out on stage, you're able to understand this. Fear is meaningless. But fear is something to cherish too, because it protects you at the same time. But don't allow the fear of your ego to hold you back from living your dreams. Understand the difference between the two. Okay. So another could kind of go deeper into this, right? So these are what's called archetypes, right? So when you're dealing with characters, you're dealing with studying script analysis, you're dealing with the hero's journey, right? The 7 fear archetypes. So everything that can be broken down into a character's fear. So when you're studying a script or you're writing a story, it falls down. There are 7 fear archetypes. These are the main ones. Okay. So the first is the procrastinator, right? That's a person who has fear of making mistakes, right? Everyone's done that, right? Like everyone's, I'm supposed to write a book, right? I'm working on, the first book took 7 years for us to do, right? We have 3 books coming out this year, between this year and next year. We have 2 more books coming out this year. One which is co-written with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank with Alicia. Then I have my book that I'm currently working on with Brian Tracy, which is a business book, and it's about storytelling. So the book is actually about what we're talking about today at a much deeper level. And then next year I have another book coming out with Michael Gerber, who wrote the E-Myth, and that's actually called the E-Myth Revisited. And the E-Myth is about setting up systems for entrepreneurs, for businesses. You can think of like franchising, like McDonald's, they have like systems. So that book was written 20 years ago. So now this is the updated version for, 2025, let's just call it. And so the first book was really hard to write, took 7 years. Now that we understand the art of doing this, we're able to now have 3 books coming out in a year. Okay. If you went by the old way, that would have taken us 21 years, right? So the procrastinator is the fear of making mistakes. You know, when we wrote the first book, a lot of it was based upon like, just like, well, you know, we wanted to be the best. We want this, we want that. So many changes, different speakers, people coming and going, you know, wanting higher level people as a part of the book. So I want you to think about, like, when you're telling a story about yourself, what was a time in your life when you procrastinated, right? When was that time when you had a fear of making mistakes, right? Was it when you were doing a report in grammar school? Was it, you know, working on your thesis for your doctorate? Was it just last week and figuring out what to buy for your anniversary for your loved one, right? What was something that held you back? Everyone procrastinates. So when you can look at yourself and understand that, you can see this in characters too. The next one is the rule follower. So this is somebody who's like the fear of breaking rules. A great example of this is, you know, you're back in high school days or college days. Let's go out and do something great, right? I used to have my friends. There used to be this abandoned building. It was like an old hospital. Like, it was like abandoned for like 40 years. And of course, when you're a teenager, it was haunted, right? It was haunted. So you weren't supposed to be in there. But of course, just like any other venture, one night, let's go see the haunted hospital. And as you get to the gate and you have to crawl under the gate or climb over the gate, there's that one person who's there. He's like, nope, I'm not doing it. The sign says you're not allowed to do that, right? So who is that person? That may be you at certain times, right? I'm sure there were times you broke the rules, right? And then you came home late for curfew, or you made a right on red or something, and you were in New York and you're so used to making a right on red in other states. New York, you can't make a right on red. So maybe you broke the rule without realizing it, right? So there's the rule follower, right? So the fear of breaking rules. And then there's the people pleaser, right? The fear of being judged. I think a lot of people fall into this. A lot of people are people pleasers. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's also the person who sometimes can't say no, right? They're so excited to help the person they give. If you really think about like the events and a lot of the people that we have at the events, they fall under this. They're kind of like, they want to really bring value, right? And I don't think it's so much a fear of being judged. That's a little bit deeper, but for them, they want to bring value. They want to make sure that you guys are learning and so forth, right? So the people pleasers, just somebody who's doing something out of the fear of being judged. So they're just going along. They can't say no. The outcast, right? Rejecting others before they can be judged. So that's the person's like, you know what? I hate everybody. I'm right. A lot of times, that person who's the loner, the outcast, right? If you're familiar with like the Rambo movies, right? He was considered that. He was the outcast, right? He was a Vietnam vet, came back from the war. People made fun of him, right? He was following the rules and so forth. And then of course he's, just hitchhiking, and the sheriff gives him a run for his money, and next thing you know, he's running through the woods, right? He's Rambo, right? So that's like the outcast. So think of like the outcast characters. Who are the like in a Star Wars film, who's that one outcast character? And so forth. Usually it's like that one Darth Vader is kind of picking on, right? Is that outcast character, and so forth. The self-doubter, right? Fear of not being capable, not enough, right? So what is the time in your life when you were doubting yourself, right? That you felt you weren't capable. These are great stories. These are great. If you take these and you apply this to your Instagram, your social media, and you start doing lives and you're consistent with it. So I'll give you guys a little golden nugget here for the algorithm on Instagram. It's about consistency. Hashtags, all the little whiz bang things that people add, right? The Hormozi graphics. Those are cute to get people to stop and listen, right? You can be holding an apple. Look, it's an apple, right? At the very first frame of your video. People like, what the hell's going on here, right? Why is that? That's called a pattern interrupt. So that means you're interrupting. You're doing something to grab their attention on social media. But if the story that continues isn't engaging, people will just keep scrolling. They'll just stop. They watch it. I think it's 3 seconds is the average. You have to get the person to about 5 or 7 seconds, and then they will listen to the rest of your story. So for those of you trying to build up your social media and you see like a lot of influencers, listen to how they're doing it, right? They're making it very interesting. They're making it very engaging, right? Now, if you have like Mr. Beast, he has an unlimited budget. So he's got explosions. He's got all kinds of things going on. So he can put a series of pattern interrupts. But at the beginning, it's always a curiosity hook. So we're going to take these 5 individuals and lock them in a house for 24 hours. We're going to see who makes it. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Who's going to make it? What's going on? He's telling you a story and so forth. So guys, I want you to understand this. Like, these here can be great stories for your Instagram, things that you tell, things that you share. Be transparent. People love when you're open and you're honest and so forth. And then from there, understanding script analysis, now you get a deeper understanding of the characters, right? Which of the characters, they're living in fear, they're living something in their past. What is it, right? Which one of these do they fall under? The excuse maker, the blame shifter, fear of being held accountable, right? That's a very popular one for television. You'll always see that one slimy guy. He's kind of in the office. He's always blaming anybody. He's usually not like the villain, but he's usually on the good guy team, right? But he's also very close to being like, he's like the annoying guy, right? You just something about him, you don't like him. He's always making excuses. He's always shifting blame and so forth. He's always setting up the story or setting up the scene for somebody else to fail, right? Because he doesn't want to be held accountable. And then, of course, the pessimist, the fear of struggling or pain, right? So the pessimist is a person, this is just not going to work out, guys, right? So I want you guys to understand something. When you're watching, the next time you're watching a show, whether it's like more than 2 or 3 characters, not the 2 main characters, but those 3, 4, 5, the secondary characters, the secondary leads, watching the dialogue, and you'll see they will fall under one of these 7. They will 100% be one of these 7s, will be a part of who they are as a part of their core character. So guys, want you to understand, like when you're writing for Hollywood, or if you wanted to become a writer, you wanted to write, screenplays and so forth, to understand is having the great idea and the great story is the beginning, but when you're able to master this, and a lot of times for writers, they hire other writers, right? Even TJ, who's really good friend of mine, wrote the X-Men, the Transformers series of movies, and he's got 6 other movies in development right now. They hire him as like a script doctor. So he's now reached a level where, like, Steven Spielberg or George Lucas says, hey, this is the screenplay, this is the script, I want you to come in. It's just there's something off about it, and having that second set of eyes to look at it. You'll see this a lot in the writer's room. So for those of you who, when you start auditioning and you start booking roles, you'll be sitting in the writer's room. I want you guys to know, like, I'm teaching you guys stuff. I want you guys to know what's down the road for you guys, because when it comes, I want you guys already prepared for it. I want you guys, when you guys are going on set, when you guys are going on audition, when you guys are going to start the training, for a lot of you guys I'll be a part of school this week. I want you guys to really understand, like we take the training here really serious, because we want you guys to be the best that you possibly can be, because I know how difficult it is. Like, it took us 18 years to get this to this level, and I knew how hard it was at the very beginning for us just to learn all of this. So a little bit more about the procrastinator, fear of making mistakes. I need it to be perfect. It's better to do nothing than make a mistake. I'm still working on my plan. I'm so busy, right? I know you guys say, oh, I'm just so busy, I can't do that. That's the procrastinator, right? Somebody told me a joke the other day. I thought it was funny. I was at a mastermind in Las Vegas, and they said, people all the time use the excuse they're so busy, but think about this. They find time to do what it is they have to do. So if they have to use the restroom, no one's never said, I can't use the restroom because I'm so busy, right? There comes a point you're going to use that restroom, right? So people will find the time. I want you guys to understand that. Like, how do you find the time? If you have to wake up an hour early, go to bed an hour late, well, that's what, 2 hours a day times 7, that's 14 hours a week. That's like 50 something hours a month. That's like 600 hours a year. Divide that by 40, it's 12 weeks. So just going to bed, getting up an hour early, going to bed an hour late, gives you an extra 3 months of your life to do something. So never say that you're so busy, right? That's being a procrastinator. Rather say, so like as you're reading dialogue, or you're going on, you're doing a live, how many times have you guys ever woke up and said you want to do something and you just said you're so busy? Well, you know what? I learned a little trick today. I'm going to wake up an hour early every day. It gives me an extra 7 hours a week, gives me an extra 20 hours a month. Every 2 months, that's like 40 hours. That's like an extra week. So I can find ways to not be busy because it's my passion to do this. Right. So see something like that, like it's taking that, turning it into an Instagram live, right? Being creative. I want you guys to do this because it's really great. The more you do this, in advertising, they're called angles, right? So an angle is, how do I angle something? Like, what does acting and tinfoil have to do with each other, right? It's a curiosity hook. Oh, wait a second. How does that work? Well, as an actor, I love taking tinfoil and crumbling it up and turning it into different ideas for characters. I use it to stress relief, right? So all of a sudden it becomes a story and so forth. So I want you to understand that. But when you're studying scripts, like to see the dialogue, okay, this type of character he's always saying he's busy, right? He's never fully in, right? There's that scene where he's just never fully in. There's the hero, there's the heroine, there's the third character, the fourth character. So deep down inside of him, his fear is making mistakes. So when you're acting that out, right? At a deep level, how do you act that out? How do you act out the procrastinator, right? The rule keeper, right? Right? Fears of breaking rules. I don't think that's allowed. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to risk it. Is this the right path? Right? Right? There's that one who questions it. Okay. Each one of these characters, it's a part of evolution, right? These characters have their value, right? When you think of like The Walking Dead, right? The bullies became the leaders in a way, right? When the world ended, the bullies rose to the top, right? Versus when the world was fine, the bullies were kind of pushed to the side. So every character has an importance in the scene. When the writers are writing these, there's a reason why, right? It adds drama, it adds tension. Oh, I don't think we should do that. I don't want to risk it, right? And so forth. It's adding tension and drama to the scene. Okay. So the rule follower. The people pleaser, right? The fear of being judged, right? What if they don't like me, right? I'll do whatever you choose, right? I'm so embarrassed. They're going to judge me and so forth. Hi. The outcast, right? Rejecting others before they can be rejected. Words that they'll use, I'll reject them before they reject me. I can't trust those people. I'm not going to ask them for help, right? I'm so independent, right? I'm sure, like, if you really think about this, each one of these, you remember this character and remember these statements from high school, right? Because high school, or maybe from your office. So a lot of times when you're doing script analysis, you're reading for a character for a show, it's important to not only understand your character at a deep level, but to also understand the other characters in the scene, because then now you can relate to them better. Okay. The self-doubter, fear of not being capable, not enough. I don't think I can do that. If I fail, I won't be enough. Look at them trying. I hope they fail, right? See that a lot on social media, right? Funniest videos are the ones of people falling down, people doing this, right? Catches people's attention. There's a natural ingrained attraction to that, to seeing other people fail, right? Did you see? And then insert gossip, right? So people who gossip about others, right? Those are considered self-doubters. That character is a self-doubter character, right? The excuse maker, blame shifter, fear of being held accountable. It wasn't me, it was them. I can't do it because of that. Well, the reason I didn't do it, I blame that person. Okay. And of course, the pessimist, right? Fear of struggling or pain. This seems really hard. I don't think that's possible. I tried that before and it didn't work. Life is hard, so I'm just not going to try, right? Right. A lot of times you find yourself that you are the pessimist of your own life, right? So let me just go. I'm going the right way. Oop, hold on. Okay. So confidence. 98% will not live the life they were destined to live because they lack confidence. So how do you switch this up for your own personal life, for your own personal brand, right? You need to have the confidence, right? And how you have the confidence, right? Is you need to have if you break down the word confidence, it breaks down to confide, right? It means to trust. So there's another word called covenant, right? So what you need to do is you need to be able to create a covenant, right? Which means a partnership, right? A pact, right? So a covenant is usually a formal, solemn, and binding agreement, right? It can be a written agreement or promise, usually under seal between two or more parties, especially for the performance of some action. And if you go back to the biblical times, when they created a covenant, it was a pact between two individuals, and what they would do is they would bring two animals and they would slaughter the animals. They'd actually kill the animals, and then they would bind themselves together and they would say, we create a covenant, we create a promise to each other that if I break this promise, you are allowed to do to me what was just done to this animal. Okay. And at the same time, it's reversed, right? If I break my promise to you, you can do to me what this was. So the covenant was so strong that it meant death. So if you want to have confidence, you have to make that promise to yourself. Like, I will do this. There's no turning back. I will build that confidence. I will be able to accomplish this. All right. So again, we see kind of a little bit about the covenant, and I want to keep us on time here because I'm going a little bit over my time, guys. So people who lack confidence lack the trust in themselves. So when somebody, they don't have confidence, it's they're lacking the trust in themselves. All right. So again, this all works with, your subconscious. So it's, again, being able to overcome your subconscious. So prove the negative voice in your head wrong and just go all in, right? At the end of the day, you're the one who's going to benefit the most from you having the confidence to live your best life. Never let anyone else hold you back. All right, guys, that was the Hero Journey Part 1. Confidence, the covenant, the call to adventure. I hope you guys learned a lot. Let me turn this back over to Miss Deneen, because believe me, guys, I could teach this stuff like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's just, to me, so fascinating. So I will see you guys later. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Come on. Okay. How many of you now understand? Okay. You know what? I have to have confidence in myself. Like every time I hear this presentation, I get something new out of it. And that's one thing, like whenever I am lacking confidence, I'm like, okay, you know what is it that I can do better to raise my trust in me? Because what did we talk about at the very beginning of this call? Who is your best investment? I am. Say, I am my best. And say that out loud. I am my best investment. So you know what? When you're making an investment in yourself, it's not only financial, it's not only time, it's you keeping promises to yourself. I'm going to say that again for the people in the back of the room that maybe you didn't hear it. Making an investment in yourself, it's not just finances, it's not just time, it's keeping promises to yourself. How many of you promised yourselves you'd be here today? Raise your hands. Congratulations. You should have more confidence already. Awesome. All right, guys. So I want to keep this going. So are you guys ready to hear from our next speaker? Are you guys getting anything? Okay, hold on. Are you getting anything out of today? Have you already grown? Have you already raised your confidence? You're already like, you know what? I got this. I can do this. Let's do this. Come on now. Still no coffee. Bring in the energy though. Let's do this. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker to you. I'm so excited for you to meet her. We had the opportunity to meet very briefly in San Diego, and she is such a lovely human being, and you guys are really in for a treat today. All right. So Alicia Martinez, widely recognized as the Wealth Authority, boasts an impressive 15-year tenure in the financial industry. Her expertise was honed during her significant 7-year stint as a financial advisor, where she skillfully managed multi-million-dollar portfolios and served as a trusted fiduciary. Her passion for financial education is the driving force behind her career, as she dedicates herself to guiding individuals through the complexities of financial management. Alicia's commitment to making a significant impact in the lives of those she counsels is evident in her work. Her goal extends beyond offering financial advice. She aims to empower individuals with the knowledge and expertise she has gathered over her distinguished career. Her transformative approach is rooted in the wisdom and insights gained from her extensive experience in the financial sector. Her practice is built on a foundation of integrity and professionalism, ensuring her advice is both effective and ethically sound. This dedication to service excellence has not only enhanced the financial well-being of her clients, but also established her as a desirable authority in the field. Alicia's method involves enriching lives through comprehensive financial literacy and strategic decision-making. Additionally, Alicia has earned a reputation as a go-to expert for those seeking to unlock the secrets of wealth creation and management. Her insights and strategies have made her a sought-after figure for individuals eager to learn and apply the principles of wealth accumulation and preservation. Through her workshops and seminars, she broadens her impact, fostering a culture of financial awareness and savvy. Alicia's vision is to create a world where financial empowerment is within everyone's reach, enabling people to make informed financial decisions, for a prosperous and secure future. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Alicia Martinez.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you so much, Deneen. And happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for being here. We are so excited to have you today.
I'm super excited to be here also. Hi, everyone. I'm watching the chat. Okay, so I am going to make the topic of finance as exciting as I can, guys. And so, as Deneen said, investing in yourself is so important. So I'm here to show you how to get from where you're at now financially, whether you're a beginner or if you already have an investment portfolio, to making informed decisions and to build wealth or increase the wealth that you already have. I'm not here just to give you information. I'm here to lead you and show you how to get financial results. So raise your hand if you did not receive enough information about about financial things and investing and so forth through the educational system. A lot of hands. Yeah, I didn't either. Raise your hand if you feel that society doesn't talk enough about the importance of learning and having knowledge about investing, right? I never see a lot of that in social media. So I ask this because you're not alone. I didn't grow up with wealth. I was not in an environment where investing was a thing, or managing your finances was a topic of conversation. And so that's exactly why I'm here today. I'm here to help you and guide you. And I want to show you how to shift any money habits that aren't working for you now and to create healthy financial habits. So are you in? All right, awesome. So hopefully you have a pen and paper and you're ready to take notes and to be engaged. And also to keep an open mind. When I say keep an open mind, what I mean is that this is not going to go down the traditional way that we were taught in school. And the reason why is because in order for you to get results, you have to believe first. And you have to believe that you're going to do something today that's going to get you closer to your financial goals. All the knowledge and information that you learn today won't matter without the right mindset, though. So especially if you don't believe in your capabilities when it comes to wealth and finance and managing everything and investing, right? So, for example, if you don't think that you have the potential to change your financial life, then you don't and you won't. Right? And that's because it's what you believe. And you'll stay in that same financial situation that you're in now, next year, the year after, and so forth until you change it. It all starts with your mind. And I'm going to show you how and why. So I'm going to have everybody stand up. If you're sitting down right now, please stand up. All right. Is everybody standing up? Michael, are you getting up? I'm watching you. Okay, so everybody stand up right now and stand up with your feet close together, both pointing straight ahead, right next to each other. Okay, now without moving your feet from that straight ahead position, I'm going to have you point with your index finger, point straight ahead. Okay, so point straight out in front of you. And now from that straight ahead position with your feet and pointing, try and turn as much as you can to one side without feeling uncomfortable or losing your balance, like this. Okay. So see how far you can go. Keep your feet together. Yeah. Keep your index finger raised and make sure your feet stay pointing forward, and just notice where you end up naturally. Okay. Now bring yourself back to the starting position. Was that a nice stretch? Okay, so everybody, I'm going to have you close your eyes now. Okay, awesome. And now we're going to do something super simple. Imagine now in your mind lifting your finger again. Keep your eyes shut and your feet straight. Don't actually move your hand, but just in your mind, make it feel like you're really doing it. So you're going to do the same thing you just did, but in your mind. Picture in your mind and really feel your finger lifting, and then imagine yourself turning twice as far as you did before. Make it feel easy in your mind, like you expect it to happen, and it's fun. Easy, right? Okay, so back to the starting position, and then we're going to do it again in your head. So keep your eyes closed and imagine lifting your finger in your mind, feet straight, and see yourself turning 3 times further this time, effortlessly and enjoyably. Okay, back to the starting position. And one more time in your mind, lift that imaginary finger, but now imagine that you can turn your whole body around like an owl with your feet still straight. Picture your finger going all the way around until it's in front of you and feel it being easy and effortless. And back to the starting position. Okay, now open your eyes. All right, now lift up your finger again, for real this time. Okay, and turn as far as you comfortably can, noticing how far you get. All right, okay. I bet you were able to turn further this time, weren't you? You can go back to the starting position. Okay, go ahead and sit down now and think about this. Did you go further? I'm guessing yes, if you really tried. And I saw a lot of you go a lot further. You almost looked like owls. Just kidding. So did you manage to go at least 25% further though than the first time? Well, why is that? About 80% of people do go further just by practicing a few times in their heads. So if you had, could have you turned like that far the first time? Probably, but you didn't. And maybe it's because you believed that there was a limit to how far you could turn. The fact is, guys, that you can have as much money as you really want. There's no limit. But why don't you? Is it the beliefs in your mind? Or do you tell yourself things that limit you without realizing that you're doing it? This is why it's important to start with mindset. Do you know how the most successful people get to where they're at? A strong mindset and taking action to make it happen. Nothing is free in this life, and anyone who has succeeded in anything got there by taking action, right? And with that being said, what I'm going to talk about is not a get rich quick overnight thing, nothing that's going to just solve all your finances right away. But if you take what you learned today and you commit to it, you will see results. So just like when a person wants to lose weight and they commit to eating less and being more active and they actually do it, they achieve the results they want by taking action, right? So again, commit to practicing what you learn and you will see results. So, as Deneen said, I did work in the finance industry for over 15 years, and I resigned last February from my career as a financial advisor to work for myself. Question, have you ever gone to a party or an event expecting it to be a certain way, and then while you were there, you were like, oh, wow, well, this is definitely not what I expected. Well, this is what happened to me after I resigned and decided to go out, work for myself. I thought, okay, I'm going to start a business and make a lot of money. Well, life decided to take me on a detour. And I'm sharing this because it got me to where I'm at right now. Last year was all about growth and improving on myself and just learning anything that, that was about self-growth. I did it, reading seminars, online courses, personal training at the gym. And so by the end of the year, I was a different person. And that's when I realized that I needed to follow my heart. And in my heart, I feel that there are too many people who are earning money, but they still question whether the money that they work so hard for can be doing more. And what I mean by that is if you were to stop working today and take a year off, how much is the money in your accounts right now going to generate for you by the next year? Well, unless you're, one of the top 1% or amongst the few who have set up a system that makes their money work for them, I bet you a big question mark may have popped up in your mind. And so, by all means, you work hard for your money, so enjoy it. But why not also maximize on the opportunity to learn how to make your money work even more for you? So back when I was a financial advisor, I used to talk to people who weren't my clients quite yet. And so we'd sit down and they had never invested their money before. They'd had their money either, sitting in their savings or in CDs, certificates of deposit, if you've ever had one or heard of one, or they just invested in, like real estate, anything that they thought was, a bit more safer than investments. And so for me, it was always important for me to show them how investing works, because there's different ways to invest, so that they could make an informed decision. And so for me, it wasn't about, hey, like invest with me. It was like, here it is. Now you know it. Now you make your decision, right? And after our conversation, I would often hear, why has nobody ever explained it like this to me before? Why has nobody ever told me about this? And the greatest feeling for me was years after, when I'd sit down with them again and review their portfolio, I could feel the confidence within them and that peace of mind, that because now they understood their money and they had financial security, right? Their money was working for them. And so the memories of those moments have never left me. And that's why I've decided to do what I do and why I'm here for you today. So now we can start. And let's figure out this PowerPoint. Here we go. So today, we're going to talk about why you are your best investment, the mindset of financial success. Oh, let's not forget, hashtag the Golden Goddess Rule revealed. So first we start off with foundation, a money mindset. And I want to know, excuse me. Sorry, I lost my spot. Okay. Sorry about that. So money mindset. Success in anything is 80% psychology and 20% mechanics or skills. So that's where we start off with a money mindset. Now, let's get real here, guys. Oops, lost you. Okay. Was I sharing my screen? My bad. Sorry, guys. All right. Here we go. All right. There we go. There's the why you are the best investment and your mindset of financial success. And this is number one, step one, strong foundation, money mindset. I'm doing it again. Okay. So back to the right spot here. Okay, so let's get real here. As I said earlier, finances are not the most exciting topic, right? And so I highly doubt that a lot of you, most people consider it a hobby, much less, well, maybe some do, but most don't, including myself. And so I used to personally get overwhelmed just thinking about learning. I see Roxanne laughing. I love your smile. I used to get overwhelmed just thinking about learning or thinking how investments work. And, when I'd say, okay, I'm going to look into investing before I was a financial advisor, I tell myself, well, okay, should I talk to a financial advisor? Should I Google and learn first and like be informed before I do that? But wait, what if I need the money and I cannot get to it? Or what if I don't do it right and I lose the money? And so forth and so forth. So I don't know if you guys have ever had these thoughts pop into your head when you think about investing, if you're beginners, but this is something that used to go through my mind. And eventually I would just it would get so overwhelming that I would end up telling myself, you know what, I don't have time to learn about this financial investing stuff and I'll do it later, right? And so a lot of people have the intention to do something, but then they don't do it. And, if this has happened to you, I'm glad I'm not, the only one. But since money and finances can be overwhelming in general, the first thing that we're going to do today is to set something up that will be yours to reference back to any time you need to remind yourself because you got this. So we can't control a lot of things, but what we can control are our thoughts. And when we know where we want to go in life, everything else falls in place, including all the questions and the doubts that show up in our minds. And this is what I call having clarity. Not having clarity is what triggers feelings of overwhelm or confusion or fear, or any other feeling that can sabotage you from moving forward. So first, you need to know where you're going. When you get into your car, for example, to drive to your destination, you're either driving somewhere that you've been before or you're driving somewhere new. And if you're going somewhere that you've driven to before, then you have the directions in your mind, right? But if you're going somewhere that you've never been to before, you're going to use a GPS or Waze or Maps or Google Maps, etc. And from there, you're going to follow the directions until you get to your destination. So if you were going to get into your car, but you didn't know where you were going and you didn't have directions to get to where you wanted to go or you thought you wanted to go, then you'd be driving on forever, or you'd end up at some random place that you didn't even intend to go to, right? So my point is that it's important to know where you want to go. So with that being said, have you ever used Uber or Lyft, right? I'm sure almost everyone in here has used one of those apps. Well, whenever you order an Uber, you have to pick a location first. The same goes with financial goals. You have to know where you're starting and where you're going. And so in order to reach a financial goal, you need to know your starting point and have it in your mind. Because once you have that starting point, then you can lay down the steps to where you want to get financially. And that's what we're going to do first. So pick up your pen and paper, and we're going to take a few minutes to figure that out right now. So let me get this again. Nope. All right. So where are you financially? Do you have any emergency funds? How much do you have in savings? How much of your money is invested? How much do you have set aside for future purchases or goals that you want to achieve? I'm going to give you a couple minutes to write that down right now. The timer's starting. So how much money do you have in savings? How much money do you currently have invested, if you do have any invested? How much money do you have set aside for future purchases or goals that you want to achieve? How much money do you have set up for future retirement? Okay, a few more seconds. All right. So now that you know what your point is, where you're at right now, take a moment to think about your why. So if you don't know why you want to get ahead financially or why you want to achieve your certain financial goals, you're not going to have a reason to do it. Does that make sense? If you don't know, so for example, when I was born, my parents agreed that my mom was going to stop working so that she could raise myself and then my brother instead of like us having babysitters and so forth. And so I grew up, with a stay-at-home mom. And I remember watching, my mom and my dad, their relationship. And so my mom was essentially that, submissive wife to her husband. And then also, growing up as a teenager, my dad would, sit down with me for hours and have these talks with me about, ironically, don't ever depend on a man and always, be independent, have your own money and always strive for more and so forth, be ambitious, always, do better, don't ever depend on anyone but yourself. And so growing up with with those thoughts, it got to being the badass that I am now. Essentially, that was my why. That was my drive in life. It was to be independent, never take money from, never need money from anyone but myself. And, it got me to where I own my own home and buy whatever I want. And, had a six-figure career as a financial advisor. And now I'm on a different road with a different why. But that was my why essentially in my past life as an adult. And so I say this because it's important for you to have a reason, why you want to get to where you want to get with your financial goals. So also without, a strong enough why and the drive, you'll tell yourself like, hey, this is important, but then you'll put it aside because it's not a priority. So really quick, I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to imagine that it's 1 year from today, and you're looking back over the past year, and it's been the most amazing year of your life. What does that look like for you? What happened for it to have been so amazing? How much money are you making? How much money do you have in your savings and investment accounts? See a lot of smiles. What were you able to buy with your new financial habits? Now open your eyes I'm loving these smiles. So take that feeling that you have right now, where you want to be financially over the next few years. And I'm going to give you a couple minutes to write down where you're headed to set up your financial goals. Where do you want to be financially? 1 year from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now? Are you doing this for your family, for your kids? Are you doing this to live a certain quality of life? What was life growing up for you as a kid, and has that impacted where you want to be financially? Do you want to travel the world? Do you want to retire at a certain age? Okay, a few more seconds. All right. So if you were honest with yourself while writing, you may feel a sense of relief now from some of the thoughts and questions that were going through your mind before, because now you have clarity on where your start point is and where you're headed. So next, we're going to move on to the second step in the process, which is accumulation. So accumulation is where you're going to grow your wealth and where you're going to commit to saving. And this goes somewhere. The money that you save is going to be going towards investing. So the first most important decision that you're going to make today is the amount of earnings that you're going to set aside and save to reach your financial goals. Now, what is your financial picture right now, though, right? I'm going to pause for a moment and say the word net worth. What is net worth? And do you have a net worth? And what net worth are you going to be growing towards? Net worth is the sum of what you own minus what you owe. And that's the best way to determine where you're at financially, your net worth. You do this by comparing your assets. So think of your savings, property, investments to your debts, investments, and then you compare that to your debts, like loans, credit cards. And if your assets outweigh your debts, then you've got a positive net worth. But if it's the other way around, then it's a signal that you may want to reevaluate your spending and financial habits. So let's figure out what your net worth is. First, you start with your income, so your monthly income, or take your annual earnings and divide them by 12. And then you're going to write down your bills or your living expenses. This includes gas, food, gym memberships, streaming services, entertainment, all the money that goes out every month. Then you're going to write down your debt liabilities, such as credit cards, car loans, student loans, personal loans, and then your assets, which are all your accounts, your balances, bank accounts, investment, retirement accounts. So take a few minutes to write that down. Now, if you own a home, your primary home isn't counted in your net worth, and that's because it's more like it's not likely to get liquidated. So you can't count that as something that you can, in case of an emergency, sell immediately and have money. But second, third, and or additional investment properties are counted in your net worth. So if you have a, additional investment property, you take the property value and you add that to your assets, and then you get the mortgage loan on that investment property if you have one, and you add it to your debt. So take a few moments to figure out your net worth. You have a couple minutes. Okay, so you should all have down now your net worth or a breakdown of everything. And we can't, so now that you have that down, we can't control the things that happen in our life, right? One thing that we can do, though, is to be prepared for the unexpected. So this is what's next. Because if you were to lose your job or, business slowed down for you today and you had no income coming in, would you be prepared financially? So the reason why I say this is because it's recommended that you have emergency savings with at least 6 to 12 months worth of living expenses. So you just wrote down your monthly expenses. That's what it includes your bills, your, living expenses, etc. So multiply that amount by 6. This is the dollar amount that you need to have in your emergency savings first before you take any additional money and start investing it. I recently Googled the cost of living in San Diego, which is where I live, and a conservative estimate of monthly cost for a single person with like the average rent here shows is $5,000 a month. So somebody with living expenses of $5,000 a month needs to have a total amount of $30,000 in their savings account to be completely prepared for emergencies. And that's, and that's because you want to have money that's liquid and available so that you're prepared in case of an emergency, and not just losing your job. I mean, like health, medical bills, etc. So now you know how much you have in your emergency savings, your net worth, your full financial picture, where your starting point is, and where you want to go financially. So I just want to stop a moment and congratulate you for this, because coming in this morning, I bet most of you didn't have all of this written down in detail, right? And if you did, amazing. But if you didn't, now you do. Okay. So even better, you probably didn't have this much clarity as to where you are financially right now and where you want to be in the next few years. So congratulations. Now, what you've been doing for the past couple years got you to where you're at right now, but now it's time to raise your standards. If you're tired of being where you're at right now and you want to change it, like financially, or if you just have, you want to make a decision to take your wealth to that next level, then you can start now by taking this next step. So to make the most, important decision that will move you towards your financial goal today, you're going to think of what is the amount of earnings that you're going to set aside starting next month and save to reach your financial goals. In other words, what percentage of your monthly earnings are you willing to commit to set aside every month in order to reach your financial goals? So I'm just going to have you take a moment and decide and write that down. And also write down, why are you raising your standards? Why will saving every month be non-negotiable? And how bad do you want it? What is your why? All right, awesome. So you just committed to setting yourself up for financial success, and you should be super excited and proud of yourself. Earlier, I mentioned that reaching success is 80% psychology and 20% mechanics. So now I'm going to start to incorporate mechanics with the third step in my process, which is number 3, compounding, multiplying your wealth. So imagine planting a tree. Initially, it's just a seed that you water every day, but given time, it grows, branches out, bears fruit, and eventually it can grow into a forest. So compounding works the same way. You start with a small dollar amount that you grow, reinvest, and then suddenly you have your future income. And so it's important to think of when it comes to money, because first, let's give examples here. Let's talk about Mike Tyson. He's the heavyweight champion he was or is the heavyweight champion of the world. He had earnings of around $500 million, and then he went bankrupt in 2003. And his net worth is now, according to Google, worth $10 million. Right? So how do you go from 500 million to 10 million? The moral of the story is making a lot of money doesn't always mean that you're going to be set for life. If you just keep earning without making that money grow, then it could all disappear one day. Now, to be fair, this is an extreme example, and it's probably not likely that you'll lose all your money. But even then, are you just going to keep working hard every single day until you can't anymore? This is called trading time for money. Money you can get back, guys, but you cannot get back time. And so it's not just enough to save your money and not invest. Making your money work smarter, not harder, is how you're going to get ahead financially. So set up your money to work for you where it makes more money over time through compounding growth, and watch your money turn into wealth. And I'm going to show you how. So first, we're going to talk about the different types of investment products. First, there's stock. It's like buying a small piece of a company, because when you buy stock, you become an owner. Most people are consumers. When somebody buys an iPhone, they're a consumer. When somebody buys Apple stock, that makes them an owner. How are we affected when we're consumers and not owners? Well, let me use the iPhone as an example, because I myself, I own an iPhone. If you would have bought every iPhone sold every year, starting 2007 through 2023, the total cost of purchasing every iPhone each year would have been a total of $20,653.40. 14 cents. Now, if you had invested the purchase price for each year's iPhone into Apple stock, you would have had $204,874.50. This is the difference between being an owner versus a consumer. So the two main ways that you make money from stock is called capital appreciation. That's the first part, the first way, and then dividends. Capital appreciation is when the stock's value goes up over time. So say you buy a stock at one price, and because the company's doing great, its stock price rises. When you sell that stock at a higher price, the profit you make is called capital appreciation. And then the second way is dividends. These are, some companies pay out a part of their earnings to shareholders as dividends. So you're essentially getting paid income from the company. So stocks is one of the investment products. And then next is exchange traded funds, also known as ETFs. So ETFs are like investment baskets filled with a mix of assets like stocks, bonds, or commodities. And this is traded on major stock exchanges. So you can buy and sell ETF shares just like stocks throughout the trading day. One thing about ETFs is that they're cost effective. So they generally have lower fees compared to other securities like mutual funds. And then the other thing about ETFs is that their transparency. So they often allow you to see their holdings in real time, so you know exactly what you're investing in. The third type of security is bonds. So bonds are like giving a loan to a company or a government. Let's say, for example, that Coca-Cola wanted to, open a new production facility in South America, and they need to come up with a specific dollar amount to pay for it to get done. What they'll do is they'll take out bonds. And let's say they take out bonds for $10,000 for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, they're going to return 5% interest. So anybody can buy a bond. You can buy a bond, I can. And so essentially you give, you give $10,000 for the bond. Over the next 5 years, you don't have access to the money, but at the end of the 5 years, you get your $10,000 back plus the promised interest rate, which in this example is 5%. So that's what a bond is. The next type of security is index funds. So index funds are like having a basket full of various stocks or bonds, and they follow the ups and downs of market indexes like the S&P 500. So from big tech to everyday products, a bond is where you're putting, you're invested in a little bit of everything and not putting all your eggs in one basket. Index funds also offer low cost, passive ways to invest in a broad section of the market. And so that's a great advantage about index funds. So next is mutual funds. So a mutual fund is like a big basket where lots of people put their money in. This basket is then used to buy a mix of investments like stocks and bonds, and a professional manager takes care of choosing these investments to help the basket grow. So everybody who put money in the basket owns a small part of it, and if the basket does well, then everybody benefits. The only thing is about, mutual funds have fees because they have these professional managers choosing the investments. Then there are annuities. So annuities are like a promise. You pay a lump sum of money, or you make payments over time to an insurance company, and in return, they promise to pay you a regular amount starting immediately or at some point in the future. There are many, many different types of annuities, though, and some are safe and some are high risk. So that's another conversation for a different day. But with some annuities, you can provide, they can provide you with financial security by ensuring that you receive a consistent income for a certain period of the rest of your life. So, okay, I know I just threw out a lot at you, but that's okay because you're not expected to memorize or perfectly understand all of this. And so the next part is going to be targeting. So step 4 in the process is to target, to plan and strategize. This is how you choose where to put your money according to your individual situation and goals. So really quick, if you've ever been to Vegas, you'll probably see 2 different types of people there at the tables, right? There's the one person who has all these chips in front of them and they're just having a blast and playing and, gambling. And then there's the second person. And this is the person who is essentially just sitting down and they are watching, but they have no chips in front of them. Well, I am that second person. Up until I became a financial advisor, I always saw investing as like gambling, right? I always thought if I put my money in the stock market, I can lose all of it. And so that being said, excuse me, I just need to share this next part. This is why we want to plan and strategize. So, so that being said, let's talk about the 3 most important components that you want to know and consider before you invest. So those are time horizon, risk tolerance, and objective. So with time horizon, this is the amount of time that you're going to hold your money in investments. How much time will you be able to let your money grow before you start using the money? And the longer that you set your time horizon, the better, because you can assume more risk and still have plenty of time to make up for any money that you might lose. So one method that is used to determine this is by subtracting your age from 100 to get the percentage to allocate in the risk part. So for example, if you're 35 years old and subtract that from 100, then you get 65, meaning that 65% of your portfolio would be allocated in growth or also known as stocks, and 35% in fixed income, also known as bonds, for example. So that's your time horizon. The second thing to consider before you start investing is risk tolerance. How much potential loss are you able to tolerate? So there's 3 levels of risk tolerance. There's high risk for aggressive investors, meaning more stocks or more volatility. There's moderate investors, which is moderate risk. And then there's low risk, which is more for conservative investors. And this is more so like investing in bonds and safer investments. And then the third most important component to consider before investing is objective. And this means your investment goals based on what stage of life you're in and your financial situation, which includes income, net worth, annual expenses, right? So the objectives are mainly wealth preservation to preserve your money, income, or growth, which is, more of the riskier type of investment. So now there are 2 types of investments, and those are fixed income. And fixed income gives you a bit less money back on what you invest, but it's safer. And some of the investments that fall under fixed income, as I said earlier, are bonds, CDs, money market funds, commercial paper, commercial bonds, municipal bond funds, treasury bills, also known as T-bills, treasury bonds, treasury notes, right? And then there's growth. That's the second type of investment. And these types of investments can grow your money a lot more, but it's riskier and profit isn't guaranteed. So some of the investments that fall under growth are stocks, ETFs, mutual funds, options, and there's, others. So so the last step in securing your plan by making your money work, and one of the most important decisions that you'll make when investing is securing, meaning making your money work. And you're going to do this through asset allocation. Okay, asset allocation is how you're going to accomplish your financial goals. This is where you're going to determine how much money you're going to allocate for security, for wealth, and for your quality of life. So the first bucket that you're going to allocate your money in is the security bucket, right? So this holds conservative investments with low risk and low returns for your financial security. And some of the different asset classes in the security bucket are, for example, your 6 months of emergency savings or cash, bonds, treasury bills, any guaranteed investment, your pension, life insurance. And then there's the second bucket, which is growth. And whatever you put in your growth bucket, you have to be prepared to lose or see balance fluctuations. So some of the different asset classes in the growth bucket are stocks, indexes, ETFs, high yield bonds, real estate, commodities, currencies, collectibles. And then there's the third bucket. The third bucket will hold investments that generate money for your enjoyable life. So the money in your dream bucket can go towards cars, travel, a home, contributing towards a greater good, whatever it is that gives you joy and fulfillment in life while you're building your wealth. So 3 ways that to fill your dream bucket are by putting in like any bonuses that you earn at work or extra financial incentives from a business, a specific additional percentage of your income, or if you get a big increase in your growth bucket and you need to reallocate it according to your asset allocation percentages, you can redistribute the excess amount into, your dream and your security bucket. So what are some of the immediate dreams that you want to save towards? And what are ways that you will fund your dream bucket? Just keep this in mind, because the percentage that you committed to putting aside earlier in your savings account is how you're going to allocate your money. So take a moment, after the class ends to figure out, okay, this is the percentage I'm going to, take out of my monthly income or my annual income. And I'm going to put, X amount into the growth bucket, X amount into the security bucket, and then this smaller amount in the dream bucket. And that way you're going to have your money growing and working for you. Then you're also going to have, a portion that's secure. And then you're going to have a portion that gets you that, that vacation or that car or the home that you have been wanting to buy. So that is the basics and just a small little start to how investing works and how to get started. And so, like I said, if you are a beginner, then start saving money or start setting aside money to invest. If you already have investments, then start setting aside money every month and make it a habit to keep putting money and adding towards your investments, and make sure that your portfolio is well allocated according to the three components that I talked about. All right, so I think it's 10 a.m. And listen, I've been in the finance industry for over 15 years and I still get overwhelmed with so much of this. So if any of you are feeling overwhelmed, it's okay. It's okay. It's normal. There's no way to know it all. But the important thing is that you take small steps towards learning and growing your knowledge and doing things, taking action to grow your money and, towards your future wealth.
Awesome. Alicia, thank you so much for speaking today. We really appreciate it.
Having me.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
All right.
you.
Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you, Alicia, for cutting years off of figuring out how to be financially secure
Love you guys. Thank
as
you.
soon as my career takes off and even before. And this is what I want you guys to understand too. Okay. The reason that we have people coming on and talking about finances and we're talking about the hero's journey and next we're going to talk about personal branding is this. We want to set you up for success. Okay. We want to make sure that you start now where you want to finish. Yesterday, we did a visualization exercise where we imagined where we were in 20 years, in 5 years. Imagine setting the foundation now for that success. Okay. Setting all of this up because you know what? There are going to be times where you're not going to book work for 3 months, 6 months, a year. Are you going to be able to do that? And that's precisely why we had Alicia come on today, because we want to make sure that we set you up for success. How many of you know we don't sugarcoat anything here at VIP Ignite? Have we sugarcoated anything yet over the last 2 days? No, we haven't. And we want to set you up for success. And you know what? The next couple of speakers, it's going to be like the lasagna effect, layer upon layer upon layer of getting you prepared for what's to come. Okay, we could tickle your ears and you guys would all be excited, but that's not what we're about here. We're about providing you with the education, with the framework, with the foundation that you need, because we believe that each and every one of you is going to be a success story. So if we believe that, like, why would we not provide you with financial education today? We laid the foundation yesterday. Today we're building. Okay, so I want you guys to understand that. Alicia, thank you so much again for speaking. That was amazing. I learned a lot listening in the background. I can't wait to start implementing some of the things that you shared with us today. So thank you so much.
I'm
for
so
speaking
happy.
today.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Thanks for having me, everyone. Good luck with everything. I can't wait to see where your future takes you.
Oh my goodness. The futures are so bright in here. I need some sunglasses. I
Love
love it.
it.
Awesome.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much.
Bye-bye.
All right. So I know that was a lot. Was that a lot? Are you guys like, oh, I just got a PhD in finances. Oh my gosh. I thought I was going to be like jumping up and down and doing things. And I want you to understand the importance of it. And our next speaker is going to talk to you on personal branding. And I want you to understand something. What is your best investment? We already talked about this. Including everything you just learned, what is your best investment? You are your best investment. So here's my question for you. If you know that you're your best investment, okay, Mike talked this morning about the hero's journey. How many of you now know that you're the hero of your journey? You're going to start implementing that into your social media, right? You have to be the hero. You have to be able to present yourself so that when people come onto your social media, they're not like, oh, here's another talking head, boring, or, oh yeah, I see a lot of photos. That's awesome. Like, what does this mean? What we're doing today. Yeah, this is my movie. You are the star of your movie. You are the star of your social media. So what we're going to talk about next is we're going to talk about personal branding. And I want you guys to think about this. I want you to take off your actor and model hats for a second and put on your agent hat, put on your casting director hat, put on your manager hat. Okay. If an agent, manager, casting director looked at your social media right now, what would they think you are? Would they think you're someone who likes to go out and have fun, have a couple cocktails on the weekends? Like if you look at mine, you probably think, oh, okay, she's a crazy sports fan. Like she sets her clock to when UConn plays during March Madness. Okay. But would that get me a job? A normal person, that's great. I love that. Okay. They'll see you as a normal person. But there are a lot of normal people on social media. Do you want to be a normal person Or do you want to be an extraordinary person? Do you want to be ordinary or extraordinary? Type that in the comments. Do you want to be ordinary or extraordinary? Do you want someone who people are like, oh, that's cute, maybe they're a model, or do you want to be bookable? Do you want to be bookable? Type, if you want to be bookable, type bookable in the comments. Because I want you to understand our next speaker, Katya, is going to come on here. She's going to talk about building a personal brand. And what I need you to understand is this. Okay? Your brand it's imperative. It's absolutely necessary for you to build your brand on social media, because there are going to be times where you're going to submit yourself out for something and they're going to go look on your social media. What do they see? Do they see someone who's excelling in acting, modeling, and music? Do they see someone that they can trust? Do they see someone that, okay, you know what, this person isn't cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Or do they see someone who's like all over the place and they don't know what you stand for? That's the importance of what we're going to be talking about next, okay? But before I bring her on, I know that last one, that was deep, okay? You guys got a PhD in financial planning, so I want everyone to stand up. Everyone stand up. We're going to raise our energy. Everyone stand up. Katya, I hope it's okay. I'm taking a little more time here, but all right. All right, everyone stand up. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to build up our energy now. And you might get a little sweaty, but that's okay. It's okay. We're all friends here. So we're going to do my favorite thing my favorite activity. Let me go to my stopwatch. Okay, so what we're going to do is, hold on. Reginald Holmes stole my thunder. He's like, I already know what I'm doing. We're going to be doing what's called the running man. So what you're going to do is you're going to put your right foot forward, your left foot back, and you're going to move your arms like this. And I want you to go as hard as you can for 15 seconds, okay? Go as hard. You're not running. You're just moving your arms as hard as you can for 15 seconds. We're bringing up the energy because you know what? Our next speaker, which she's going to talk about, is so important. I want everyone all in. Are you guys ready? And I'm going to do this too. So if I start schwitzing, you know, it is what it is. Ready? Okay, so 15 seconds starts now and go. Come on, move your arms as fast as you can. Put some effort into it. Come on now. Come on. Move your arms. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Stop. All right. We can't be, Kingston, you can keep going if you want. We're good. We can't be half-baked, though. We have to turn the other way. So put your left foot forward, your right foot back. Same thing, 15 seconds, as hard as you can go. Ready? And go. 15 seconds. Come on now. Come on. Bring up the energy. Come on. Woo. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Woo. How does your energy feel now, people? How does your energy feel now? Let me know in the comments. I also want you to take a big old sip of water. Let's get hydrated. I haven't hydrated you guys yet today. All right. Whew. Thank God that's not on my social media. I'm sure one of you took a picture though. You're not allowed to post it. If you do, you get dropped. Just kidding. All right. I'm Rocky on top of the mountain. I love it. Yeah, right. You feel even better, right? You have to keep raising your energy. Who motivates a motivator? You do. Whenever you feel your energy going down, do whatever it takes to make it back up. Okay. So now, are you guys ready to learn about personal branding? Because again, this is a very important topic for each and every one of you to learn, because you are your brand. Okay. I want each and every one of you to represent yourself the way you need to be represented. Because I told you yesterday that you are going to be a success story. I told you today that you are my next success story. Again, I love all those other success stories. And if you're on this call, I love you. But I'm ready for some new stories. Are you guys ready to be my next success story? If you are, type success in the comments. And the road to that is you having a personal brand that people can believe in, you being financially secure. So if our next speaker after Katya calls and says, hey, I need you to go to Thailand for 3 months, you're like, oh, shoot, I'm going to be financially destroyed. Start setting yourself up for success now. Got it? If you got it, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, and I'm going to introduce our next speaker to you. So our next speaker is Katya Haley. She's a multi-passionate entrepreneur, NLP master coach and trainer, and women's empower advocate. She moved to the US at 18 and built a career in AI, digital marketing, and personal development. Katya co-founded Content Accelerator, an AI-powered social media software, and runs a digital marketing agency helping entrepreneurs build personal brands. Her true passion, though, is empowering women. She co-founded AI Boss Babes, a mastermind helping women leverage AI for growth and equips them with tools to overcome obstacles and thrive. As a sought-after coach, speaker, and mentor, Katya exemplifies commitment, innovation, and self-belief. Her mission is to build a global community of empowered women ready to make their mark. Gentlemen, don't feel like you're left out. You too can make your mark. Are you guys ready? If you're ready, type "I'm ready" in the comments. If you're ready, type "I'm ready" in the comments. Okay, everyone, join me in welcoming Katya Haley to the stage. Hi, Katya, how are you?
Hi, everyone. Such an amazing energy here. Thank you so much, Dina, for a beautiful introduction. And I am so honored to be on this call today and talk with you guys about personal branding, about the importance of having one in this age, in this digital age that we're moving. But I just wanted to say a quick thank you, guys, for being here, for investing time in yourself, because like Dina mentioned, investing in yourselves is going to be the biggest and most important investment that you make. So I'm really proud of you guys for being here, and so nice to see some familiar faces. Hi, Solange, and a couple other people. So let's get to it. How are you guys feeling this beautiful Sunday?
We're doing
Let me
awesome.
know if you're feeling empowered, excited to learn, and let's get into it. I am going to share my slides. Awesome. Okay, let me guys know if you can see my screen. Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome. So today we're going to talk about AI and how to basically leverage that to create content and help you build your personal brand. So quickly about the founders of this project is Teresa, Jeff, and me. They're not available, unfortunately, today, but I just wanted to give them a quick shout out. They're amazing. Dina already made a beautiful introduction for me, so we'll just skip into the value. So why building a personal brand today? So I'm sure a lot of you guys notice that we're moving very quickly in digital space, and with all the AI and other technologies that are coming on board, it's so important of having strong personal brand. And today is not more a luxury or, you know, impressive. It's actually a necessity, because today when people want to make a decision whether they want to work with you or not, one of the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go and search you on social media. They're going to put your name in Google and see what's going to come up, right? What is this person about? And if there's nothing to be found about you, their decision might change based on that, because then you have a huge potential and opportunity to showcase that. And we want to use that as a tool, as an empowering tool for you guys to write your own story. So you guys already talked about hero's journey, and yes, you are a hero of your own story, and you want to highlight that because nobody else is going to do it for you. Well, they might once you become the star, then they will write about you. But right now, it's really important that you write your own story and create content that is intentional and aligned with your goals, of course. So, right. So next we are going, like I mentioned before, right? Like social media is a new business card. So Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok is literally your new business card. And for you guys, aspiring actors and models, maybe LinkedIn is not necessarily the best platform, even though I do recommend that you have that profile created at least. And Instagram, I would say probably, and TikTok is the most visual platforms that you can really showcase your talent. So definitely, let's start looking to that. Also, there is a statistics actually that I just read that 62% of people are going to social media to make any buying decision. And buying decision doesn't mean they want to buy a product. What if they want to hire you for their next commercial, for their next event, whatever that is? That's one of the best ways to showcase your beautiful talent. So digital marketing is going to be, Forbes just announced that digital marketing is going to be $1.5 trillion industry by 2030, meaning there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of money to be made. So if you are looking for a sign to start your personal brand or maybe create an online digital product, this might be your sign. And AI is an advantage. Why? Because you don't need to spend thousands of dollars anymore to hire copywriters, to hire social media agencies, because I'm going to show you how you guys can do that with AI at your home literally today. So, like I said, it has never been easier to start in terms of capital and opportunity. So let's get into it. I hear a lot of people saying, oh my gosh, social media is saturated. I don't personally believe in that. There is almost 5 billion people on social media, meaning that your ideal client or your next employer or whatever your goal is to connect with someone is probably in that 5 billion people. So, and it's also time to to shine your gifts. It's time to showcase and get into the spotlight. So when it comes to content strategies, most businesses or personal brands fall into one of these three categories. The first one is you might have an awesome front end, meaning you have great social media, you have podcasts potentially, maybe you have a blog that you're running, right? But you don't have an optimized backend and setup to continue nurturing your audience and capture or potentially convert your leads. The second category is you might have a great funnel, you might have a great backend and funnel and email marketing, but you don't have content strategy or there is no social media presence. So there's not enough people who are actually seeing it, meaning you're missing out on a huge, huge opportunity. Or a little bit of both. And as we know, when we're doing things half-ass, there's going to be half-ass results as well. So we want to make sure that we have, at least we start to build our online presence. So in lack of the results in all three is from one thing is there's poor strategy or no strategy at all, which is also a customer journey, which I wanted to introduce to this concept when it comes to branding yourself online. So what is a customer journey? The customer journey is the complete path from a customer or a client that travels from the moment they first become aware of you or your product all the way through making a purchase and beyond. So there is science behind it. It's not like, oh, I like this girl, I'm gonna buy her product. No, it actually takes about 24 times for someone to see you or hear about you enough to trust you to go ahead and engage with you or buy something from you. So here's what the customer journey looks like. It's awareness first, then it's engagement, then they subscribe, they convert, then they get excited, then they ascend to the next purchase or the next program that you might sell online, and then they advocate for you. So then they essentially become your own promoters and they go and they talk about you to everybody else. So today we're going to focus on the first four just because there is not enough time and it also might be a lot for you, but something to start to think about for sure. Awareness. So actually, before we go into the customer journey, is everybody understanding what we're talking about here? And just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. So awesome. So before we actually go into it, I wanted to talk about the importance of building a personal brand as a model or an actress. So obviously, and I know this because I have actually been in modeling some time before. I was born and raised in a whole different country, and I came to United States when I was 18. I didn't speak any English. I was very insecure. I was not confident, and there are definitely things that I had to overcome to, become the person that I am today. And sharing those things online, what I found really helped me connect with my audience and connect with other women and men as well, because people relate to people. People don't relate just to a beautiful brand or a business page. They want to know who you are. They want to know what struggles you overcome, because then they can trust you with their struggles, with their problems, right? This is how you nurture and engage your community. So I just want you to guys think about it. This is not just for business owners or entrepreneurs. It's for literally anyone, especially who's in the entertainment industry, because you clearly have a talent and a gift, and we want to show it. And you don't always have to show the best parts of your journey. It's actually encouraged that you guys show the backstage of things. Like you talk about rejection, because it's a real thing. And how do people overcome that? You never know how your story can impact someone else. So I just want to encourage you guys, talk about the hard moments as well. So the first step is awareness. This is where a potential customer or potential employer or somebody who wants to hire you discovers you or your brand or your product for the first time. And that happens via social media. It might happen via a podcast that you recorded with someone. It might be a web search on Google. It might be an ad that you created, or it's affiliate marketing. The second part is engage. So this is when that potential customer, employer, or partner show interest by engaging with your page. That could be through reading your blog post, interacting with social media content, or listening to your podcast. And the goal here is to build a relationship and establish trust with your personal brand, which is called front-end nurture campaign. So like I mentioned before, it used to be about 7 times. Now it takes 24 times for somebody to see you, to trust you enough to go ahead and buy from you. And that's because with AI, there's a lot more content is coming out, and it's our attention spans decreasing and decreasing day by day. So it takes us now a lot more time to actually trust one person to go ahead and buy from them, or even follow, right? Then there's subscribe. So this is when they take a small but significant step in the relationship with you by following you on social media, or subscribing to your newsletter, or opting into a free lead magnet. By the way, who here is familiar with a lead magnet? I want to know how, if anybody knows what a lead magnet is, please type lead magnet if you know what I'm talking about. No? Okay, good to know. So lead magnet is basically a freebie that you can create, let's say, because everyone struggles with confidence at some point of their life, right? And there was a situation that helped you overcome it. So for example, you could create, 5 secrets to always be confident, or something like that you could have as a lead magnet for your audience. So you can create content on tips and tricks, of overcoming confidence, but then you can also have a little lead magnet where it can be like, hey, if you want to know more, download my free guide. And this is where people opt in and they give you their email address and things like that. That way you are growing your email list as well. So then it's convert. So this is the moment that turns your follower from a lead into a customer. So this is when they download things from you, such as your lead magnet, or they subscribe to your newsletter. And that could be happening on offer pages, nurture campaign, through email marketing, webinars, and lead magnet, and so on. So we're going to reverse engineer and start with convert, subscribe, engage, and aware. So what are some of the essentials that you need to be clear on to make effective and good content? So first and foremost, we need to know what is the industry niche that you're in. And I want you guys to kind of take notes on this and start thinking about it, because this will really help you get started on your content strategy. So first of all, what is your industry niche? And that could be entertainment as a big umbrella. It could be a little more niche, such as modeling or acting, or both. Could be singing. It could be, empowering niche, where you maybe as you are going through your own journey, you are documenting that. Like, I personally love this kind of pages where people are just like documenting their entire journey because it's real, it's valuable. So I encourage you guys to do that as well. You don't have to post it right away, but just document it. Document your insights, document like your lessons that you're learning along the way, and then you can compile and you can post that later. So then, statement of value or your mission. That could be a big one. So just something to think about for me, for example, and it has evolved throughout the years, but the general mission is for me to empower entrepreneurs, women and men. I love men, by the way. I'm happily married. I believe in a beautiful co-creation between men and women, but I'm really passionate about helping women to get their message out and share their gifts and connect with, their target audience there, and so they can serve their mission. So then is your target audience. Who is your ideal avatar that you're looking to get connected with? Get very clear on that. And what I'm actually going to show you guys here is how to use AI to make it very easy for you. And common objections from your target audience. So why knowing your target audience is crucial? So picture this. You're at a massive party or a networking event. But instead of mingling aimlessly and kind of trying to meet everyone, you have the superpower to instantly know and connect the people who truly get you and who will who will move you further along your journey. You strike up the conversations that leave them nodding, laughing, and wanting more, who are absolutely engaged with you the entire time because you're speaking directly to them and to their potential problems, their goals and things like that. So that's really the magic of understanding your target audience on social media. It's like having a secret decoder ring that unlocks the door to effective communication, trust, and relevant content. So then once you have identified exactly who you're trying to reach, it becomes a lot easier to figure out how to start a conversation with them, right? So, and the key is to create content that appeals to your audience while staying true to your own beliefs and values. And as you develop your social media content, focus on why you started it and what problems you're able to solve for your customers. Maybe in this case, you don't have customers, but like I said, you can talk about overcoming confidence or maybe not feeling enough and what has helped you, because I know for sure that was sometimes things that I had to go through. And when I share it, I just see how impactful it is for others. Then, so here's what I wanted to share with you guys, and you guys can do it on your own time, but I encourage you to scan this QR. In fact, let me see if I can just show you what this is. So this is essentially what we talked about, the target audience. And I just wanted to show you the power of knowing just a couple things about it. And what it will do, it will actually create a whole target audience analysis of your audience that then you can use for so many different things. You can use it to create your landing page. You can create it to you can use it to start creating your content for social media, because all we're doing is we are trying to talk to our target audience problems or objections and things like that. So in fact, Janine, if you're here, maybe you can let me know if that's something that maybe we could do live with someone, if we have somebody who's courageous to do it live with them. If everybody knows, if that person knows their idea or topic of their offer, services that they provide, their statement of value of or mission, and 3 common objections that they hear from their target audience.
Yeah.
So
we would love to do that. Okay, so if you want to do that, raise your Zoom hand, because I can't see everyone. Everyone's like, oh, waving their physical hands. All right, so you know what? We got Ryan Clapham here. So we're going to add Ryan Clapham here. All right. Okay, Katya, we have your volunteer. Let's see here.
perfect.
Ask to unmute. Okay, there we go.
Okay, who is my volunteer?
Hey Katya, how are you?
Hi, great to see you again.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since San Diego.
Awesome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Great. All right, so let's do this then.
Okay.
Cool. So, okay, name.
Ryan Clapham.
Right. Okay, perfect. So, what is your idea or topic?
I have a workbook seminar set up for businesses to help integrate transgender people into their working environment.
How do I call it? Transgender policy?
Yeah, transgender policies will work as well.
Businesses. Oh my goodness. Good thing with AI, you can actually misspell things and it'll still understand. This is the best, and they're not gonna grammar correct you. What was this into? Their culture?
Business culture, yeah.
Business culture. Okay, let's see. So you have workbook and seminars.
Yes.
Helps educate businesses on, I would say, integration. Okay. And so if we were to chunk up a little bit, what would that be example of? So maybe diversity inclusion into the companies, or like what is this generalization of?
Generalization is to help make the workplace more diverse and accepting.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Would that work? Actually, I feel like this could be more of a mission. Can you elaborate a bit more on the workbook
Okay,
and seminar?
it's more when they're going through, I mean, it's a whole slideshow presentation. It's the workbooks that they can follow along. There's team building in there, exercises that they can build their team and make everything more relaxed in the work environment, and know that the transgender community still has value to their company.
Okay. Is there, give me another also example of what some of the pillars of that presentation. So you said team building.
Team building, leadership skills, managerial skills type setup, the financial aspect of it, because then they're going to have to retrain somebody if they get rid of that person just because they transitioned. So it does, there's some financial aspects to it as well.
Okay. Awesome. So let me just think about it.
It's an 8,
What is that?
there's 8 courses to the whole program.
8 courses or like 8 modules?
8 modules, 8 courses, yeah.
Great. Okay, so let's just do here. how would I say this? Is that how I say diversity inclusion at
Yeah.
work? Okay, let's do that. Let's try. Okay, and just give me 3 common objections that you would hear from just in general, I guess.
Common objections were, why should we be diverse?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have the time to train our people.
Mm-hmm.
And the government says we don't have to. We're fucking on a couple specific, well, 3 specific governors.
Okay, let's see what happens. So here are the 4 questions that we answered, and let's see what we come up with. So as we're saying, so it's going to be a very robust analysis of your target audience. So it will start with background, interests, goals, challenges, demographics, psychographics. The things that you would probably need hours and hours to write out is basically written. And let's see how accurate it is to you. So the background is the typical customers and target audience is a business organization with its core executives and human resources personnel. They have the decision-making power regarding company culture, policies, employee training, and management strategies. They might have existing diversity and inclusion programs that aren't yielding the desired results, or they could be organizations that have yet to implement D&I initiatives. Their interest in cultivating a vibrant, productive, and inclusive work environment. They value productivity, innovation, and collaboration, which can be amplified by a diverse team. They are also interested in aligning their business's operations with modern societal values, inclusive practices, and strict adherences to equal opportunities employment regulations. So their goals is to cultivate a diverse and inclusionary workplace where every employee is accepted and valued. They aim to improve team dynamics, create a more innovative work environment, and build a brand that appeals to a diverse customer base. They go over their desires, fears. So their desire is to have a harmonious and inclusive workplace where all employees feel valued and work with their full potential. Their fears is of backlash from employees and successful implementation of programs before, and the potential financial constraints involved in facilitating these programs. Right? Then it goes into ideas to overcome. So there's a false beliefs and the ideas to overcome them. So how is it so far? Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, that's like spot on.
Right. So then we can see the, for example, the false belief is idea to overcome it is providing statistic and case studies showing the positive impact of DI initiatives on businesses, simplified and modular programs ensuring easy implementation and low resource usage, clear explanations about the benefits of LGBTQ inclusion to employees' morale, creativity and productivity, assurance about governmental support, and legal encouragement for implementing inclusive practices. So this goes on and on, right? It goes into objections, which is great because all we're doing through our content is we're overcoming their objections and their doubts that, oh, is this for me? Oh, I invested in something similar before, right? So I don't have the time. So this really helps us to overcome those objections. And for example, here, right, one of them is the cost of the program. Your program might be $10,000, right? Or something like that. And it might be too expensive for them, but you can demonstrate the ROI and cost effectiveness in the long run. There might be resistance from the board, assure legal support and societal approval, right? The longevity of the program's effectiveness. This is where you can provide success stories, data-backed research indicating lasting positive effects on businesses, and so on. Then it goes into different types of objections. And there is internal objections. There is what we call vehicle and external. so for example, false
Mhm.
belief is the lack of confidence in their ability to implement. An example to tackle that objection is overextensive training sessions and resources, as well as ongoing mentorship and support. So all of this information, guys, how many of you guys think this is helpful when you're about to get on a sales call with,
Oh, yeah.
right? This is amazing because all you're doing in a sales call is you're overcoming their objections without really sounding too direct, because you already know now what is it that they might be thinking in their head, right? So valuable, because you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours figuring this out. So what it also creates for you here, and Ryan, I think you would find this very beneficial, because you essentially want to create a community and people who find value. And before they go in and engage with you and buy this program with you or hire your team to go ahead and do this for their company, you can actually create a lead magnet, what we chatted about a bit earlier, right? Is like a freebie that they can get instant win from. And here's all the ideas for that. So let's see which one you like. I want to kind of hear your feedback and maybe lead this part as well.
I kind of like number 3.
The ROI of diversity and inclusion, the case study compilation, and it actually even shows you the problem that it solves. It provides solid evidence of the businesses that benefit of DEI programs, prepares them to become a client, and once they're convinced of the ROI, they will want professional help to implement these programs in their company. And this is kind of goes into 3 stages, right? That they're
Mhm.
pretty aware of the problem, and then they know that there is a problem and now they need the solution. And this is where, each company is unique, so they will need customization, which is part of our comprehensive DN offering. So this is even giving you ideas for how to structure your potential programs and stuff like that. But there is, I love quizzes, I think, because
Mhm.
people are just we want to know more about ourselves as humans. So quizzes are a great way for lead magnets. So for example, here is a couple of them. How inclusive is your business operation, right? And it offers a quick assessment to gauge the current state of DI in their organization and shows them what needs to be improved, making them realize the need for professional help. And after one-time assessment is usually not enough, this is when they'll need consistent analysis and guide to track improvement. So this is when they actually hire you, right? So anyways, this is obviously very extensive and it's completely up to you how deep you want to go into it. But I just encourage you guys to do this for your own audience. You can do it as many times as you want. You can refine it and just copy this, because once you go back, you will not save. So just make sure you copy that. Okay, how was that, Ryan? Did you find that valuable?
Yeah, that's awesome. That really does overcome some things. So thank you very much, Katya.
Thank you. Thank you for being the courageous volunteer.
No problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up to Ryan. Amazing. Okay, let's go next. What is that? Okay, this is a Zoom here. Okay. So this is what we talked about, the lead magnet a little bit, right? Is what we just looked at. There was 10 ideas for you to pick for the lead magnet. Then you can actually go and take any one of these ideas and go to the ChatGPT. Who here familiar with ChatGPT, by the way? I should have asked that way before. If you're familiar with it, comment AI in the chat so I can see how many of you guys are familiar with ChatGPT or OpenAI. Love it. We have a few people. Love it. So you guys are on top of your game. Amazing. Amazing. Love it, love it, love it. So yeah, so like I said, you could now pick from one of those ideas for lead magnet and actually have ChatGPT created for you. So you just pick the idea, you go into OpenAI chat and hey, create me a lead magnet for this subject. You can say however long, however short you want it. Great tool for that. So yeah, give them the good stuff. Feel free, of course, to put your own flair in there and make it your own, right? Make it unique. So actually we're probably not gonna go into this part just because of time, but I just pretty much explain how you guys can go ahead and create that lead magnet. You will just get one of the titles, go to ChatGPT and be like, create a lead magnet for me, which is gonna be under, I don't know, 2,000 words or something like that. Then you can actually have AI to also create a post, social media post for you that will go ahead and talk about the importance of downloading your freebie. So you don't really have to sit down anymore in front of a blank computer. Who here has done this before? When you need to create content, you sit down in front of a computer like, okay, where do we even begin? Right? So now with AI, this is so much easier and simpler. And I'm really excited to show you guys the next tool that you should start implementing. And so quickly too, before we go deeper a little bit, and that is there's core content and there is marketing content. So core content is really positions you as a brand, as the go-to. It establishes yourself as a thought leader in your space. And that's what builds trust with your audience and gives them quick wins. Then there is marketing content, which is overcomes objections, what we just talked about, and should be the conversations that your target audience is having in their head, which is designed to increase clicks and conversions from your social media. Then there's content pillars, and this is what I really would love for you guys to think about. What are the 3 things that you would want to be known for? If I was to give you $1 million right now to go and speak from the stage, what would you speak about? Something that I would love for you to guys think about. And if you have ideas, please put it in the chat. I would love to hear, because we are a lot more than just models or actors or entrepreneurs, right? We all have a personality, we all have passions and hobbies. And social media is a great, great, great place to showcase that. You don't have to be all serious. You know, we can post videos of us singing and getting ready. Like, that's what people connect with. So I love making people laugh. That's amazing. People pay a lot of money to laugh. Quantum healing through touch. Love it. Science discovery. Christ consciousness. Amazing. How we lose time pursuing our fitness goal, life challenges, the role character of the film. I love it, right? So those are some of the things that could be one of your content pillars. Obviously, if you guys are here aspiring models and actors, one of them could be that, you know, modeling and acting. But then let's go deeper. Like, what about it? Maybe it's overcoming limiting beliefs, right? Maybe it's overcoming self-worth problems, right? And how you overcome them. Because like we mentioned before, it's you never know how your story can impact somebody. And so the reasons why we need to know our content pillars is people need to hear what it is that we do, the same thing over and over again in new and unique ways, right? It also helps the algorithms, the social media platforms algorithms, to understand who do we want to push this content to. If you're too general, then Instagram just won't know, like, okay, who's this person is trying to target. So speak directly to your customer, to your ideal friend, or whoever, whatever your goal is with building your personal brand is, right? Address to them. Then the third is because it makes you credible and your go-to expert in your industry. So that's why we really need to narrow down the 3 content pillars that you're really passionate about. And if you were to teach this for the rest of your life, what that would be, right? Great. So we will also something to think about is to know what is the desired outcome of your content, right? Like, first and foremost is about adding value. So if you start posting on social media and you just start, oh, buy my course, buy my book, come to my event and things like that. It might not be just enough time for somebody to make that decision unless you have been posting maybe before how to overcome a problem, or you just add value to them on what it is that you do. So an example here is high peak performance, healthy lifespan, mental focus, deep sleep quality, weight loss, and energy. For example, that was one of my clients from health and fitness industry. Brand values. What are your values as a person? Today we're talking about personal brand, and people tend to hide these behind their brand or their business. But what I encourage my clients to do all the time is actually talk about your values as a person, because like we've mentioned before, people connect with people. They want to know who the CEO is. They want to know why they're starting it. So the hero's journey, and this is what you guys are going to learn at VIP Ignite a lot. I love how they're doing this. You're really going to create your own story, create your own hero's journey. Then you can show pieces of it on social media, and that's what will really, really help you connect and engage with your people on social media and start building a community around you, right? You want to have raving fans around you who love you and promote for you and go and talk about you and share your content. So here is my gift to you guys, which is Content Accelerator Custom GPT. And I actually did not include the link here, but let me do this really quickly. I'm going to send it in the chat. How are you guys finding this? Valuable so far? Give me some feedback.
I'm going to speak on behalf of everyone. This is amazing. I can't wait to use that custom GPT, Katya. Oh my gosh.
Love it. Actually, let me give you a different one, I think. Okay. How do I share this? Okay, great. So let me drop the link. Okay, I just dropped the link, and this is called Endless Content Idea Generator. So remember how we talked before about when it comes to creating content, you kind of sit in a blank screen and you don't know where to begin. So this is your new blank screen, except it's going to give you ideas in seconds. So let's find maybe one more courageous volunteer. If anybody wants to do a little content creation
We got a
ideas
winner.
here.
Lalini. Here we go.
Hi, girly.
She's always on the move, this one. She's always in the car, at the gym.
Love it.
Always on the move. Yeah, I know. You said my name right, Denise. Shout out to you.
Woo!
Awesome. So just 3 questions that I'll ask you, and then it'll
Okay.
give us a lot of content ideas, then we can go ahead and implement right away. So what is the
Yes, ma'am.
topic of your social media page?
It is centered around health and wellness for sure.
Okay. Give me more.
Health and wellness, fitness, taking care of your body, mental health, leading by example. Practicing what you preach. Consistency. That's good?
Yeah, let me see if
Okay.
fitness, mental health, advocating for mental health, and leading by example. So let's see. The next question is, who is your audience? And by the way, before we go into it, so remember how we did our target audience analysis a couple minutes ago? So you can actually grab some of the parts of that analysis and put it here because it'll give a lot more details versus just you giving like one sentence. But even then here we can just do our own and it's still gonna be pretty good. So who is your target audience, you would say?
I love this question. I love it so much. Anyone who's literally looking for that change, couples, partners, looking to grow in connection with their relationships, making a change in their body to exhibit that opportunity in their life. I'm a very big believer that it starts in the body. So those who are really, really ready to get rid of the ailments that are causing certain things that have manifested as dis-ease in the body. Those are the people that I would really love to work with.
Of their so it's the people who are ready to let go of their, how would you
Let
call it?
go of their limiting beliefs. Everything around this call has been about beliefs, and it seeds so much into the body. And my goal is to bring that out of them so they see who they are. So yes, those who are truly ready.
And help them become the best version of themselves. How is that?
The best version of themselves now. Yes, I love it.
Okay, let's add that. And then really that would be the desired outcome, is to probably actually become the best version of themselves. But what else? What would
They
be their
take action
desired?
now. They take action now. They see the clarity of who they are. I'm just a soundboard. That's it. And when they map it all out and they see that this came from them, that's the biggest thing for me. So being able to see what they put on paper, being able to see their opportunities and take action without looking at it as a limiting belief, or I can't do this or I can't do that. Actually, your action is now.
Mm-hmm.
And that in turn, also, with the beautiful consequence, their body starts to feel better. They start to heal.
The ultimate outcome is to heal their body and soul. Yeah.
See, yes, I like
Okay.
it.
All right. Let's see what is we're about to find out. Who is excited? I am.
I am. I am.
Okay, great. So get ready. There's going to be a lot of content ideas that you can implement in so many different ways. So there's multiple buckets that is going to give you. So it's going to be actionable, it's going to be analytical, anthropological, and something else that I forget. But basically, look, for example, for actionable, right? It's 5 daily habits that lead to a healthier mind and body. The essential toolkit for your mental and physical health journey. Hacks, 7 fitness hacks for busy couples looking to stay healthy together. Oh, I need that one. Like, what are those?
Yes.
Navigating the mental health, top advice from experts for your journey. Must have resources for breaking free from limiting beliefs. So this is just a couple of them, right? Then there's analytical trends, numbers, reasons, examples. The surprising statistics behind mental health and fitness. 5 reasons why your limiting beliefs are holding you back, right? All of those great ideas. And you know what the best part about it? You can actually have AI write it for you. So you don't even have to come up with the 5 reasons why, because AI will do it, right? Then it's aspirationals. Yes, you can. Lessons, key lessons learned from transforming lives through wellness. So this is where you could probably talk about your clients' journeys, their experiences, their wins, right? Then there's mistakes. Common mistakes when pursuing a healthier lifestyle and how to avoid them. You know, I'm sure you guys are familiar, and we as humans tend to run away more from pain than towards pleasure. So when it comes to marketing and special social media marketing, actually mistakes type content makes it really engaging because people really want to know what to do to avoid pain. So reflections on healing, how wellness transforms us inside and out, stories on growth, inspirational growth stories, how others become their best selves. Then there's anthropological, which is fears, failures, struggles, right? Confronting the fears that stop us from being our best selves. Learning from failures, how they shape our path to wellness. The real struggles behind changing your life and how to overcome them, right? So let's say, is there any particular that you like that we can actually go ahead and show how ChatGPT can create a post about that?
Girl, let's go with the relationship one because I'm literally heading into an event right now about that. I have to go and host it. So let's do that one.
Is it the one that I said, the couple?
Yes, yes. I like
Okay.
that.
So let's see, the 7 fitness hacks for busy couples looking to stay healthy together. This one, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
These are great. So by the way, guys, I know this might be funny to a lot of people, but always say thank you to ChatGPT and AI because, you know, when the times are there and they're gonna knock on your door, they'll be like, "Ooh, you're a nice one." So let's definitely be nice and say thank you. And so here we can say, "These are great. Please craft a compelling caption for these posts." And then you just copy paste the one that you like the most. You can also add compelling and educative captions for the post. You can also do a note. You can be a little humorous. Let's see.
I like that.
Let's face it, between Netflix marathons and arguing over who forgot to buy milk again, finding time for fitness can feel like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. But fear not, lovebirds. We've cracked the code with 7 fitness hacks to busy couples looking to stay healthy together. No more excuses about not having enough time, and definitely no more blaming the empty milk carton for missing a workout. These hacks are designed to fit into your chaotic, beautiful, and sometimes milkless life. It's funny. They're really going down deep for the milk one. From living room lounges during your favorite shows, commercials breaks, to tandem toothbrush squats, we're making fitness fun, quick, and couple friendly. So grab your partner and maybe a carton of milk on your way home, and let's turn those couples goals into couple swoles. That is hilarious. What I did notice though, it did not give us actual 7 fitness hacks. So sometimes you have to be a bit more direct and say, please actually outline these 7 hacks. Sure, let's get creative and practical with these 7 fitness hacks for busy couples. 1, living room lunges during commercial breaks. This is actually hilarious because we do that sometimes with my husband. When we watch something, then we go and I'll do squats, he'll do push-ups. Tandem toothbrush squats. Who knew oral hygiene could double as a fitness routine? While brushing your teeth together, perform squats. Aim for the duration of your brushing session. That's at least 2 minutes of continuous squatting. Rinse and repeat daily. Cooking countdown challenges. Waiting for that pot to boil or the oven to preheat. Use that time for mini fitness challenges. See who can do the most push-ups, sit-ups, or wall sits before the timer goes off. Winner chooses the next meal. I love it. Isn't that fun?
Yes, I love that. That's very
walk and talk.
interactive.
Uh-huh.
I
Go
love
ahead.
it.
Yeah, love it. Partner yoga poses. Yoga doesn't always require quiet solitude. Try partner yoga poses that encourage balance, strength, and a bit of laughter. It's about supporting each other, both metaphorically and literally. Dance off while doing dishes. Turn chore into a groove session. Blast your favorite tunes and have a dance off while washing and drying the dishes. It's a fun way to get moving and make household tasks less tedious. Fitness jar challenges. Write different exercises, for example, 10 burpees, 15 jumping jacks on slip of paper and place them into a jar. Each day, draw a slip or a few and complete the challenge together. It keeps your workout spontaneous and exciting. These hacks are designed to seamlessly integrate into your daily routine, making fitness feel less like a chore and make it more fun, bonding activity for you and your partner. How is that?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm so excited. It's so cool.
Amazing. Awesome. So yeah, so this is, I just sent you guys the link. Let me know if you've got it. I will make sure I will share it with Deneen as well. This is actually something that I haven't given away. But because I love this group and I love Mike and Dina dearly, I would love for you guys to use this and just to get started on your content creation journey. It doesn't have to be so stressful and complicated, right? Like you just saw, it takes probably 10 minutes to do all that. What we did today is, what you have to know is the questions, such as your social media page, topic, your audience, and desired outcome. And there you go. There's literally endless ideas that you could refine. You can add your own things in there. And then when you actually like those ideas, you can go ahead and make it create a post for you. You can make a whole, guide out of this. It doesn't have to be just social media posts. You can write blogs with this and so on. So there's just so many different applications.
The
So yeah,
possibilities
this
are
is,
endless.
say it.
I said the possibilities are endless. That was amazing.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you guys benefited from this. I hope you benefited from this. And yeah, this is pretty much it from me. Let's definitely stay in touch, you guys. Follow me on Instagram, and I am looking forward to seeing your content game. And yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions and if there's anything else that I can go over.
Well, I think that was perfect, Katya. We actually have an agent waiting in the wings, so she was learning a lot too. Thank you so much for sharing that today. On a scale of 1 to 10, you guys, how much did you learn on social media? Like how many of you, like, here's the thing. Y'all know I'm going to be watching your social media, and I expect to see you guys putting this to work, okay? Because you know what? You're going to hear from Tanya Kleckner in just a moment. And when she is going through social media, she heard this. So now y'all are going to be held accountable. Type accountable in the comments. Type accountable in the comments, because you are going to be held accountable now. Awesome.
Yes.
Well, Katya, that was amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing with us. And I can't wait to talk to you soon.
Yay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Awesome. Oh my God. Okay, so now again, I'm telling y'all, I'm going to be watching, and I want to see all of your social media up level. And I expect you to hold me accountable as well. Okay, so it's a two-way street. Awesome. All right, so do you guys feel empowered? Okay, let's talk about where we've been, and then let's bring on our next guest. So you've had the opportunity to learn about the hero's journey. How many of you know that you're going to be able to apply what you learned with the hero's journey into your brand and social media content? You learned about finances. You learned like how to be financially secure, because if someone like Tanya, for example, books one of you for like 3 months, you're not going to get paid immediately. So now you know how to set up that financial security. But now, how many of you want to know exactly what agents are looking for? I know that you all want to get signed by an agent, but you know what the most important thing is? Are you the person that Tanya wants to sign? Ooh. We're flipping the script a little bit here, aren't we? All right. So let me do this. Are you guys ready for our next guest? I know that, again, I know this, yesterday we laid the foundation. Today we're building. Do you feel the building blocks like build lasagna effect, right? Ashley's like, I've been ready, Deneen. Let's do this. Okay. So let me introduce our next guest, and we are going to get started. All right. So our next guest is Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hand-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix, and All American, and The Walking Dead, alongside many recurring roles on the morning show. This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on. Every time I introduce her, she's like, Tanine, you forgot this. It's hard to keep up with Tanya Kleckner. Are you guys ready to hear from the one, the only, Miss Tanya Kleckner? Y'all better bring the energy. I want to see the energy. Are you guys ready? All right, here we go. Hi, Alicia.
Hello. I want to make sure, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm not used to wearing headphones because I'm in a hotel lobby.
Whoa.
She's
Okay,
always
you-
on the
Where
move,
is she?
Tanya.
Hi.
There she is.
I'm on the road.
Are you coming to Florida? I'm so excited. I'll get the room ready for you.
Amazing. Oh God, I can hear me echoing around the lobby. How are
It's
you? Nice
okay.
to see you.
Where are you? Can you say where you are?
I'm actually, if I turn my camera around, you can see the Hollywood sign.
Wait, let's see. Did you blur the background?
I think I did, yeah. If I
Okay.
move, I might lose you.
Yeah,
so
don't
I'm
move.
scared.
Don't move.
I'm technically challenged. So this
Yes,
is the
I
big
know.
thing
Me
for me
too.
to have Bluetooth headphones on.
Me too. Mike and Deneen, they sent me these big lights. I don't know
It's-
what the hell to do with them.
The Hollywood sign's right there, just out this big window. So anyway, yeah, I'm just at work
Well-
right now. So because I wanted to see you guys, so I come here and I wanted to say hi to everybody and chat and see what I can do for you all. Because I love seeing
Okay.
you guys, Mike.
Well,
Deneen.
I loved seeing you, and we loved seeing you last week or 2 weeks ago in person,
Yeah, that was fun.
where we could hug it out and drink lots of coffee together.
Because you are the coffee queen. You
I
make the best
I am.
coffee.
I am, but I wanted to make sure I had enough caffeine in my system for you to go into the hot seat. Are you ready to go into the hot seat? You know how much I love.
I am so ready.
All right, guys. So we're gonna put Tanya Kleckner on the hot seat because every single day people come up to me via email or in person and they're like, "Hey, I want to get an agent." I'm like, "That's awesome, but does an agent want you?" So how many of you are ready to put Tanya Kleckner in the hot seat? So I'm gonna pick her brain, and none of this is scripted. Like she doesn't even know what I'm gonna ask because
No,
well,
I'm afraid.
even I don't know what I'm gonna ask. Okay. So you are not at home right now. You're in a hotel lobby in Hollywood. Are you there on assignment? What are you there for?
It sounds dodgy when you say it like that. No,
Well-
it's a work thing. It's for work.
It's a
yeah.
work thing. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a work thing. So let me ask you a question. For anybody watching this Zoom call right now, do they physically need to live in Los Angeles in order to get an agent?
No, you can. I've actually got clients around the world. I've got a couple of clients in Australia, and I've got a few clients in England, but they are legal to work in the US. But you can live anywhere in the US as long as you can get to Los Angeles or New York, because I am state licensed in Los Angeles, state of California, and I'm state licensed in New York, where I put people on shows in LA and New York. So basically, I submit actors on shows that are shot out of LA and shows that are shot out of New York. So if you're living in Mississippi or living in Houston, Texas, or anywhere like that, if you book one of those shows, you need to be able to get on a flight pretty fast. I'm not saying the same day, but within the next couple of days to be able to fly to get yourself to New York or get yourself to LA, wherever it's being shot, to be able to shoot that show. So
Okay.
it's an investment into your career, but that's something obviously we can get into. So you could be anywhere, because a lot of the auditions now for the shows are self-tapes. Actually, since the strike happened, after the strike happened and we ended that in December, some of you can actually go in the room to audition for the casting directors, but it's not a necessity. So some of my clients still do live outside of California, so I do have them self-tape, and then the callbacks are generally via Zoom, a live Zoom, and then if you book the job, you need to make sure that you're here to be able to shoot that job.
Okay, so I'm just going to reiterate. So for anybody on here that thinks location matters, well, it is great to be in New York or LA, but don't just move to New York or LA because you like the way your hair looks on the West Coast. That's my reason for wanting to move back to LA. But if you're serious about getting into show business, you can literally live anywhere. But financially, if given an opportunity for an in-person audition, you must be able to cover your own expenses. How many of you guys
Yes.
understand that? An agent will never pay for you to travel, nor will any of the, casting directors pay for you to travel if you don't live in LA. If you understand that, type the word investment.
Yeah.
Because I really want to, I want to hone in on something very important, Tanya. A lot of times when people are just starting out, they think, oh, well, I want to be an actor. I'm going to go get an agent. And then that agent is supposed to cover all of your expenses for you. Do you cover any expenses for any talent?
No, we never cover any expenses for any talent. We want our job to be as easy as possible with the talent. Like I have a client that lives in Atlanta and he's a major recur on a show called The Rookie. And I literally, the offer for that episode will come in on a Friday night and he has to shoot Monday. I'll come in for a Monday wardrobe and I'll call him. He's like, done, boom, I've booked my flight. I'll fly in on Sunday. And he makes my job easy. I need my clients to make my job as easy as possible. I do not want a headache from my clients.
No drama.
I can't fly in on that day. I don't have the money to be able to fly in, because the bottom line is I'm a saleswoman. I'm selling actors to the networks and studios. If then you book that show after all the hard work that we have done, not just you, but me as well, and then at the last minute, you can't do that job, you've also lost me money. You've lost my 10% commission where I could have tried to put somebody else in that job. So you've lost me money because I'm working for free until you book a job. And by then I'm only making 10% and you're making 90%. So, and I don't want the headache of you telling me that you can't afford to fly in at the very last minute. I then have to help you try and find flights and all that kind of stuff. You need to make my job easy as possible. You have to invest in your classes. You have to give me great headshots. You have to do great self-tapes. And then if you have to fly into LA at the last minute or you have to fly into New York at the last minute, you have to get your own flights. All of that is on you. I'm the one that gets you the audition. I send you the self-tapes. You have to give me a great self-tape back. I'm going to give that to the casting director. And hopefully when the booking comes in, I'm going to negotiate your contract. Done. And then we move on to the next job.
Move on to the next. All right. So I'm going to, just for anybody on here that's brand new. So an agent.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Let me translate what you just said. I speak Tanya. Okay. So an agent submits out qualified candidates based on what the casting director is looking for. So just because you have an agent, I really want to reiterate, there is no such thing as guaranteed employment. Tanya is not the booker, the casting director. So when she says she's the salesperson, she literally will go, and I'll use an example, she will submit over all qualified applicants to the casting director. That's the agent's job. The agent doesn't technically book you. The casting director books you through the agent. Does that make sense? So Tanya has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to get picked. She can only submit qualified candidates, but it's up to you to get the job, which means you better be able to kick ass, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
When you're submitting, these are things that you send over to the casting director. One, an actor's headshot. That is the talent's responsibility to provide that to you. You don't sign somebody and go, well, let's get you headshots. A talent must be able to get their headshots on their own in order for you to submit them to a casting. A talent also must currently be in class, correct?
Yes, always in class.
Always
even my
in
series
class.
regulars are in class. Yes.
Okay, so
I don't want to hear otherwise.
If you took classes like in high school or college, that's awesome, but that doesn't mean today.
Count.
And we don't want to see high school, correct?
No, I don't want to see high school classes, and I do not want to see extra work. I don't want you telling me, well, I've done all these extra work, I've done all these extra jobs. Extra jobs do not count as acting classes. It does not count to be on your resume. It's scenery. I think it's great because you can kind of go on set and you can see how the logistics of the set works. I think that's great, and it also helps pay your bills. Right. I do not want to see that on your acting resume because that to any agent
because it's not acting.
Doesn't count. What counts is real training on a weekly basis, scene study, cold reading, improv, all of that kind of stuff is what you need to have on your resume, legitimate training on your resume. And that is what studios and networks are going to be looking at, because they're not going to hire anybody who has no training. Why would they hire anybody that has no training? You'd be a liability to the network and studio. You have no idea what you're doing when you get on set. They're not there to babysit you. This is money. This is costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. And then they hire you and you have no idea what you're doing when they hire you. It's going to cost them
Right.
a lot of money to have to then go through a casting process again, to have to rehire you, fire you, and then have to go and find somebody else to do the job. Find that, maybe you have to use that same location another day because they couldn't use you. It's going to cost them a lot of money. So you have to make sure when they hire you that you know exactly what you're doing, you know how to hit your mark. If they give you redirects, notes for that character, that you know exactly what you're doing. People seem to think that they can wake up and they can go, oh, I can do what they're doing on TV. It's not that easy. And that's what happens. You need to have that training, because when you do a self-tape, and we can always get into that, and I know Ali will want to, but when you do a self-tape, it's like, you know what, ladies, we all do this when we do the selfie. We post maybe the 20th selfie that we've taken, right? And we post that online. We always post the best selfie. It's the same when actors do their self-tape. We're gonna send. My actors are gonna send me the best self-tape they've done. They've probably done 20 takes before they send me that self-tape, right? Then I'm going to send that to the casting director. Even I go through all their takes and I send them the best take to the casting director. And then what's going to happen is the callback is going to be a live Zoom. And it's going to be a live Zoom with the casting director, the producers, possibly the showrunner, and then possibly the director. And they're all going to be on the live Zoom with them. They're going to reread, they're going to have a reader with them on the live Zoom. They're going to read with the actor. And then what's going to happen is they're going to start giving them redirects, start playing with them, start messing around with them on that live Zoom. And that's where their training comes in, because they're going to see how quick they're going to work with them on that live Zoom, how well they take those notes. And then if you're not a good actor, if you haven't had that training, if you don't know how quick to move with these director or producers or anything like that, you're going to lose the job. You're not going to get.
Well, actually, they would never have you as an agent. They would never have you as an agent.
No,
You would never
of course
find
not.
somebody like that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. So this is what they do. So every time I have an actor that does a callback, I always say, "Do they give you any notes?" And sometimes they're like, "No," and I'm thinking that, well, that's because your first read wasn't great.
Right.
Because they thought, he's not right for the role. We don't like him for this. But if I say, yeah, they were messing with me. They gave me 3 different notes. They did this. I was on there for ages. They were asking me loads of questions. They had me do it this way, this way. I'm like, that's a really good thing. That means they liked you. They were working with you. They were kind of messing with you, playing with you on the Zoom. So because they want to see how good your acting muscle is and how much you can do, because that's what happens on set. So they want to make sure that you're not going to fall under pressure, that you're really good at what you do, at your craft, and that you're going to be a hireable actor. So that's why it's really important that you have this training. It's not that easy. And there's no such thing as an overnight success. Every time that you see these actors that are suddenly, on this big show, and you're suddenly like, oh, wow, look, they look at these. They're so lucky they're on this big show. They had so many no's before they got that big show. They auditioned hundreds of times before they got that big break. They probably did a few little co-star roles, smaller roles on TV shows. They had tons of callbacks before they got that show. They've done tons of training as well before they got hired as a series regular. So that's why it's very important. It's not that easy. It's an investment, and it's an investment in a lot of time and a lot of hard work. But the rewards can be great.
So for anybody just starting, and I want to say this out of love, you cannot book major motion pictures or television shows, not the speaking roles, not the coveted roles, on a website. I'm going to say that again. You can't book those jobs. So like when you go on social media, how many of you have ever seen like casting, Stranger Things, Marvel, Disney, right? That's called clickbait. That's not real. It's here's a fishing rod, here's a worm. Let's see how many gullible people bite. Okay. Those castings are not legit. You need an agent. An agent gets breakdown. So can you talk a little bit about breakdowns?
Yeah, so we're state licensed and SAG franchise, so we get the breakdowns through Actors Access, and we get all the shows like Stranger Things and Wednesday and NCIS and CSI, and I'm doing actually a big movie for Disney right now that I'm actually negotiating. I can't tell you what it is, but it's very exciting.
You can tell me offline.
Yeah. So we get those, and so if it's Wednesday, it's season 2. So it'll say 201, which is season 2, episode 1. So I'd like, if it's All American, season 6. So season 6, episode 10. So it'll say 610. So now we know they're casting season 6.
Season 6, episode 10.
Yep. See how they write that out. So, and then we see who's casting, which is generally the same casting director each season. and then who's producing it, same producers, and then we see who's directing that episode. And then if you all watch kind of like these standard 1 hour procedurals or the half-hour shows, there's kind of like a different kind of storyline, or there's different characters in each episode that kind of tend to pop up. So for each episode, they generally hire a guest star, which is kind of the bigger role for each episode, that's below the series regular roles. And then they'll say, we want, I don't know, Asian lady 18 to 25, Caucasian boy 16 to 18, and then I'll submit accordingly to what character they're looking for, ethnicity they're looking for, and then I'll submit whoever they need. I'll submit their headshot resume and their reel to the casting director. If they don't have a reel, that's fine. Generally, if they've got a great self-tape that they've done before, I'll submit that self-tape. And then I'll send that to the casting director, and then hopefully we get auditions for them. If we don't get an audition, I'll then send a pitch separately to the casting. I'll email the casting director, I'll kind of message the casting director saying, hey, I've got this great boy Jake who's perfect for your role of Glenn in All American. Can you please see him? And if they like him and they look at him, they're like, let's throw him in. We trust you, because I have relationships. So I'll say, we trust you. Let's see him. So that's kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis. I'm selling actors. I'm making the casting director see these actors. And because I've been around for a long time, and casting directors trust me to give them good people, good product, basically, I'll get as many auditions as I can, because it's a numbers game. The more auditions I get, the more chances I have of booking, the more money I make.
Like scratch off lottery tickets each time. Yeah.
We have bills to pay. So yeah.
And you only get paid commission. There's a whole saying that if somebody really wants you, you should never pay for anything. Well, here's the thing. That is true and it's false. And here's why. It's true. You don't ever pay an agent to represent you. But as a talent, if you want Tanya or any top agent to submit you out to these big castings, she only gets compensated when you book the job. So the investment on your part as an actor, you have to come to the table with all of the ingredients: training, headshot, reel, know how to do, a proper slate. She doesn't do any of that for you. So I really want to say this for anybody here that's trying to get into show business. An agent's job is to submit you out for castings, but it's your job to book it, to make you money and also the agent money. But you never pay an agent to represent you. And I think that sometimes when people hear that, they're like, oh, well, I don't want to pay any money. It's just going to cost money. And I'm like, what part of that did you not hear? You don't pay an agent to represent you, but you, the talent, has to pay for their own headshots, their own training, and all of your marketing materials and everything else you need in order for the agent to submit you. If that makes sense, type formula. Because I'm going to keep asking you to type things, because there's so often that people, oh, well, I want to star in a movie. And I had somebody just like a couple of minutes ago ask me, how quickly can I book work? Right? I'm like, you're sweet. That's such a cute question. How quickly would you like to book work?
It'd be great.
What are we working with?
Every week. I'd be rich. I wish it was that easy. It depends. First of all, we don't know what kind of, if you're perfect for each role that comes out every day. I don't know what roles are coming out every day. Do I know if you're going to be marketable right now? Yeah, I know that, because I know what the buyers are looking for. I know what the studios and networks are looking for right now. Do you fit into my roster? Every agent has a different kind of roster. Do you fit into their roster? You want to make sure that every agent or manager is passionate about you. You don't want to force a manager or agent to represent you, because you want them to be passionate about you, because you want to make sure that they're selling you first and foremost, right? You don't want a bench warmer. Yeah, and also, you want to make sure that your tapes are great. Now, listen, I've got people that have done series, and it's taken them 4 or 5 years before they get a series regular. And also, I always tell my actors, do you want to do this because you want to be a star? Why? Because you want to be famous? Why?
I asked this yesterday. What is your why? Because I think it's important. An agent's going to ask, why are you here?
Fame can last for 15 minutes. Fame can last for 1 year, and then you lose it very quickly. What you want to do is you want to be a working actor. You want to be a working actor because you want to make a career out of something that you enjoy, out of something that you love. And you want to do films that you love. You want to do TV shows that you love. You know what? The parties are great for a small amount of time. Yeah, it's fun. You get to have nice clothes and things like that. But the ultimate goal is to be a working actor. and to make decent money and to have a nice life, right? But the paying, not that great. I mean, it can be fun, but you've got to work at that too. And I've seen it happen to a lot of people, and they just want to work on good jobs and be surrounded by good people. I think that's ultimately what we want with the people that I work with, is just to be working on great product and great movies, great scripts, things like that. You see these actors that pop up in the same TV shows, the same films and things like that, but they're very quiet about their private life. And those are the great actors to work with as well. And the networks and studios love working with those types of actors too. So, and 3% of SAG are kind of are really well-known actors too.
Yeah, that's true. Hollywood has a no asshole policy, true or false. They don't want any drama. I get 40-year-olds, Tanya. Well, I need to ask my wife if I'm allowed to do this. What? I'm sorry. At the age of 18, you could take a bullet for your country. What do you mean at 40, at 50? I need to ask my dad. What? That doesn't even make any sense to me. And that's why, like, we have to pre-screen, why we do free calls. If you guys understand this, we do free Zoom calls to educate and inspire, yes, but also to pre-screen, because you're never going to get in front of an agent of this type of level unless you're ready to do that. Does that make sense for everybody? It is definitely a formula.
It's a lot of hard work, and you have to remember too, like, I had a casting director who I know that he does a very big show, a very well-known show that we all know. I'm not going to say what it is, but he had 20 roles for one episode. There was a lot of guest stars, a lot of co-stars. It was a big storyline, and he's like, he goes, I had 40,000 submissions for one episode. And this
I'm sorry, 40,000 for one
40,000
role,
for one episode, and these are from agents, legit agents and managers. Now, even one guest star on a big 1-hour procedural show, one guest star role from agents and managers gets about 5,000 submissions for one guest star role. So that's,
I want everybody to type that 5,000 submissions for one role.
So when I get these auditions for my clients, that is, and I do get the auditions because I've been around a long time, and I've got my relationships, and I'm known for having good actors. So, and we all know each other. Hollywood's a pretty small community. People think we chat, we know each other. But when you do get an audition, so when I have talent that suddenly book a role and then they can't fly here, I'm like, what, are you kidding? What? At all those submissions, and now you can't do it? Like, that was my, mortgage. That was to pay my bills, so it's very important, and we want it to be easy, because we move very, very fast, and we're booking as many as we can. One guest star role on like NCIS is $10,100. So that's $1,000 for me in commission. If I want to book a few of those a week, right? So it's very important that we keep these bookings coming in one after the other.
And again, it's your reputation on the line. You're not going to submit somebody that can't book it or embarrass you. I mean, it's not about making the talent money. No. It's about having them on your roster, because that's your brand.
My reputation. It's my reputation. Yeah, always. I mean, I have to come first, and I want to make sure that the people I like, because I've been an agent for over 30 years. I grew up in the bigger corporate agency world, and then about 13 years ago I went into the boutique world, and I'm in a boutique agency that I absolutely love, and I love the owner, and we get along very well, and we've got to a point where we just pick and choose who we work with, and we want to work with people who we actually really enjoy working with, that make our lives easy. We just haven't, and we have a zero arsehole policy, and we want to have it that, where we're all working as a team, all the talent, us. We're just all working as a big family, where we're all happy, and we're just moving, we're booking jobs left and right. We don't want those people that just drain the blood from our system, where it takes all our energy, so we don't have any energy for the rest of our talent. It's important.
Yeah. Now, where do you find talent? Like, are you doing open calls? Do you have people showing up to your office in LA?
Oh no, don't be silly. You saw our old office where you had to get the security. There's no way you could even get in. No, I get talent from referrals, from casting directors, from managers, and I found people at showcases as well. Yeah, I found somebody at Showcase that I booked on a very big HBO series.
Cool.
I found people that I booked. Yeah, if I really believe in someone at a showcase and they're talented and they work really hard, I'm going to work really hard when I find someone. I get, you know me, I get very passionate about people, and if I feel I can make money from you, I have like a psychic ability, not in that respect, but over the years, you kind of all agents get that psychic. When we see the invisible dollar sign, they're like, "Ooh, we can make money from you. You're so talented. You're passionate. We feel the passion in you. We feel like you're in this for the long haul, and we get excited about that. So we work our butt off to get you seen and hopefully start making some money. And we
Right.
make sure that
Then that will make you some money.
And we're all, I don't want people. I don't want to see that people, clients' names on my cell phone calling me, and then I look at. We've all had those people in our lives where we look at the phone, we're like, oh, we feel sick when they're calling our cell phone. I don't want those people in my life. So
Yeah,
someone said they can hardly hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's a little bit spotty. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear her. It's a little bit spotty. Okay.
Let me turn it up. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah. Just don't move. Just stay right there.
Everyone's got. I've got thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
moving. I'm not
Don't
moving.
move. Everybody, nobody move. Okay.
Got thumbs
So-
up. We're okay.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Do you think this business post-pandemic, do you think getting into show business for you, like acting, is easier or harder now that one role is open up to the entire world? Do you think it got easier or harder?
I think it's, well, I wouldn't say anything's easier because there's a lot more competition. Can
Right.
you get an audition easier? Yes, because they're seeing more people on tape. Because before the pandemic, you would go in the room. So it was harder. You know, we'd have to literally push and push and push. And by the time we'd say, okay, can you see so-and-so? Can you see Jamie for your TED role? They'd say, I'm sorry, but the session's full, you know, in the room. But if someone cancels, we'll see him for the role. Whereas now, we now just have to say, hey, can Ted self-tape? And they're like, fine, we'll send you an eco card, we'll send you this, and you can upload the tape, we'll watch his tape. So it's much easier to be seen with a self-tape. But unfortunately now, because more people are self-taping, the competition is more fierce. So you need to make sure that your self-tape is amazing, you know. So, and now, you know, since the strike, there is less content right now, fewer pilots, whereas, you know, at this time of year, we would have about 50 to 60 pilots more, where we don't have that right now. So the business is kind of really much more quiet than it normally would be, whereas right now we have pilots that are actually going straight to series, which is a good thing, but there's more people trying to book those shows that are going straight to series. So, you know, the competition is really fierce. But listen, I always say, look, if you're talented and you're dedicated and you're passionate and you really want to do this, you've got, and if you're right for the role, you've got just as much chance as everybody else.
Right.
You know, if you really want to stand out and do it, then why not?
Right.
It's just a lot of hard work, but if you want to do it, go for it.
Yeah, but with not living in New York or LA, getting a chance to audition via Zoom or self-tape, that's awesome. But then you're 100% relying on that person who doesn't live locally to be able to get on a plane and get there. Because I really want you guys to understand that when you're serious about getting into this industry, you don't physically need to live in those locations. But if you're going to live anywhere throughout the country and your agent is submitting on your behalf, they wouldn't have signed you if there was any type of drama or obstacles holding you back from success, right? Does that make sense? So friends, family, your job, lack of income, lack of savings. We had somebody talking about financial, investing and things like that. I had somebody in the comments going, why is this important? Because I'm an actor or model. I don't understand. Do you know how valuable that was to learn? Because I find that so often people don't even have credit cards or savings to be able to live out their dreams. And there's nothing you can do to help them. Even if you thought they were the most talented, an agent will never outlay expenses for you.
No. And I also, on the back of that, I've had people that want to act and I've seen them really talented, or I've met them and they're like, oh, no, I really want to kind of dabble in acting. I'm like, what? No.
That's one foot in, one foot out. Yeah.
Why would I give you 150% of my time for free and you're thinking
No.
about dabbling in acting? No. Well, maybe I'll just dabble in being an agent, being your agent and see if it works or not. No, I haven't got time for that. Like,
Yeah.
you're in it or you're not. That to me shows no passion, no dedication, no, investment, because I'm investing all my time for nothing, and you might not book anything. You might
Right.
decide after 1 year, after all my time, you don't want to do it anymore. And it's like, okay, then I'm so sorry it didn't work out, and I've not made a dime. Or we might not start making money for 2 years, and then our investment pays off, right? So I need to make sure that everybody I sign is in this for the long haul.
So they
Right?
have to
Makes
have
sense.
all
You
of
get a
their
job.
marketing materials ready before you even sign them.
Ready to go and have a job that is flexible. I understand everybody's got to pay bills. I get that. That's why I need my job, my access to book. But make sure that you have a job that is flexible. That if you can leave with 48 hours notice, you can get on a plane, get to LA, and you're good to go. That's what's important.
Yeah.
Because it has to be your priority. It has to be.
Is there such a thing as shitty headshots for you? Like if somebody said, "Oh, I have a friend who did headshots," will you take any headshot?
No, absolutely. Shouting, everyone's looking at me then.
It's okay. Tell them who you are.
No, I will not take shitty headshots because, especially when you're brand new, that's like my biggest tool. That's my biggest marketing tool.
The headshot gets you in the door. Yeah.
Yes. And it's amazing because I even had somebody that had a really bad headshot and I just couldn't get him seen. I was pitching into the casting directors, and I told him, I'm like, your headshots are shit. Like, we need to figure this out. And so I am doing new ones. And now all of a sudden it's boom, 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 boom. He's getting in all the time because he's got.
But he had to go buy those new headshots. Yeah.
Yes, and because he's a cute guy. Like, his headshots were so flat, boring, just were. And I kept trying to say to the casting directors, like, he's so much more personable. He's got great personality. This is just like an old headshot. And they're like, yeah, but we're seeing other guys that are much cuter and better. And I'm like, trust me. And they're like, we've got other guys. And I'm like, oh, but I couldn't sell him. So finally, we got these other headshots, and now he's going out consistently. It's an amazing tool because you have to remember 5,000 people a roll. You need to make sure they're standing out. And it's not just me pitching. There's a lot of other agents and managers pitching to the casting director. They're going through them quickly. They want to see something that's going to grab them immediately, especially if you haven't got a resume and the casting directors don't know you. You want a headshot that sells you. It has to still look like you, but it has to be a slightly better version of you, right? But it still has to be a natural. LA obviously, we always think that everyone's getting all the work done, but LA's still a very natural town. Like, you guys take great headshots. So we want to make sure that it's a natural version of you, a slightly better version of you, but it still has to be natural, like you guys do with the natural light background and all that kind of stuff. Ladies, we don't want too much makeup. We don't want it all glammed up. That's the headshot. Commercials are a little different, more lifestyle kind of thing, but for the headshot, we just want, natural. And even if you're 16, there's young people on here. If you're 16, 17, I know, ladies, you want to wear that makeup and the heels and things like that. We need you looking 16. We need you looking young because we want you playing high school. We don't want you, trying to age yourself up.
Yeah, no, Lolitas. Okay. So when you get a casting, let's say for Stranger Things, you represent one of the showrunners on that show.
No, I had one of the recurs on last season.
Oh, reoccurs. Okay. So when you get a casting on that type of level, does the talent know that they're being submitted out for a top TV show, or do you keep it to yourself, or do you not know?
Well, I know what they're being submitted on, right? And then when they get the audition, they know what it is. Yes.
Okay, so then they find out, but you submit, but you don't tell them that you're submitting every time you submit something, correct?
I wouldn't know because I wouldn't have time to sleep.
Okay.
No, so I'm just busy. Actors don't see what goes on behind the scenes with agents, so we're just submitting all day, pitching all day long, and then we finally, when we do get the audition, we send it out to the actors of which audition and what they're auditioning for. Sometimes if it's a Marvel project or a DC project, things like that, we have to sign NDAs, which is called a non-disclosure agreement, where they're not allowed to give out the material to anybody. I'm not allowed to talk about the project, things like that. So there are certain projects, even with Stranger Things, like Wednesday, things like that, we're not allowed to discuss the material, discuss the role. You know, there's certain projects that.
And
need
that's
to
why
stay
they would never
professional.
post those castings on an internet site. Just saying. You would never find those on a website. So what do you
Yeah.
actually submit when you're submitting over for a casting? What do you actually submit?
Well, it's, so I'll send when I get casting from the casting director, it will generally tell me exactly what they need to do. So it'll normally be a slate, so they'll tell us if they want the slate at the beginning or at the end of their self-tape. If they want 2 takes of one scene, or, you know, 1 take of one scene, or is there going to be 2 or 3 scenes? Do they want the scenes in separate files, or do they want the 3 scenes or 2 scenes in one link? So it'll give us kind of a rundown of exactly what they want and how they want it. It's very important that every actor reads every single thing on that email. I always tell my actors, if you can't read, then I shouldn't be representing you. So you have to read everything exactly how the casting director wants it. I will then email that to the casting, to my actor, along with a breakdown of the character and the episode kind of like storyline, or the film. If I can get the script, I'll send the script, and along with the sides. And the sides are basically the material that you're auditioning for. It's generally the scenes that have been pulled from the script. Or it can be fake material that they're just using for this particular character. And it can run anywhere from 2 pages to up to 12 pages, somewhere like that. So, and this is material that you have to memorize. I mean, SAG is saying you don't really have to memorize, but it's better. I think it's better to memorize because it looks better on your tape, because then you're not looking down, looking up, looking down, looking up. It kind of takes our focus away from your self-tape. So then, and you have at least 48 hours to get that self-tape back to us. Sometimes if it's a film, they'll have longer. Episodic TV is generally within 48 hours is kind of like the new deadline with the union, because episodic moves very quickly. So then you'll send that self-tape back to me. If I think it's good enough, I will then upload that self-tape up onto the casting director's link. If it's not quite good enough, I'll give you some notes and then you'll retape quickly. Then we'll upload it onto the casting director's link. And then we'll find out if it's episodic pretty quickly if you have a callback, because the casting director will come back to me and say, hey, we're going to upload this onto the producer's link. Is your client available April 1st through April 10th in New York? I have a client that's actually doing You right now, which is a great show. So he's actually doing that.
Oh, that is a good show. One of my favorites.
So
yeah,
that's what happened. Like, is he available for this week and this? And we're like, yeah, absolutely. Like, great. Okay, we need him to do a callback. We're going to give him to the producers, and then the next day they said, okay, we need him to do a producer session live Zoom, and
so it moves very quickly. Yeah,
very quickly.
So when you first get the casting, you're submitting over the actor's headshot, which there could be 5,000 other headshots, and you're submitting over the actor's reel, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And so if somebody doesn't have a reel, it's okay to use a self-tape. But here's what I want you guys to understand. Like, if you just have a headshot, like I'll use Kaden for an example. If you just had a picture, they don't know if you could really act. This is like one-dimensional. So if a casting director sees 5,000 of headshots, they can literally scroll and figure out who they're interested in. Then they could watch how much tape do they actually watch before they realize this person can act, or, oh, this person could be good. How much?
30 seconds, maybe the most, if that. Yeah, very quickly. So I always say, if it's a self-tape, just go straight into your acting. And then if you're doing a reel, make sure it's good production quality. Make sure if you're actually doing a scene that you're acting opposite someone else is really good, because otherwise they can make you look bad. Don't do any montages at the beginning of your reel. No one has time to watch those montages. The montage is obviously where you've got music and you're doing different scenes, and sometimes actors want to show us in different outfits. Nobody cares. So we just go straight into your acting. We just want to go straight into how you perform as an actor, and try and show as many layers as you can as an actor. If you're doing a self-tape, do not do a monologue or a scene that we all know. Don't do a scene from Friends. Don't do Ross and Rachel. Nobody wants to see that, because, you know, we're all going to compare you to the real actors. Try and find something that you can connect to. You can really show your true value as an actor. Try and show different layers as much as you can within that 1 minute monologue. You don't have to prove to us that you can cry. I've had somebody that was crying throughout an entire 1 minute monologue, and I'm like, I want to do it differently. Let's do it. I want to feel the emotion from your tummy. I want to feel it in your eyes. I want to show that you're sad just in your eyes and your feeling. I want to feel it just from you rather than just seeing tears the entire monologue. So she did it, and it was great, and that's what we want to see. We just want to see the different layers in your acting ability.
Are you guys picking up what she's putting down here? So you need an actor's headshot, your responsibility. You need to be able to show that you can act. Very important. And that's why an actor has, because think about it. They're looking to hire actors, not impersonators. So you're not just going to get a starring role in a Marvel movie or DC or anything like that. Like, their liability is a big thing. Time is money. So they're looking to book people that they know can handle a script, memorize, follow direction, listen, and move quickly, because that's the name of the game. So how many of you guys right now have everything that you need and you're ready to get submitted? How many of you guys type headshot, reel, resume, currently in training? How many of you guys are 100% ready? If you are, type 100. You have a reel, you have a headshot, you have a resume, you have training. How many of you guys are 100% ready? So just a few, right? So that's why we have VIP Ignite, because so many people, I want an agent. Okay, but does an agent want you? Let's get you to the point where an agent might be interested. And it's a lot of hand holding, which we're fine with, but it's a formula. We're not throwing spaghetti up against the wall. We know what works as long as you work, right? Okay. So when you're submitting out, and I know you make 10%, can you give us like the breakdown as to what actors could make these days on an episodic, or is it better to be on Netflix versus like a CBS? Who pays the most these days, Tanya?
Hey, it's better to work. Who pays the most? Well, it depends. It depends on who you are, if you're a working actor. To start off, if you're doing like a co-star, a one-day co-star, you're going to get Scale, which is which is the kind of minimum for a high-budget TV show, like a Scale. I just went blank on a streaming service show, like even a morning show on Apple. So that would be $11.58 plus 10 a day, $1,158. Hey, you know what? That's not too shabby for a one-day rate, right? When you're
that's pretty
out.
good.
And then yeah, and if they buy you for 5 days, and for a weekly Scale rate, that's $4,019 plus 10%, and that's for a co-star role. And then if you and even if they bought you for a co-star or an NCIS on CBS, that would be still co-star one day would be $11.58 plus 10. A weekly Scale rate again would be $4,019 for 5 days. And then if you booked for like 1 hour on a procedural show like an NCIS or All American or any of those 1 hour procedural shows, it's $10,190. I'm still getting used to these new rates since the strike. $10,190. But then they buy you for 8 days on a 1 hour show, and that's for a guest star role. That's for a bigger role, and that's what we call top of the show. That's for the big top of the show. And if you work after 8 days, they kind of prorate it. So think of that divided by 8, whatever that is. And then for a half-hour show, they tend to buy you for 5 days because it's half hour, so they don't need you as long. It's less time to shoot, and that's like just over $6,000 for a 5 day shoot, and that's for a guest star role as well. But again, if you're a co-star, they'll buy you at Scale. So for 5 days, they'll buy you $4,119. Guest star just over $6,000. And then if you are series regular is when they buy you as like, a series regular on a big show. When you see the main cast, they're the main cast that you see every week. They could be the ensemble characters or the main series regulars on
like Big Bang Theory. You have the core.
Well, the core, characters of the show, and then they buy them where they become exclusive. So they're exclusive to the show. So basically the network buys them, so they cannot go and do another series. They own them for this series. They basically what we call have them in first position. So they own these actors for their show. So they buy, we do like a 6.5 year contract. And it's a lot, anyway, so I'm not going into it too much because quite technical. So they'll have them, so they can start off about anywhere from Disney, from 15,000 an episode upward to, depends on who you are, 25,000, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 to 100,000 an episode.
How many of you guys would love to earn $100,000 per episode? I mean, if you wouldn't know your why by then, there's no help.
For that, you have to have credits under your belt, but that's when you're exclusive. So, you know, you have to go, you know, so if you want to go and do another job, you have to go to the network and ask their permission. If you want to go and do another job, like, you know, I have people on shows. So if my client got offered another job, or even sometimes it depends on the contract. If they're on hiatus, I have to go to them and say, hey, are we clear? There's nothing in production. Can my client go and do this film for 2 months? Yep, no problem. They'll come back to me and boom, you can go and do the film. You have to make sure the character's okay, depending on the network, you know. So all that kind of stuff, because they're paying them enough money to be able to hold them.
So if you're on a Netflix show, like a Virgin River or Stranger Things, you can't just go and do a movie or.
No, they hold you exclusive. You can't, you go and ask permission and you can go.
Like a Millie Bobby Brown, Stranger Things, but then still does movies.
Yes, yeah, and I'm sure her contract is very different because she made a fortune for Stranger Things. So
yeah,
they've gone, you know, over above and beyond the Stranger Things. So they renegotiated their contracts. That's a whole different ball game. So when you, because the entire cast renegotiated their contracts before the 6 years was up, so they would have, I'm sure, did a renegotiation with different exclusivity clauses in that contract. So I'm sure she could do, yeah, that's a whole
whatever she wants. Whatever she wants. Yeah. Okay. Now, will you ever sign somebody who is non-union?
Yes. So
just
if I think if somebody's just started, but I know that they're talented and they're ready to be sent out an audition, then I will sign them if they're non-union. If I feel I can make money from you, and you're a nice person and I like you and you like me and I feel we'll be a good team, then I will sign you and I will send you out on union jobs, because I only do union jobs. And then what happens is when you book your first union job, I will let the casting director know that you are non-union. And then what they will do is they will then be fine. They just have to literally fill out a piece of paperwork. We then send them your headshot resume, like a hard copy, which fill out online and with your address, your social security number and everything. And then they do what we call a Taft-Hartley. So they'll Taft-Hartley you into the union, which means they will sponsor you into the union. And then you are what we call a SAG eligible, which means you are then allowed to go in front of a union camera. Because you can't go in front of a union camera until you've had that first sponsorship. And that's a very quick process. So then we'll have you do that Taft-Hartley. The second SAG job that we book you on, you're free and clear to go ahead and do that because you're SAG eligible. You're allowed to go and do that SAG job. The third SAG job, however, I always tell my clients to remind me because I forget, because I'm just too busy just plugging away, getting new auditions and booking. You are what we call a must join. So you cannot go in front of that SAG camera, that union camera, until you pay your dues, which will be $3,000. So you need to make sure, I try and make sure that, and my clients always remind me that, hey, I'm a must join. Let's try and book a job that's over $3,000, which will try and offset that fee.
And who pays for that? Do you?
You pay for that.
The talent pays for SAG. Okay.
Why would I pay for that? So
it's actually illegal for you to pay for that. But it's $3,000 plus the first year, which is $231.96. So here's what I want you guys to know. When you were, I'm Rain Man when it comes to numbers.
I was about to say that every time.
Everybody has a gift. But it's $3,000 to join the Screen Actors Guild, plus the first year of $231.96. And you keep paying the annual fees from here till eternity, as long as you want to be a working actor. Plus also you pay commission to the union. It's 1.575 up to the first million, and then the numbers change. But I want to say this, there's so many people, and I know it sounds sexy to say you're in the Screen Actors Guild, which it is, but they currently have 160,000 members. 160,000 members. So once you join SAG, if your resume is shit, you're now going against the big dogs for the same roles. So I would suggest anybody on this call who's kind of just getting started, do as much non-union work, get your chance to be on set, build your reel, and like have some things. So by the time you get an agent who could then start submitting you, you actually have some type of clout. Because there's so many times, Tanya, oh, I want to join SAG. Why? You're now going
That's right.
against people that are your age. Like for me,
Yeah.
because I'm in my 40s, I'd be going against like, you know, a Sandy Bullock or Scarlett Johansson or an Anne Hathaway. There's no way ever. So be the bigger fish in a small pond, get as much opportunities as you can. Indie films, student films, web series, things like that, even extra work, but she doesn't want to see the extra work just to get your chance to get on set. But for your friends and family that don't understand, union costs are non-negotiable. No one's going to pay for them for you. So it's kind of like driving for Uber. You know, you can't make sick cash as an Uber driver if you don't have a car, you don't have a license, money for gas, money for tolls, money for insurance. Everything you are investing in, headshots, training, union costs, plane tickets, as a working actor, you're going to have to pay taxes. Keep all the receipts. This is considered tax deductible. A lot of times, again, I'm not a licensed accountant, but this is an investment in you. You have to treat show business as your business. These are necessary costs. And this isn't me trying to sell you. This is, hey, anybody here just want to be an extra? Or do you want to be a real working actor? Tell me, type it. I want to be an extra, which means like those flowers. I'm that black cat right next to it. That's all you are. You're part of the scene. Or do you want to be a real working actor with speaking roles, making a lot of money and be to your friends and family? Because being a real working actor means you have to be a grown-up, which means you got to get your shit together. That means investing, be able to make your own decisions. You want an agent, you have to become what an agent wants. She doesn't just sign you because, oh, well, I want an agent. She doesn't care. Everybody wants an agent. Everybody moves to New York or LA wanting to become famous. You're doing it wrong. Pictures, classes, and websites don't equate to success. There's a formula, and that's why you're here, because you want to learn the formula, and we're really good at what we do. Actually, we're one of the best.
Great.
But the
You're
system
so
is
good.
you have to put in the work.
I should just sit here and
You're
listen
so
to you.
good. Well, I should be your agent. Do agents have agents? Let me represent you. But
Yeah.
sure. Michael, you hear that? Drop the contract. She'll sign it today. Okay. I'll just pay you in coffee. Okay.
Yeah,
but
you're
it's true.
good with coffee.
I bring my own coffee maker.
Love it.
I know when Tanya comes and we're going to Miami or Atlanta or anything, I'll bring my own espresso maker and I'll sit there and I'll make her. I'm like a barista. But
Yeah.
you know. But that's what we do. Speaking of coffee, hi Deneen. Did you guys learn a lot today? But we shouldn't pay the $3,000 until we book, correct? No, did you not listen to anything?
No. Yes, exactly. Wait. So you absolutely have to. So you're a must join before you go in
Until you're a must join. But yes, you will have to pay the $3,000 when it gets to the point for a must join.
And it's great to be in the union once you're in the union.
Yeah.
It's great perks and it's
Higher
fabulous.
pay rates, medical benefits.
Exactly.
There's a lot of
Exactly.
great things. Yeah.
And they protect you on the sets, and I have nothing but good things to say about SAG.
Hot
And I'm a SAG
lunches.
franchise agent. Yeah, and it's fabulous.
I once had an extra complaining. I think they were in Boardwalk Empire, and she's like, all I got were some rolled gold pretzels. I felt like I was sitting, on a Spirit Airlines flight where they barely give you any snacks. And she's like, it's not fair. I saw the actors getting prime rib and sushi. Why couldn't I eat that? I'm like, those are the union members. You're an extra. You're not an actor. You're part of the scene.
You're in a
senior.
different
To say
tent.
was thank you for the pretzel.
Yeah, thank you for the pretzel. You're welcome. Yeah. Welcome to show business.
Oh
But
my goodness.
it's always fun. And we're going to see you in LA soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Just saw you in
Absolutely.
San Diego, which was fun.
Can't wait.
I
Can't
know.
wait.
Let me ask you a question, not to toot our own horn, but what you've worked, this is like going on like year 10 with us. What do you love most about what we do? Because you've been to a lot of our events, you've traveled with us.
What do I love most? I just love like how you kind of have people around, like you treat them like family, and you just treat everyone well, and you just really inspire people. and it just, you know, I just love being there. I enjoy how you teach everybody. I mean, I love the headshots. I just think everyone's just so wonderful. It's just very
And you-
family oriented, which I love.
And we
everyone's
also
just everyone's
pre-screen
so
them to bring to
kind.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I just enjoy being around you all. It's just I just love it. You guys are just fab. I have to say, I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's always nice. Best coffee, obviously, but
Of course.
yeah, you know, and it's just you're very inspirational, and it's just nice to see how you lift people up, because some people, you know, and in this business it's very, very difficult, and some people do lack confidence, and it's hard. And I see you guys build their confidence, which is something that you people lack, and I think everybody needs that confidence lifted. And just to kind of really understand how this business works, and you can't take everything so personally. And I definitely see you guys help them in that department a lot, which I think is so important. It's so important because this business can really get you down. It's fucking hard sometimes, and it gets me down at times. And it's so nice to see how you help these people, help, you know, these wonderful people that I've met during the years that I've been seeing you guys.
And I really want to say this for anybody listening. Your friends and family aren't a top agent. You just heard from a top LA agent here today on the call, no cost. How cool is that? Just to be able to get those questions answered, kind of maybe, you know, change the trajectory of your future. Maybe some of the things we discussed you didn't know. Maybe you were going on Google trying to find the answers, asking, you know, out of work casting directors or out of work actors what they did. You're constantly submitting out for major roles, Tanya. So I thank you so much for being here. We've got a lot of really great talent coming to LA to come meet with you. And who knows, maybe you'll sign another one of our talent.
Yeah.
I know.
I hope so. I'm always looking. You guys are the best. I love you guys. Give my love to
We
Mike
love
as
you.
well, won't you?
He's here on Zoom. Hi, Mikey. All right, we'll see you in a couple of weeks, or a
Exciting.
couple of months. Love you.
Thank you,
Love you.
Tanya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Oh, how awesome was
Always
that?
so fun.
Hearing, you know what I love too? We talked about this yesterday. We talked about the difference between opinion and counsel. Y'all didn't just get an opinion from someone, you got counsel from someone who's been doing this for longer than some of you have been alive. And I'm glad she's not on here because she's probably smack me the next time I see her. But you got really wise counsel. So we're gonna bring Mike on in just a moment. But let me ask you a question. That back to our little drawing that we did earlier today. How many of you guys you have action points written out on your map? Like, how many action points do you have? Awesome. I love it. Yeah, because you know what? We can give you all of the knowledge in the world. And God knows we've been pouring knowledge into you for the last 2 days, right? There's been a lot of knowledge. And so much that I need an energy drink, and my page is full, right? So much that I need an energy drink myself to like contain all of the knowledge. But what I want you guys to understand is the reason that we're doing this, we're building the layers, right? Literally lasagna. We're building
Lasagna.
layers. We literally have lasagna for dinner tonight too, because we talk about this so much, like
The lasagna effect.
the lasagna effect.
Layered.
But I want you to understand, like, you're getting counsel. When you're hearing from someone who's been in the financial services industry for 15 years, you're getting counsel. When you hear from someone like Hatu, who came literally to the US with nothing, build up a social media brand, you're getting counsel. When you're hearing Alicia and Tanya go back and forth, and Alicia's asking questions to Tanya that you wouldn't even think to ask, that's counsel. And I want you guys to understand that. That's what you're getting today. And I want you all to understand something else too. And I know I've said this multiple times, but I'm going to say it until I'm blue in the face, and then I'll just keep saying it. Everything you want is on the other side of action. Type action in the comments. Everything you want is on the other side of action. Everything you want is on the other side of saying yes to yourself. Type yes in the comments if you agree with that. Because you know what? Again, there are so many people, they hear, they learn, they do all of this, but you have to take action. You have to say yes to yourself. Does that make sense? How many of you got here because you didn't say yes to yourself? Raise your hands. Yeah, none of you, because you all had to take action to get here. I didn't like shoot out laser beams and bring you all into the Zoom. You had to take action to get here. You had to say yes to yourself. I want you to keep that in mind, okay? I want you to keep that in mind, because everything you want is on the other side of you taking action and you saying yes to yourself. because you know what? I'm going to speak another positive word over you. Earlier today, I told you that you were successful. Right now, I'm telling you, you're also a winner. Type I am a winner in the comments, because we're only looking for winners. We only want to work with winners. And if you're here right now, you are a winner. All right. So how's our energy level? Are you guys doing well? Let me put this on gallery view, because I only see a couple beautiful faces. How is your energy? Y'all, I've been standing on my feet for almost 16 hours now. How is your energy? Let me see it. Awesome. John Brown, are you excited? Yeah, I see that. Awesome. Desiree, hi. Carol Miller, I see you popping in and out of your screen there. Awesome. All right. Christine Harding always brings the energy. I love it. Reginald Holmes is always driving. He's always driving somewhere. It looks like, what, we got a bunch of drivers up here too? My gosh. All right. The summer, I mean, y'all, please, if you're driving, be safe. Be safe. All right. All right. So how many of you know that Zoom is cool, but being in person is way cooler than Zoom? Because you know what? We can hug it out. We can high five it out. We could dance it out. Like, I want to have a dance party after seeing Katya's rules for getting exercise with couples. I'm like, oh, let's have a dance party. But we can't do that, right? Well, we could do that. Maybe we'll do that at the end of the next presentation. We'll have a dance party before we bring Ryan Colby on, because he is definitely the king of dancing. All right. So are you guys ready to learn how, instead of doing this on Zoom, you could do this in person, face to face? On a scale of 1 to 10, who's excited about that? Let me see your comments. Kingston's like, he's way over 10. I love it. Awesome. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now is we're going to bring the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin to the stage. But I need you guys to, first of all, show him the energy. Okay. He hears me. Let him see your energy as we bring Mike to the stage. Okay. I think that's good. Awesome. All right, Mike.
All right. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Great, guys. Great day, guys. All right. So, obviously, you know, these events are 2 days long, 16 hours. There's only so much content that we can cover in 16 hours. So I put together something for you guys to be able to have the opportunity to work with us live. It's actually going to be in Las Vegas at the end of July, and I'll go over it with you guys. But I want you guys to understand, like, when I put these things together and we put our events together, these workshops, we put this together, like, we can easily put together an event that just rah-rah-rahs you guys, gives you what you think you need, and just, you know, and give you the dog and pony show. But I want you guys to understand, like, the things that we educate you on is a process. It's a proven process for 18 plus years. There's a reason why we won 38 awards, why we have over 10,000 success stories, why we have a #1 book, why we work with people like Mark Victor Hansen and Bill Walsh and Tony Robbins and Academy Award winning producers and directors and SAG franchise actors, because this is a part of life. Like, we can create a world for you guys that's ordinary, or we can create something that's extraordinary. So what I'm about to show you guys, if I have your permission, I'd like to show you what I put together for Vegas. Deneen will also later on, she'll go over one more time, School, because I know some people might have missed it yesterday, or it was a lot. School is our online education platform. It has live coaching, and by the time everything's said and done in the next few weeks, I'll have over 3,000 hours of content. The entire event this weekend will be available there for you guys. It's a really cool system. So what I'm going to talk to you guys about now is about the opportunity for you to come out to a live event in Las Vegas. So I will go through that with you guys if I have your permission. So let's do this. Let me pull this up. And all right, here we go. Can everybody see my screen? Yes. All right, perfect. Thank you, Ryan. All right, so this is called Fire and Ice. This will be in Las Vegas. This will be at the end of July this year, so a few months away, which is really cool. We have all kinds of exciting events going on. We're going to be in Tampa in a few weeks. And then I think we have an event in Hollywood. We have an event in New Orleans. We have Cancun. We have a lot, but this is the main event. So this is going to be a really cool event. So for anybody who's brand new to the company, this is the event. This is where your journey would start and so forth. Okay. So this is going to be VIP Ignite Live Las Vegas 2024, Unleash Your Potential. So you're ready for an unforgettable journey in the entertainment world. VIP Ignite is coming to Las Vegas in 2024. And if you don't want to miss this 3-day event, promises to transform your career and unleash your inner superstar. All right, so this is just going to be, this is a special event. So like, unlike Hollywood events or New York events where we have like 125 people, this is a smaller event because this is a very customized event. So this is going to be an event designed around getting certifications, getting hands-on experience, not only in modeling and acting, but in also being able to handle everything from firearms to working behind the scenes, understanding branding. A lot of the speakers that you met with over the weekend will be here in Las Vegas. So people such as Katya and so forth will be there in Vegas, plus some other surprises, and some of the other speakers will be there in Vegas. We have a really cool studio that we're going to be using. If you guys have been following mine and Alicia and Deneen's journey, you saw that we were just in Vegas for like a week, meeting with a lot of really cool people. Some really awesome announcements will be coming out of Vegas. We're actually going to be setting up a satellite office in Vegas. So Vegas will be one of our new satellite offices from some of the projects that we're working on. So what'll be really cool is we got like a little home office now in Las Vegas. So how cool is that? So we're going to be utilizing a really cool studio, working partnership with Katya, which is really exciting. They host podcasts there. They do photo shoots. It's like really state of the art. It's like totally off the charts, super cool. So we'll be able to do everything there. And because obviously we now have a good relationship with the owner, means we can go day and night there. So there's no time limit when sometimes we have to lease out space. It gets very expensive when you go over time and so forth. It's no different than like when you're on set shooting and all that. So this is the next big event that'll be there. So day one is going to be called Embrace Your Power. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking you guys out to a live firing range. There's a really cool firing range there. And this is something where, you know, some people might be afraid of this, you know, but it's facing some of your fears and facing some of your challenges, right? I know Alicia talked about the other day about jumping off the stratosphere and doing all kinds of fun stuff like that. There's always surprises. You don't have to participate in all of them, but it's definitely cool to be a part of it. But what's really cool about this is if you've never handled a live firearm, it's really interesting. And it's really great for like acting to be able to have it on your resume to show that you're actually familiar with it. Not only the most important part of this is not so much shooting the weapon. You'll have a choice of different weapons to work with and so forth, and the whole day will be planned out. It's super safe. But actually, the safety part of the training is what's really important. Because a lot of times when you're on set, you're going to be handling prop weapons, but prop weapons still can kill. Like they can still cause massive amounts of damage, even though there's not a projectile being released from them. So having the understanding of like a real weapon, because understanding the weight, understanding the safety and so forth. And it's a really cool experience. It'll make a great story. It'll make great for your Instagram. And we'll have this all set up with some of the best instructors. We'll have some celebrities there, so you guys will have a really great time. So this is a really cool thing. We've done something like this in Atlanta before. This was exclusive for our inner circle, so our regular talent didn't even have a chance to do this. This was just for inner circle. But because it went so well in Atlanta last year, I wanted to open up the opportunity for everybody to be able to be a part of this. So that'll be day one. Plus, then you'll have some downtime to go enjoy the city. You know, we'll set up some parties, some meetups, and stuff like that. We have a lot of really great connections in Vegas. So there'll be tons to do. Maybe we'll catch a show. We'll go out to dinner. There'll be lots of cool, fun stuff for us to do there while we're in Vegas. So day two is going to be what's called the Fire and Ice photo shoot. So this is really important. So we bring in celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists. For those of you who haven't met Ryan Colby, you'll be meeting him shortly. He's been in the industry for over 40 years. He started his career off as a model for Benetton. He's worked for some of the biggest agencies in the world. He's overseen some of the biggest magazines. He started numerous careers. Literally his entire life has been dedicated to the industry. He's considered a power agent in both New York and Hollywood. He's the former art director of Vogue magazine for many, many years. So he's going to be your personal stylist. He's going to be the art director you'll be working with. So you'll have not only the opportunity to come out to Vegas and have customized photos done, right? So you'll be leaning into the types of characters that you can play, having the right headshots and so forth. We've been doing this for 18 years, and I can tell you, our networking events are incredible. Like we work with some of the most powerful, incredible people. Like, I cannot tell you guys, like, every day it's so surreal to wake up to know like we're partners with Mark Victor Hansen, and one phone call and he's at an event. He wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul over 500 million copies, or being able to have somebody like a Tanya Kleckner on a Sunday afternoon, being able to jump on a call and sharing her wisdom and experience, and and seeing people consistently getting signed. Like, of all the industries, like, you can learn about real estate, you can learn about investing, you can learn how to be a doctor, a lawyer. And there's like this path that you follow. You work for a corporation, you work for a hospital. But in the entertainment industry, it's just like so much of the responsibility is on you, right? Having the right photos, having the right training. Like when you follow that path, because your decision of your life is not in your hands at that point. It's in the hands of somebody like a Tanya. It's in the hands of somebody like a Michael Boudry, one of the top casting directors in the world. He was just at the San Diego event. He'll be in LA. We'll have some incredible people. We'll be bringing people in from New York. We're going to be bringing in people in from LA. We'll be bringing people in from the Vegas market, casting directors, producers, agents. I just got off the phone just a few hours ago. One of the top agents in the world is coming in from New York for this event. So you guys will be really excited to meet him. The thing is like every other career, you can make your own decision. Like you build your path. In this industry, you have to have everything ready for the people to make the decision. Like the decision is not your decision. It's not my decision. It's that agent's, that client's decision. But when you know the secret formula, it makes them making the decision easier. And when you have the right photos, you have the credibility of working on a real set, working with somebody with an incredible resume. It becomes this industry. People always say it's all about who you know, but I always like to say, yes, that's part one. Part two is it's all about who knows you, right? Because when you can walk into a room with proximity to people, celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists, the one thing that's and I've said this so many times on so many calls is the faster you understand that when you get the best people in the world to work with you, that's when your life changes. Like I'll be honest with you, I worked with a lot of yahoos earlier on, and it was a struggle. It was painful. Like I could never go back to that. Like I now consistently, I'm so careful who I choose to spend my time with, because time is my most valuable resource. I can always make more money, right? I can write another book. I can produce a show. I can produce a movie. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs. There's so many options that I have, right? But it took me 18 years to get to that point. But now I know, like, if I choose the right people, I go to get there a lot faster. So when we do these photo shoots, I can tell you, like, as cool as the events are, as cool as the training is, as cool as everything else that we do, to give you literally step by step to take you from where you are to where you want to be, it is a proven process, right? It's like literally like making lasagna, right? It's like literally like baking a recipe, making cookies. You follow the recipe, you're going to get the same results over and over again. So our photo shoots are incredible. Being able to shoot in Las Vegas, it's absolutely cool. We call this fire and ice. So there'll be a mood board that you get. Ryan will help with your styling, picking out your clothing, working with you on set. We'll have models there to work on posing. There's a whole process to prepare you before you even arrive. So really cool. So day one, not only you get to do the on-set, on-live firearm training, but then you also get your professional photos. And then also on day three, we're going to do what's called an on-camera certification workshop. This is really exciting. So we're actually going to have the founder of NV Model Management, super huge power player in the industry. He books Starbucks ads, YoPlay, AT&T, like the biggest brands in the world, he books. Like, some of our talent from previous events have been signed there. They've earned anywhere from $30,000 to $100,000 a day. And this was with them not having access to him to literally show you step by step how to be prepared to be on camera. So whether you're auditioning, understanding, reading, understanding teleprompters, understanding the whole process of what it's like to work on camera. This is really a game changer, because this, there can be that one job that kind of could change your life. And they're like, okay, well, you're brand new. I get it. We want to give you a shot, but you've never been on camera. You've never, we just, we love you, but we want to go with this other person. I want to take out all the excuses. I literally want that final step to get signed, that final step to get booked work, that you have everything in place. So this is something I'm really excited about. This is something, again, we've only done this for like our highest level of talent, but now I want to be able to open up the opportunity for everybody to be a part of this. So additionally, you'll attend a special once-in-a-lifetime workshop, how to perform on camera, diving deep into the art of auditioning. This knowledge, again, can make or break your career. Then obviously, well, Vegas is incredible. It's one of the fastest growing cities in the world right now, especially here in the United States. Just the nightlife, the things that you can do during the day. We were hanging out at the porn star store the other time when we were there. There's lots of cool things to do, and obviously having access to the people that we have access to now. The movers and shakers of Vegas. It opens up a whole new world of opportunities while you're there. So again, this is going to be taking place in the end of July this year. You do have to go through a interview process, so they will provide you a link. I'll go over that with you guys in a moment. You'll schedule yourself for an interview. You can either schedule tomorrow or Tuesday. You'll speak with Deneen or Alicia. And it's just kind of what they're going to do is they're going to ask you about the weekend. They're going to ask you about, how serious would you take this? You got to realize, like, we love having people come to the events. Like, I'm all about, like, everybody on here, I want them all there. But at the end of the day, we also have to make sure that when you're sitting down with Tanya, when you're sitting down with these people, it's just something you're really serious about. And it's okay if you're not. Like, I don't mind people kind of putting their toes in the water, kind of going through the experience, but you want to show up. Like, this can really become a career. Like, we've proven this over and over again. So we just want kind of the interview process to make sure, that can this work for you, right? Can this work for you? Is this the right decision? And so forth, okay? So again, you're going to get a wealth of knowledge, right? You're going to have everything you need from photos, just meet and greets to certifications. You're going to make a lot of family. You're going to make friends that are going to be friends and become a part of your life for decades to come. Our talent are very tight, right? So you'll learn how to prepare for the audition room. You're going to learn how to relate to the camera lens. And I'm going to be honest with you, the first time, I even, working behind the scenes for 18 years, I'm learning every day. Like, technology is always changing. I'm always understanding, like, the use of lenses, the use of lighting, the whole behind the scenes stuff. You guys are going to get to, like, learn all the in front of the camera stuff, okay? Which is just as technically complex. But the more you can learn about this, the more valuable you become on set. So again, this on-camera acting workshop is going to be an absolute game changer. You'll learn how to connect with a reader, right? So readers, when you're reading, you're doing bouncing lines. A lot of times it's the casting director who's the reader, right? So it's just, how do you make that eye contact? How do you position yourself? How do you hold yourself? How do you go into character when somebody's reading to you off camera, right? Because most agents, know casting directors will not see actors, especially for commercials and depending upon the job, unless they have professional on-camera classes. They tend to favor representing those who have. And for those who do not have agents and submit themselves for jobs, know there's a much better chance of getting an audition if you've done reputable on-camera training. And we didn't really talk about this, but, the whole industry's changed. SAG's put in a lot of new rules as far as, like, online casting sites are concerned. Like, the audition process has changed. Like, now with castings, like, actors can get paid for the auditions. Actors can get paid for their time getting to the audition. Before, you just auditions, like, you weren't paid for that. But now the way the rules are kind of changing, actors can get paid for that, which means before, a casting director, oh yeah, I'll see 30, 40 people. Great, right? It's my time, but hey, if I can see more people, I'll find the right person. Now it's like, no. There's a budget now for that, which means they can't see 30 or 40 people. Now they may only want to see 5 or 10, which means that if you don't have these things in play, and the reason you're not even getting looked at anymore, right? The world's always changing. We talked about this yesterday, guys. You have to have a new mindset to get new results. You have to be, one chapter ahead of where everybody else is. While all those yo-yos are running around online claiming to be an actor, claiming to be a model, right? Don't have an agent, don't have representation, don't have a resume, don't have proper photos, don't have a proper training. They're not fooling anybody but themselves. You guys have to step away from that world. You have to go from the ordinary world to the extraordinary world. This is the hero's journey. This is your journey of success. And by surrounding yourself with the best people, doing this the right way, this just increases not only the odds of you being successful, but being even more successful. Turning this into a career, turning this into, in the next 2-3 years, you can earn 7 figures. Okay, it's doable. Even making mid six figures is life changing. Being able to earn $10,000 a month doing one commercial is life changing. So all of this is designed to push you down that path. Okay. We're also going to be doing a special AI masterclass. I know you guys got to learn a little bit about that today, but really going deep diving into understanding ChatGPT, Claude, how the industry is going to be changing, right? For those of you familiar with Solana, you can literally put a prompt in and create a video that looks better than most cinematic videos. How does that affect actors? It really doesn't. Okay, because true actors are still needed. True actors, AI now, SAG-AFTRA rules is it's limited how they can use AI, but it doesn't mean, oh, well, that's great. I don't care about that. You still need to know this, right? This can help you with screenwriting. It can help you with character analysis. I use Claude all the time, right? I'll put in like a script and I'll say, hey, I want an analysis of this character. Give me some ideas, and so forth. And it's like having a professional screenwriter working with me. So there's so many different things you can understand this. And I'm sure you guys have seen all the AI doctored photos, right? And you can kind of tell, but there's going to come a point where you really can't. How do you yourself as an actor stand above that? How do you yourself as a model stand above that? Because I can tell you one thing, guys. The people who ignore technology are forgotten. Okay, let me say that again. People who ignore technology are forgotten, right? Think about the automobile industry. There was a point where automobiles did not exist. There was a point where automobiles started to exist. Prior to that, people rode horses and buggies, right? People rode horses. There were guys who made the whips for horses. There were guys who made the wheels for the buggies. They ignored the technology. And now they're just a part of history. And you say, oh, but Mike, that's like forever ago. That's like a million years ago. Okay. Who here's familiar with Blockbuster? Okay, right? Guys, remember Blockbuster video stores? Do you guys know the story about Blockbuster? You guys ever heard of Netflix? Netflix went to Blockbuster when they first started the company. They said, hey, we're interested. We have this new technology. We can deliver videos, DVDs and so forth to people's homes. It's a mail order service. We're working on something new. It's a streaming service where the movies are streamed to people's houses. Blockbuster laughed at them. They said, that's the stupidest thing we've ever heard. Now Netflix is one of the biggest companies in the world, right? Streaming services. I remember there was a point where you would go to the store to buy the DVD, and then like a few weeks later, you could rent it online. Now, like I rent movies online. Like I don't even think about going and buying a DVD anymore, right? I'm sure all of you guys are like that. It's the same way. And I know there's a talk now, like some people like DVDs are kind of coming retro cool again, kind of like records, because you get all the bonus content. And I miss that. I love the bonus content. I used to listen to the director's commentary. So I'm saying with AI and with technology, this is going to be an important part of this. And this is something we're going to bring in some of the best people. One of our partners, he was out in San Diego, Jeff Hunter, right? One of the top guys in AI. Okay. And that's just one of the people that we can have come out and show you guys where this technology is headed and how you can leverage this to expand your career, expand your business. AI is going to become a part of your life. Right? It's going to be like everyone's going to have their own personal assistant. And the faster you can learn this and utilize this, and it makes you more valuable on set. Okay. Then we're also going to talk about hosting your own podcast. And this is something I've been working on now for the past few months. When we're down in Vegas, we're going to have access to a full podcast studio. And you guys are going to be able to learn this, like how do you leverage this? And some of you guys might not be in, well, Mike, I don't want to host my own podcast. Sounds like a lot of work. Well, with AI, I can make this so simple for you. But even more importantly, learning how to leverage podcasts for you to be on. How do you become a guest on a podcast, right? That brings value, right? The podcasting is one of the biggest, fastest growing mediums online, hands down, right? Look at every major player at the top, especially from entrepreneurs in business. They all have a podcast. They leverage podcasts. I spent the week with Sean Kelly when I was in Vegas. You guys can look him up. He runs the #1 internet marketing podcast in the world. He's 28 years old. He brings in over 7 figures a month just in sponsors for his podcast. His podcast is less than a year old. Okay. He's got shaggy hair, glasses. He looks like a super geek, right? Nicest guy in the world. Brilliant. Okay. 7 figures a month. But imagine like you as an upcoming actor or model, you're able to leverage this weekend to understand this, to understand AI and the entertainment industry. How many podcast people could I could pull, right? I could pull 100 that would be interested in talking to somebody who's an aspiring model or an actor who is considered an expert in AI in the entertainment industry. You would be booked all day. All day, people would want to talk to you. But you're like, but Mike, I'm not an expert. Well, no, you went through our training. Do you know more than most people? Well, yeah. Well, guess what? To them, you are an expert. See, guys, you have to step into who you want to be. Don't remember we spoke about this morning, right? We did the hero's journey. Don't be one of those 7 archetypes living in fear, right? Go through this experience, learn how to monetize this, this is not just about acting and modeling, but creating a whole package of success for you guys, how to become your own PR person. When you become, let me tell you some guys, you become a 7-figure, 8-figure earner, you're the lead, right? You're a Jake Gyllenhaal, you're a Brad Pitt, you're a Julia Roberts, you're a Oprah Winfrey. Let me tell you something. I work with a lot of people who work with Oprah. I hadn't had the chance to meet her yet, but I can tell you one thing, she understands this business. She'll tell you everything there is to know about being a podcast. She started in news. She understands how to work with the camera. That's what made her who she is. These are the things I want you guys to leave this weekend with. Okay, getting you signed, that's easy. Getting you great photos, that's easy. Getting you to learn how to write a monologue, to perform a monologue, that's all a part of this. But why not allow me the opportunity to make you guys the best at this, to make you guys understand this industry at the same level as a Brad Pitt, the same level as the vice president of Warner Brothers, to make you so valuable that there's not a single agency who could say no to wanting to work with you. Okay, we're also going to have promotional model training certification. We work with one of the largest promotional companies in the world. For those of you who were on the training yesterday, I talked about the different divisions of modeling, from commercial print to high fashion to editorial, promotional, plus size. Promotional modeling is a great opportunity to break into the industry and consistently make anywhere from $700 to $1,000 every weekend, working at NFL games, NHL games, conferences, everything from cons to trade shows, to boat shows, to car shows. There's so much opportunity. There's one guy who controls 75% of the market. He's my closest friend. He lives in Las Vegas. He runs that nationwide, worldwide agency from Vegas. He will be at the event. You guys will have the proper photos, the proper training. You have on-camera presence. You understand AI. You'll be able to speak well. You'll be able to interact well. You've gone through all this training. He's literally chomping at the bit. He's like, Mike, this is amazing. He's like, I cannot wait to be there. I want to sign everybody. And it's all database driven. You're in the database. Your photos are uploaded. Boom. You put in your zip code. Every conference you're submitted out to. Number one rule, though, is once you book the work, you got to show up, right? That's why we have an interview process. I'm bringing you the best people in the world at what they do, with the promise from me that the people I'm bringing them, the talent, are the best talent in the world. They're trained. They have the resources. They have the marketing materials. They have everything needed to perform the job, and they're excited and they're passionate to be there. They're not just some rando on the internet. I want to be a model. No, no, no. Okay. Another thing that we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing this live now in Las Vegas. We're going to be doing also a similar one in Tampa in a few weeks, but we're going to be bringing this out to Vegas too. We're going to be talking about user-generated content. So user-generated content is, for those of you not familiar with it, Mr. Beast and a lot of the online influencers, they're paid big money, like huge money for creating content for sponsors. So in order to do this, you have to have an agent that handles this. There's like several major agencies that handle this. So you guys are going to learn the entire process of how to monetize yourself as a freelance model actor by working with brands, right? So promoting a book, right? Hey guys, so I just got this new book called The Coming Wave. Oh my God, it is amazing, right? Boom. right? That's something you get paid for. You get paid for that all day long. So there's a whole process for that. So I'm going to be bringing in some individuals who they run several of these agencies who will show you exactly what's needed to be a part of the program. It's free and you get paid, right? So again, I'm bringing you the owners of the company. I'm bringing you the people who are the decision makers with the promise of them. Hey, I got great talent. These guys are on fire. These guys will bring you money in, right? Because at the end of the day, you're getting paid. They're getting paid. The client's getting their product promoted. They're getting paid. Welcome to Advertising 101. You're part of $1 billion, $1 trillion worldwide industry. So that's really cool. So again, you'll learn monetization strategies, brand collaboration, agencies connections, networking, and so forth. And then we'll do some really cool stuff. We're going to do a little bonus weekend for you guys. We're going to do an improv comedy weekend. So I'll have Mark Christopher Lawrence there. This will be virtual, so this will be online. So you'll be able to attend this. So improv is really an important part. So for those of you who had a part of school, we have a ton of training on improv from previous recordings, but doing it live is so much more fun. So improv is being able to take a character and create a storyline in real life, right? Being able to improv. Bobby Fernaro talks a lot about that when working with Martin Scorsese. A lot of the stuff they do is improv. So this is just like a little bonus for you guys being here all weekend. I like to over deliver, right? I always love to over deliver. And then, of course, we're working on Vision Craft. For those of you guys familiar with that, myself, Alicia, and Deneen. It's a program geared for entrepreneurs to help them build their brand through storytelling online. So you guys will get to be a part of that. We'll actually have some of our Vision Craft people out there in Las Vegas. So you'll get to meet some of these people. And you'll be like, well, Mike, why would I want to meet some entrepreneur who's like doing video online trying to promote his brand? Wait a second. So I'm bringing you a bunch of clients who need models and actors to help create user-generated content to promote their products so you can get paid. Wait a second, what does a model do? Oh, that's right, a model promotes products. Oh, what does an actor do in commercials? Oh, that's right, they promote products. Oh my God, so not only bringing you the agents, but I'm also gonna bring you clients. Wow, thank you, Mike, right? How cool is that, right? So again, this is everything that's a part of this. This is like super cool, super awesome, Las Vegas. So not only are you going to get the Embrace Your Power Live Fire Team Training Certification, $497, right? You can go do it on your own, right? That's easy enough, but we're going to have it set up special for you guys. You guys are going to get to spend a lot of time there. You're going to have the best instructors and so forth. Obviously, working with us gets you those VIP bonuses. You get the Fire and Ice 4-look professional photo shoot. $24.97 value, bringing in celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists, getting to work with Ryan Colby, right? Celebrity photographer, priceless. Celebrity stylist, hair stylist, makeup artist. On-camera certification masterclass, workshop certification, $49.97 value. Photo shoot preparation with Ryan Colby, $9.97 value. Styling and posing with Ryan Colby, $9.97 value. So not only you get the firearm training, the 4-look professional photo shoot, celebrity photographer, celebrity stylist, hairstylist, makeup artist, this masterclass workshop, right? On-camera certification. That there should be priceless, honestly, guys. It's going to make such a huge game changer. But the photo shoot preparation, styling, posing, truth management. So you guys will have representation. We will represent you as our mother agent. That's also one of the reasons you go through the audition process. So that means that we'll be able to submit you. So you'll be a part of our database for those of you that, have seen it, truthmanagement.com. And we submit people out for work. What it does really more than anything, it shows that you're represented. So on a go-forward basis, anytime somebody tries to reach out to you, anytime somebody wants to work with you, you just go, great, speak to my agent. My agent will handle everything. Deneen runs that whole division. So any emails, any phone calls, any negotiations, she handles all that for you. She's been doing that now for 3 years. She's the president of talent services for that division. So it's really, it's a strong thing to get you set up to be signed to another agency, because now you have, not only do you have the tools, the resources, the training, the connections, the certifications, but you already have representation. So it's very strong, because most clients will not negotiate or even deal with freelancers. So this is something we started this 3 years ago, probably our most successful way of leveraging people's proximity to getting them signed to larger agencies and clients. We go through a whole 10-week training. We already started that process. I think I'm on week 3 or 4 right now. You'll have access to go through that live,
but then you'll also have access to that inside of school, which for those of you who are like, what's the school thing? You guys will learn about that. We went over that yesterday. Coolest platform ever. That's like phenomenal. Kevin Harrington, we have a meeting with him. He's like going to go nuts when he sees it completed. So really exciting stuff with that. But with the truth management training, to kind of give you a background with that, I go really deep. So if you thought like some of the trainings I did today were like over the top, I train you guys on like contract negotiations, how an agency works, how an agency runs. So like imagine taking like, you know, Tanya Collector's brain and like Ryan Colby's brain and downloading their 80 years combined of knowledge. It's stuff that you don't need, but it's stuff that you should have. So understanding how an agency works, how bookers are hired, what is a booker's job, what is an agent's job, how do contracts work, rights of usage, right? The whole process of that. So you like literally understand how an agency runs at the highest level. And it's something you should know. It will make you a better model, make you a better actor. Because when I'm sitting in rooms with, you know, A-list celebrities, these are the conversations I can have without a blink of an eye, and they keep up. Like I'm keeping up with them. So I never want you guys in a situation where you're not educated fully, because an educated person is so much valuable more today, especially with AI. And speaking of AI, not only do you get all of that, plus the 10-week training, get an AI masterclass, right? So you're always staying ahead. We're also going to talk about hosting your own podcast, building your platform out, become a recognizable influencer in 90 days, virtual weekend. I'm super excited about that. That's going to be, we'll actually have that all up and running by Tampa. So we're about 3 weeks away from having that whole entire platform built out for you guys. Super exciting. And then bonus number 1, you'll have access to the 21-day challenge, 30 and 30 challenge. So that's like, we have over 600 hours of content that's a part of school. So you'll have full access to that. So you guys will have your own username, login. There's a whole community there. You can interact. It's gamified. So like by interacting and helping others, you move up the challenge ladder. I know Ryan Clapman was like number 1, I believe, as of this morning, but she's been battling it out with some of our other talent, going from 1 to 2 to back to 1. So we just don't know where this is going to land. But Ryan's on this call right now. So some of you who are brand new, this is who you're targeting. You're targeting Ryan Clapman. She's the one you're going after, right? Okay, but you guys, it's really cool when you guys get to see it. But again, this is like we literally spent close to $1 million in getting this content, and we're handing it all over to you. And it's really great. It's in a really organized, structured format. But time everything's said and done, we'll have over 3,000 hours of content available for you guys. Plus, you'll get the live promotional modeling training certification. So not only do you walk into this event getting assigned to Truth Management, having your photos, having everything that you need, but you're also going to be leaving there being able to work with and sign to an additional agency right out the gate. And that's additional to the meet and greet. So you may walk away from this event not only with 2 agencies, but even 3 or 4 that have now signed you, as long as you follow the process. You don't show up to the trainings. You don't listen. You make excuses. You fall into that whole list of fears. It makes it more difficult for me to be able to recommend you, because now you're showing up on set. You're like, I don't know what to do. I didn't know, right? So please, that's why we have a process. Don't try. If you know you can't do it, you can't do it. It's okay, right? And then, of course, you'll have access to the Spotlighter Striders community, which is all a part of school now. And then also the user-generated content, which again is kind of like building up that whole influencer platform. Super valuable, guys. Do not chalk this off as like, Mike, I don't know. I work at Home Depot now. No. Trust me on this. You need to learn all this. Do not be afraid of it. Do not let technology overstep you. And if you total everything up, and also the social media domination weekend, so the total, if you add all of this up, it's $106,000 offer, right? For some of you guys, like, oh my God, that's like more than I paid for my car, right? That's obviously not what you're going to pay for this. But I want you to look at this. I want you to look at like the people that you've seen, the success stories you've seen, people who are booking $30,000 a day, people who are booking $100,000 a day, people who are living their dreams. If this was able to provide that for you, wouldn't it be worth it? Like, if just making that one connection, having the right photos, having the understanding to create a new life for yourself, like the price shouldn't matter. It would be worth it as long as you got the results that you wanted, right? We can all agree on that, okay? So when we come up with these price, things, we come up with a fair price, right? So fair price on that's 9,997, but of course you guys have been here for 16 hours. So I always do something special, 39.97. But then I like to do something even more special. And we call it our fast action bonus, which is 29.97. And then for people who schedule today, so it doesn't mean you have to be accepted today, you just scheduled today. You'll actually get to have a sit down with Ryan. You guys are gonna get to meet Ryan shortly. He will plan out your entire career while you're out in Las Vegas. We'll even do this on a virtual call. I'm doing something similar with our talent in Tampa. We're literally spending the entire day. We're going out on a boat, then we're going out to dinner. I'm literally going to be their social media manager. I created like a 33-page document for them, and nobody goes home until everything's planned out. It's going to be the same process with Ryan. Nobody leaves. So there's 20 people there. All 20, you guys are staying until your careers are planned out. And it's important because there is nobody gets left behind. You got to go first, so you get no. You stay because you're going to learn from everyone else. Right? This is a family. This is a community. We work together. We all, a rising tide raises all ships. Okay. So in order to be a part of this, you do have to schedule. My assistant will be dropping the link. My suggestion is click the link. This is limited. There's only appointments open Monday and Tuesday. I believe we have 70 people on here, which means technically if all 70 people scheduled, the appointments would be gone in like 5 seconds. I know a lot of our talent already scheduled to come to Vegas, and a lot of you guys are here. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart allowing me to do this with you guys here. But I promise you guys, it's worth it because you guys will get, obviously get refreshed in everything we're doing, but obviously we get to play Model Garage, and Alicia and Deneen have something really special. So just to go through everything, you're going to get the firearm training, certification, Fire and Ice for all the professional photo shoot, celebrity photographer, celebrity stylist, hairstylist, makeup artist, on-camera certification, masterclass, workshop, and certification, photo shoot prep with Ryan, styling and posing with Ryan, truth management profile, the 10-week training for truth management, the AI masterclass, priceless, hosting your own podcast. You guys will understand that whole platform. Plus, we'll show you how to consistently book podcast shows, building up your brand, building up your reputation, makes you more valuable to agents, right? To clients, right? You're already a brand, you're already an influencer. And then, of course, now having access to school, plus the promotional model training, being able to get signed, be able to start monetizing that, getting work literally immediately. Then, of course, being a part of our community. And then, of course, the user-generated content, talking about influencer, understanding that. And that'll also show you several agencies that'll be able to sign you, and you'll be able to start picking jobs literally at the end of the day. Like you literally, it's an amazing system. And it's like, and he's like, Mike, how come I never heard of this? Because you're not at that level, right? Once you know the right people and you're in that level, you got the right tools, doors start opening up for you, right? Just like Brad Pitt, he doesn't have to go on auditions. They send him scripts. This is the same road I'm putting you guys on. And then, of course, special super bonus for you guys this weekend, the Improv Social Media Domination Weekend. Total value, $106,258. All my fast action takers, that's scheduled $29.97. And yes, we can do a payment plan with you guys. So do not worry. This is Fire and Ice, Las Vegas, July 2024. My name is Michael Fopkin, and I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen and to Alicia. And I cannot wait to see you guys. Thank you so much. I will see you guys on the next boot camp. I got like a ton of things I'll do on. Maybe I'll be able to jump on at the end. But I know Ryan Colby's going to be coming up next. All right, guys. Bye, guys.
Wow. How awesome is that? Like, who wants to come to Las Vegas and accelerate your career? Again, it was absolutely amazing to do this on Zoom, but who's ready to do this in person? Who's ready to do this in person?
Yeah, it's a blueprint that works, Deneen. Hello.
Yeah.
It's a blueprint that works. Everybody says they want an agent. Well, let's get you ready for an agent to want you.
Yeah.
However you guys see the blueprint. If you see it, type blueprint. So you need proper photos. And Tanya said there's places that give shitty photos. Our photos are the best because we have the former art director of Vogue magazine working with you to have proper photos. So check. You need real training. Check. Like everything we can possibly do, we've done. Now the only thing that we're missing is you. So for those of you that are serious about taking action and keeping momentum, I mean, these Zoom calls are great. Maybe the highlight of your life is, oh my gosh, I got to talk to a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent who booked Stranger Things and All American and Outer Banks and Wednesday and Grey's Anatomy. Yay for you. Some of you are going to get a chance to sit down live with these types of people that can snap their fingers and change your life. And I really want to say this, Deneen, you know, so many people unfortunately get scammed trying to get into this business. They're so worried about pictures. For who? Who's seeing them other than your friends and family? Real castings are not posted on websites. You need real training. You need to have real marketing materials. So let's get everything together that we can the right way, because time is money. You know, I don't remember if I mentioned this yesterday. I do a lot of Zoom calls, but I have people that have been trying to do this for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. The fact that today they could have sat down with a licensed SAG-AFTRA agent, I'm sorry, what else can I do to help you? And it's all on Zoom. And that's why we do these calls for free. We want to show people, one, transparency. Two, we're different from any other company in the world. You know, I mean, classes are great, websites are great, pictures are great, but those things don't help you get face-to-face with top people. They just don't do it. So the blueprint works. Obviously, we're very successful in what we do. But it's only for people that really want to get into this industry. If you're not serious about it, well, then just keep impersonating. We want doers. So let me see very quickly, how many of you guys are ready to make your dreams a reality? If so, type Vegas. Because here's the thing, when this call ends, the link goes bye-bye. Because if I'm going to put you face-to-face with somebody like a Tanya Kleckner, you need to take action. So for those of you that have been trying to do this for a while, again, Tanya even said she'll sign anybody. Doesn't matter about the location, but she's looking to sign people that are ready. So the question for you is, well, what can you do to help you live out these dreams? So, you know, again, Deneen, I don't know if you're still here, but so often people tell me, well, my friends and family don't believe in me. Who the F cares about your friends and family? I mean, love them, yes, but take advice from the council, not people that watch TV. I want to talk to the people that actually book major television roles, not the extras. I want real speaking roles on major hit TV shows. I want to change my life, not just for me, but for my family. I want to leave a mark. I want to leave a legacy. Perhaps there's brands that you want to collaborate with. Maybe you've had some kind of, you know, crazy story that you want to kind of tell. We work with some of the biggest names in the industry. So, you know, location no longer matters. Friends and family, of course they matter. But let me tell you what matters. You don't ever ask for permission. You just ask for support. Because I'm sure you guys watch the news, right? The world sometimes is an amazing place. Sometimes it also gets a little bit scary. The scariest thing in the world is for somebody who has a dream that's too chicken shit to go for it themselves. They're too worried about what everybody else thinks. What do you want to happen in your life? And that's really, you know, that's why we've won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and opened the stock exchange. And do you guys see what this big award is behind me? You don't get those things from sitting on the sidelines playing it safe. You go all in and you play hard, but you have to know the rules. So for those of you guys that are really serious about getting into show business, great. Our way works. How is your way going? Because unless you're getting face-to-face with the biggest names, you're going to just keep sharpening crayons and pushing the mashed potatoes on the plate. For people that really want to do this, they know it. They have to listen. They have to follow directions. They have to put in the work. And most of all, get face-to-face with the biggest names. That's everything. That's our job, is to put you face-to-face. The rest is up to you. So as soon as this call is done, Deneen, today, that link, I don't want anybody else scheduling. Yeah, hi, Kingston. Look at you, Kingston. Who are you right now?
Kingston, mindset coach. That's who he is. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? He's an example of someone that we've worked with, you know, like the thing is that I've learned is the more you surround yourself with successful people, the more successful you'll become. The more you surround yourself with confident people, the more confident you're going to become. The more you surround yourself by competent people, the more competent you're going to become. And that's exactly what we're offering you in Las Vegas. And the agencies that are going to come out, like they literally are looking for new talent all the time. The question is, are you going to be ready for that? And if you work with us, the answer is yes, because I'm going to put everything I have into making sure that you are ready, but are you willing to put in the work?
Yeah,
So,
it works. I mean, we have over 10,000 success stories.
yeah,
So the
we,
question is, if you want to go to Vegas, some people go to Vegas. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we've been to Vegas how many times? A lot.
a lot.
But we always have fun, right?
Yes.
But imagine being around your peers, people from this call, and getting like-minded individuals in Vegas, super fun. But then most of all, this is now like your community. You're now going to get a chance to get amazing photos done and sit down face to face with top people. And there's so many people that really want to get into show business, but they'll just, watch on the sidelines, and that's not what we're looking for. Players. We want people that actually want a leading role on a TV show.
Yeah.
So if you're serious about doing this, you have the link schedule, because that's what it is. Like, this isn't, you're going to get a chance to actually meet with us. Danita and I are both doing interviews. We're doing them tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow and Tuesday. Yep.
Tomorrow and Tuesday. So if you're really serious, schedule a meeting. No, Inner Circle does not need to schedule. Ryan, congratulations. Ryan Clapham, new Inner Circle member. But no, you don't need to schedule. Super exciting stuff. But this is going to be life-changing for anybody here looking to change their life. Because if you're happy the way things are going now, and you're getting, leading roles sent to your email, well, then you don't have to schedule. But if you're looking to do this, like Deneen from the last event we just did in San Diego, we have talent now getting seen by top agents that may want to submit them out for magazines, commercial print, runway shows. I mean, that's just modeling. I mean, that's just from working the camera and, for them to be able to see you. We have people that are brand new in the industry that did get to meet Tanya, brand new, like brand spanking new. And they got a chance to meet an agent who literally could book, $100,000 an episode. So, I mean, it really, you got to take chances on you. You're the best investment in the world. So
to use a Vegas term, are you all in on yourself? Are you going to put all your chips in on you? That's the question I have for you. And if not, why not? Because you know what? You guys are all winners. If you're on this call right now, you're all winners. If you're on this call, we know that you take this seriously. We've been doing this now for nearly 16 hours. We're coming up on hour 16. And we know that you're all in, and we know that you take this seriously. So are you going to take it seriously enough to take it off Zoom and bring it in person? That's the question I have for you. Like, are you going, not my question, it's actually not a question, it's a statement. Do it. Be like Nike and just do it, because you know what? Everything you want is on the other side of you stepping out of your comfort zone. And let's be honest, for a lot of us, Zoom is a comfort zone after the last 3 to 4 years. It's cool. We know how to make ourselves look pretty for Zoom. But are you willing to put yourself face to face with someone who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life? That's the question I have for you. So if you're all in, put all your chips on you.
Vanetta says, I'm all in.
That's awesome. I love it.
If you want to schedule now, because the spots are limited. So thank you, Jemima. So the spots are limited. So for those of you that want to schedule now, well, schedule now. Just get it done.
Do it. And then we will come back and answer questions. So if any of you have any pressing questions, we'll answer them. But we do have an indomitable force that has just joined the Zoom call.
I love LA Ryan, but I like New York Ryan better.
Okay, so LA Ryan, can you please assume the identity of the New York
look
Ryan?
at him.
Oh Jesus. I don't know about this. All right. So Ryan, let me introduce you before you come on and all the fabulousness. So this is the first time we're seeing you this weekend. That's insane.
Can't even believe it.
All right. Well, let me introduce you for the people that don't know who you are, although I don't know how anyone would not know who you are, but just allow me to do that. So our next guest, Ryan Colby, has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. When he was 15 years old, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he has never wavered. He had the record number of magazine covers for his agency in 1 year, totaling 72. For 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby.
What?
Hi,
Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Colby.
Where are you?
I'm in the house. I'm in the dining room.
Oh, okay. So I was joking around about LA Ryan versus New York Ryan. New York is a lot more edgier, high fashion. LA
Okay.
Ryan is a little bit more colorful.
Well, I'm wearing my "When They Go Low, I Go Lower" sweatshirt in honor
it.
of.
Okay, so what are you doing on the West Coast? When are you coming back home? As though I live in New York City.
After Tampa.
Okay, so you're coming to the Tampa shoot. Okay, good. So what are you doing out in LA? Can you talk about like the difference between New York and the LA
Well,
market?
tonight I'm going to Mark Cherry's birthday cocktail party.
Mark Cherry, the creator of Desperate Housewives,
going
Devious
there,
Maid.
and then I don't know, just doing normal work. The boys are shooting. Fashion Week was yesterday and the day before and the day before that.
LA
There was
fashion.
3 days of fashion shows. So I had like 6, 7 guys doing shows. Normal stuff, auditions, meetings. I met with a big PR firm this week, Tuesday of this week, and just for notes and inspiration. He met with one of the talent. He met with Brandon and gave us advice.
We started
and
off on a Zoom call.
Yeah,
Now
he gave us
signed,
advice. He
Working
represents
in LA and New York. Yeah.
Diane Carroll, who's recently passed. He represents Joan Collins.
Oh.
And Margaret. He's old school PR. Like, he's not representing some new hot 20-something-year-old on on some TV show. He's representing the legends. He represents Robert Redford, people like that, old school people. So he's really well known. He's really learned his industry. Obviously, he's responsible for he used to represent Demi Moore. He got her that Vanity Fair cover when she was pregnant and set the world on fire. He represented Demi and Bruce when they were married. So yeah, he's a big shot, and we got to meet with him. I wrote him randomly on Instagram months ago, and he never answered me. He posted a picture of him and Joan Collins, and everyone knows I worship Joan Collins. So I saw the picture, I commented, and he never responded. And then out of the blue the other day, actually it was on Monday, he wrote me back and he's like, hey, I noticed that you like a lot of my photos, and what is it that you do? And we were talking and back and forth on Instagram. And he's like, I'd rather speak on the phone. I'm more of a phone person. Can I get your number? And he called me and we talked for like 45 minutes. And I was like really nervous. I'm very rarely nervous, but I was actually nervous because I wasn't prepared that he was gonna write me back. But then he said, let's meet tomorrow. And I was like, oh my God. So I had to get ready really quick and get over there. So. And it was great because he took us to lunch at this really nice hotel and spent 2.5 hours with us and told us all these tricks and secrets and stories about Demi Moore and about Robert Redford and Faye Dunaway when she was doing press for different movies, and her temperament and
but you
people
didn't
like
get that meeting with him, right?
Who I
Because
admire.
yeah, but I really want to say this. You didn't get that meeting with him because you wrote him on Instagram or Facebook. You got it because you're the former art director of Vogue and you're a force to be reckoned with. Like, you work with, you're a celebrity stylist as well for Ben Affleck, Ewan McGregor, Stanley Tucci. So you're in the industry yourself. So for somebody just starting, no, they're not going to take you out to lunch. No, they're not going to meet with you off of the internet. How important is networking for you in LA and New York? I mean, Zoom is cute, we can do a lot on Zoom, but how important is face to face now for you?
Well, it's very important. I mean, I wouldn't be going to someone's birthday cocktail party on Zoom. I wouldn't be.
Well, we posted
wouldn't
dinner
be-
parties on Zoom.
I mean,
remember
the
that?
only reason, I mean, Zoom is helpful a little bit with some meetings. I did have a meeting with a client in London the other day with Ben and a few of the boys because I had no choice. He's in London and there was no choice.
Yeah.
But I prefer face to face, obviously, because you get more done and it's more real, and I'm much better in person at and swaying the conversation than I am on Zoom. So I prefer in-person meetings.
Now, what would you think is the biggest difference between the market in New York City versus LA? Can you discuss a little bit about the acting modeling scene on both coasts?
New York is more gritty, it's more higher end, it's more fashion, it's more creative. Where LA is more commercial and smiles and abs and great hair, great skin and stuff like that. I mean, it's not like you don't need that for New York, but if you have a quirk or two on your body, or New York will accept you where LA probably wouldn't. So it's a little more commercial here. It's got to be a little more acceptable to the mass public, where New York, you can take risks, you can be artsy, you can wear things that would be considered unacceptable and get away with it.
Now, are you good at seeing somebody and telling them like, hey, you need to be on this coast, that's like your blue ocean? Or do you feel like that is something you can do? Like,
Who, me?
let's say I'm 5'4" and I'm a size 10. And
Yes, of course I can. I do it every day.
I know, but this is Model Garage, and we're going to be calling.
Yes, I'm good at it. I know. Some people get upset when I tell them,
It's okay.
that
But
they.
it's not getting upset. They want the truth. So it's not about getting upset. It's about, I'm going to ask to unmute you. I don't know how you ended up on mute. I don't know. Hit unmute.
Okay, I'm on mute.
Okay, you're back.
Yeah, I mean, some people don't like when I tell them that really you should be in New York, when they are so obsessed with Los Angeles, and vice versa. So that's falls into the guise of their problem. You can choose to live wherever you want. It's a free country, but unfortunately, this is a location-based industry. And if you don't live in the location that best suits your body and face, then you're just not going to see any results.
Okay. Now, for somebody that wants to work with major brands or be on the cover of magazines, walk Fashion Week, do they need an agent to get those types of castings?
Yes.
Okay,
You can't walk legit Fashion Week without it. I mean, there are spin-offs of Fashion Week that any moron can do, but legit Fashion Week, you can't get into the appointments or see the PR firms or see the casting firms without it being a set up appointment that goes to an agency. So for all of the people who do these, Seattle Fashion Weeks and, Tallahassee Fashion Weeks and Rhode Island Fashion Weeks and Atlantic City Fashion Weeks, these aren't real. They aren't useful. They don't have any value to your career or life. They're actually kind of embarrassing to do, especially if you do them multiple times. Now, if you do them once or twice because you want practice or something, no one's going to chastise you for that. But if it's become something where you're missing out on major opportunities because I'm doing Detroit Fashion Week, you're an idiot, and continue doing it, and good luck to you.
What about somebody who just runs out and gets like photos done with anybody? Like I'm talking like shitty photos.
Photos. I mean, unfortunately, it's the same thing. It falls into the guise of the same thing. You can't beat someone over the head and tell them what to do. I mean, if they want to shoot with Bob, the neighbor next door who bought a camera at Best Buy, and they think that's the best for them, again, good luck.
But could it hurt their career? Like getting photos done or
career.
Okay.
Bad photos can hurt your career more than doing a silly fashion show, because at least fashion shows are temporary and you can get away. It's I don't know, it's a little more forgivable in the eyes of the industry than bad photography. So if you shoot with bad photographers on a regular basis, that is actually more damaging because it creates bad habits that are really hard to undo when you do get to in front of a camera of someone of value or an agency. It creates it. You have to undo that, and sometimes the agency may not want to do that because you spent 6 months to a year shooting with a dozen idiots. I don't have time to undo all that damage. So you might as well just continue.
And for somebody just getting started, or maybe somebody that's been in the industry for a while, what are some of the biggest misconceptions about getting into modeling, would you say?
Misconceptions? That after your first photo shoot, you're a model. You're not a model, at least for a year,
Okay.
if not longer, depending upon what you look like and who's been shooting you. It takes dozens of photo shoots, meaning dozens with an S, before you actually get into some sort of groove and movement and gait of a model. And if you just do one shoot with your friend and you think that you're a model, well, it's akin to if I picked up a basketball right now and went to a basketball court and played for 2 hours, 3 hours, even if I played for 6 hours, am I going to the NBA? Am I going to be able to be on the Knicks next week? No, I'm not, because I'm not a basketball player. It would take
I'm so
years of
impressed right
training.
now that you knew that the Knicks was basketball. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know. If
Well, I
Janine
did shortly.
that.
Remember, I represented that kid from the Knicks for like one season. Remember
Yeah.
that kid, Chris?
Yeah.
He was on the Knicks, and until his stupid ass basketball manager came in and ruined everything. But
Yeah.
but I do know who the Knicks are. I got invited to a bunch of games. I just never went. But
That's good networking, especially if you're courtside. Those tickets are expensive. You know,
that's
anybody
the kind
sitting
of networking I'm
courtside
not
is,
interested in. I don't care.
but networking.
That's the kind of
is
networking
key.
I'm not interested in. But
All right,
anyway,
so- Go ahead.
anyway, the point is if I picked up a basketball today and decided to play all day and night and get pointers from, you know, some lame guy that was sitting there playing basketball as well, I'm creating bad habits because he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing, but yet I think I'm entering a career that is extremely difficult, very competitive, and I'm not prepared for it. So it's very similar to that.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in the hot seat before we get into Model Garage, because we just had Tanya Kleckner on, who you introduced us to like 10 years ago. Amazing agent. You do work with actors, but you primarily with models. I'm going to be honest, a lot of people are under the impression if an agent wants them, an agent will cover all their expenses and then recoup it, which means that if you book them a job, any of the expenses that you laid out for them, you would take it out of their earnings. Is that still the case?
No.
Okay.
Agencies haven't done that in 20 something years, like early 2000s. That was phased out pretty much completely.
So like when Tyra did Top Model, that was still happening.
I don't know when her first
But
season
now
was.
20 years later, so if an agent really
I
wants
don't know when her first season was, but it kind of phased out in the early 2000s, where agencies woke up to the power of television, the power of social media, the power of like chit-chatting behind agents' backs. And collectively, the agencies were like, we're not paying for anything anymore. If you want to come to New York, then come to New York. If you want to go to LA, go to LA. If you want to, you know, whatever we're doing for you, you need to pay back, you know, immediately. So there is no more doing that anymore, because models are extremely ungrateful. They do things willy-nilly. They don't listen. And so therefore, when you have no control over them, that's when you lose the value of creating a model. So now they're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, they're chit-chatting, they're talking, they're making plans, they're doing this, they're doing that. So therefore, why are we going to pay for your development when you're ruining it? So we no longer are going to do that. You're going to pay for your development, and, you know, hopefully it goes well. We'll see. You know,
now,
so agencies just don't do it anymore.
right? What other expenses could a model invest in? Like, what are some of the necessary
living expenses, flights, clothes, things agencies used to pay for and get back. in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I mean, agencies, a third of their budget was developing and spending crazy money on models, getting them to New York, getting them to Paris, getting them to, you know, whatever markets, and developing the crap out of them, shooting them 10, 15, 20 times with the best photographers, spending $600, $700, $800 per shoot, buying them the best clothes so they looked great on their castings.
And those
putting them in,
photographers didn't
you
work
know,
for free. So I really
no,
want to
so the
stress it
agencies
to
would
you.
spend 10
Yeah.
to 15 grand a season on one girl, and you multiply that by the 20 girls they would bring in. When I worked at IMG, they would bring in 15, 18 girls a summer. That's 20 grand each girl by the time the summer is over. And you're spending that money. They're shooting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times with a bunch of photographers. They're living in a nice apartment with a bunch of other girls. They're getting car services. They're getting nice clothes because they need to look cute on their appointments. They're getting their hair done at Bumble and Bumble. That isn't free.
The photographers don't work for free either. Yeah. So the agency.
Those days are over. Those days are over. If you want your hair done, you're paying for it.
So like when the
If you want-
agency is submitting a talent to, let's say, Chanel, the agency isn't going to use crappy photos. They're going to use the test shoots that the agency back then paid for. So if you were to book a job with Chanel, let's say it paid $10,000, a modeling agency typically gets 20%. So out of 10,000, 2,000 would go to the agent. That's commission. The 8,000 normally would go to the talent, as long as all of, you know, their debts were recouped, which means if you owed money for
and that
test
could take
shoots,
a lot of
cards,
jobs.
well,
I know guys that were on the cover of Italian Vogue, shooting, working, and doing Gucci shows, doing shows for Tommy Hilfiger, and they were sleeping in the park, you know, because the agency wouldn't give them any money because
they owe them money.
They owe them too
all the
much,
expenses they have to make it back. So that whole notion, if somebody really wants you, it's free. That is complete debunked. It's not if somebody, it's if an agent 15 to 20 years ago really wanted you, what did it take to qualify? Because, you know, oh, well, I'm a single mom and I'm broke and my mom's skeptical. Nobody cares. It was genetics. So what did it actually take?
There are rare cases where you can come to New York, be 16, be so gorgeous. The agency takes a couple of Polaroids of you, digitals, Polaroids, whatever, and they didn't spend any money on you. You drove into the city by yourself on your own dime, or you flew into the city on your own dime, and you just walked into Ford and they just took you. I mean, that does happen. And they will take digital, send you to Chanel or to Burberry or whatever, and you get a show or you get an advertising, and you get that money. I my friend Joan owns an agency. Some of you guys met him in New York. He owns an agency called Trend, and he found this girl at a refugee camp, and he didn't spend any money on her. But actually, no, that's not true. He spent a flight from Uganda just to Barcelona, which was, I don't know, less than $1,000. And in one day, she booked YSL, which was 25,000. And so she got that money. She paid back the flight, and she got that money. And 25,000 in Uganda is $100,000 in America, if not more. So he changed her life, literally. So there are rare cases where that happens, where someone is so strong that you don't even need to shoot them. You just send them out as is, and they hit the lottery of this industry, and they can piggyback off that and work and work and work and work. And now this girl has a legit career where she does New York, Paris, Milan, London, New York, Paris, Milan, London. I mean, she's going to be working probably for the next decade if she's smart. So but that happens once a year to some random person, and you don't know who that person's going to be. The majority of people have to work and run around and like chickens and go on castings, and it's a hard road.
So for somebody who really wants to get into this industry, let's talk about modeling in the past versus what it is today. What was an agency looking for? Was there an age limit, height, weight?
In the past? Oh yeah, in the past, up until 5, 6 years ago, so maybe 7, maybe 2018, you had to be, you know, size 0, 2 to 4, maybe a 6 sometimes if you were very tall, for females. No bigger than a B cup, no bigger hips than 34, no older than 25. And that was the standard for
What
high
about height?
fashion modeling.
What about
That
height?
was the standard. And it was not to be played with, messed with, jostled, questioned.
And how tall did
That's
they
just
have
the
to
way it
be,
was.
right? How tall?
5'9" and over, 5'9" to 6 feet.
How many of you
Yeah.
guys on this call would qualify for that? 5'9" to 6 feet, dress size 0 to 4. I mean,
That was the
32
standard, and
less.
it was never ever up for debate. You know, now,
let's talk
if
about
you
now.
look at any runway show, especially 80% of them, 75% of them, there's all different types of ages and sizes and races, of course. And to me, it's a double-edged sword. It's a good thing. But it also creates, how do I say without getting letters?
Misconception.
And also it creates a misconception to the rest of the world that
You can do it too.
they can just be
Yeah.
they can just do it because they saw someone with a quirk doing it, or someone who was a size 18 doing it, or someone who was 45 doing it. Unfortunately, that's the double-edged sword to this, is that the agencies that decided to get involved and move forward with this diversity movement about 5, 6 years ago, some agencies refuse, and they are absolutely not
Plus
doing it. I don't
size
care.
men. I mean, we've seen
What'd
it
you
all.
say?
Transgender, amputees,
Yeah, there are
models,
some agencies that
wheelchairs.
absolutely refuse, and they
plus
are not getting
mature.
involved, and they don't care they don't even know what the word diversity means, and they're not interested. And that's their
Right.
choice. It's their company. They can do what they want. And there are some designers who absolutely have said, we are not participating in this, because to some people at the end of the day, it's not really believable. So therefore, they're just not going to participate, and it's their prerogative to do so. But 80% have participated, and they're actively doing so. But I must say, even as an agent, it does create a problem for me, and it creates a problem for other agents, because now I'm flooded with every Tom, Dick, Harry, and Helen who thinks that they can do this just because they saw someone on a runway that kind of resembled them or looked like their Aunt Becky or Kathy. You know, and it just creates a problem for me, because now I have to explain to them that yes, this person is 45 and they are doing runway, but they also had a 25-year career that you don't know about, that they were a top model. A lot of the models you see that are 45, 55, 65 on the runway, these girls have been working since the 70s, took a break, and now they've been pulled out of their homes to resurrect their careers, like Kristen McMenemy and Lauren Hutton, and who are these girls on the runway? You know,
She just did a show.
Carmen
Yeah.
Del Orphis. I mean, they'll pull them out of retirement, but these women didn't just flop on the runway out of nowhere. They were working models, and they know the business. They just decided to stop 15 years ago, 18 years ago, 20 years ago. And the industry is begging for them to return because they want some older faces. And, you know, if you look at the Schiaparelli show, there was a bunch of ladies in that show that were 55 plus to 75, but they had been working in the 70s and 80s. They know what a runway is. They know how to walk. You don't forget these things just because you retired and you got older. There are plenty of doctors out there and lawyers and whoever. Just because you retired doesn't mean you don't know the law. Or it doesn't mean you don't know medicine. You know, you just stopped doing it professionally. So, you know, sometimes it creates a problem, because when they see these people, they're like, oh my God, she's clearly 55. I can be on runways. No, you can't, you know.
Not necessarily.
No, you can't. and you need to chill. And if there even is a chance for you to be on the runway, you've got to work your ass off and get pictures that prove that you can do it. And there are cases where there are a few women and men who have no experience whatsoever in their older years, and they do get a chance to do some runway or do some high-end print. But again, you must work extremely hard. In fact, you have to work triple hard as the younger people, because you're not supposed to be there. So you have to work really, 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 really hard. So it does create a problem for us agents, because we're bombarded with these emails, and I get them on a regular basis of people who feel that they deserve to be on the Tommy Hilfiger runway because they saw some girl that was big on the runway. It's like, it's a problem.
The problem is when everybody wants to hear the truth, but then the problem is when you give them the truth, then they're like, "Oh, you're the B," and then they write on.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not
I'm like,
happy with me.
"But you asked for the truth," and
Yeah,
it's almost like you keep getting scammed. Keep paying for fake runway classes. It's never gonna work. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ryan, why are these castings only available to agencies?
And kind of for the reason I just told you, because you'll get a bunch of people showing up who don't deserve to be there, crowding your office and annoying you. The agencies sift through, we vet the situation, we only give you the best for that specific casting, whatever it is you may be looking for. And you only get people who know the industry or who know what to do at a casting. And therefore, the chances of you being annoyed while you're having your appointment are far less, because the people sitting in your lobby are prepared to do the job. You know, and they actually look that way. They actually are 35 years old. They actually are living in the city. They actually are a size, 8, 10 or whatever. They actually are 6'1", or, people lie, when people smell that they can be successful in this industry, they'll lie their ass off. Oh my God, I'm 25. No, you're not. Oh my God, I'm a size 8. No, you're not.
I like when
God,
they say they're 5'10" with 5-inch heels. That's my favorite.
So therefore, agencies can't afford to do that, because if you lie to a client, they'll just never work with you again. So why would you do that? Why would I send, if I feel like sending someone who doesn't fit the brief, I will tell them I'm going to do this and see if they are approved. I have a good rapport with some clients where I'm like, I know you said you wanted, all blonde guys, but look, the Spanish guy is in town and he's really good and I think he'd fit. Sometimes they'll be like, you know what, just send him. And sometimes they'll be like, I said all blonde boys. I don't care how amazing the Spanish boy is. I don't want to see him. So it just depends on the client. So it just depends on the client.
So I'm going to go through some of the people that have their cameras on. And this segment's called Model Garage. And I'm just going to call on a couple of people one by one. So don't ask me to call on you, because I purposely won't, because you asked. People that have been playing full out, they've had their camera on, they look like they're still awake, because that's a big thing. Like, being on set it's not meant to be glamorous. It's hurry up and get there on time and wait.
Oh, speaking of set, Brandon, Wesley,
that were 1 a.m.
and
go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah,
Brandon. I'm trying to think of who from VIP was on set.
But they're on set.
I think it was just Brandon. It was just Brandon and Wesley. I had 11 guys on this set, but only 2 of them are from VIP. But anyway, Brandon and Wesley were on set. They had, it was 16-hour days on a boat in the cold Hudson River.
Good times.
And the boat was rocking. It was not as cute as they thought it was gonna be.
Kyle, you're getting paid. Vomit after.
But they got SAG wavered. They got model rates.
Yeah.
And it was for 3 days, and it was fun for them because they haven't done much in a while because of the strike and everything. So, but it was on a boat, and the boat wasn't as big as I thought it was going to be. It was kind of tight, and but they made the best of it.
Good. Good. All right, so I'm gonna call on a couple of people. I'm gonna call on one. So what I want you to do when I call on you is just say your name and your location and your height. Okay, I don't want to know your age, just your age, or not your age, I just said that. Your name, your location, and your height. And then what Ryan's gonna do is he's gonna assess the
Wait, I do want to
situation.
know their age. Why can't we know their age?
You could say their age. I guess they could say their age.
Age is important. I need to know what I'm
Okay,
working
all
with.
right, that's fine. That's fine. So I'll call on somebody, and then Ryan, I want you to tell them which coast they belong on. How would you dress them for a photo shoot? Because this isn't based on, and I want to say this as lovingly as I can, but so many people get scammed getting photos done because they're hiring photographers maybe that they want to see themselves in, or photographers are giving you photos that like they think are going to please you. It's not about pleasing you, it's about pleasing the casting director, which equals you money. So what they should be wearing, if you're going to dress them, what kind of characters could they play, and things like that. So let's see, who am I going to call on first? Desiree Thompson.
I know this person. Don't we know
I
her?
know, but go ahead.
So why would?
Because I am choosing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Desiree Thompson. I'm 5'11". I'm in upstate New York. Hi, Ryan.
Hi.
And I'm 31 years old.
Okay. 5'11" in upstate New York. Have you done any of the shoots?
Yes, I did. I did the shoot in San Diego, California.
Oh yeah. You did. That's why we know you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we already did this. You're good for commercial print, and you are probably best for New York.
Okay.
The way I think you brought nice clothes. I can't remember what you wore, but I was happy with what everyone brought. So I'm lumping you into that pile. That you brought the right things. Nobody disappointed. There were one or two hiccups, but nobody disappointed me as far as like, what are they wearing? Everyone listened. So I'm sure I was happy with what you brought clothing wise. And I'm sure you looked nice in commercial print and
Wait,
lifestyle-ish.
how are your nails now? Let me see. What nails
Oh
do
wait,
you
you
have?
were the one that had to redo your nails.
See?
Oh, I remember. That was one of the hiccups. Did not like that. But but a minor hiccup. At least it got fixed. That's all.
Well,
Yeah.
how should models have their nails if they could get a casting at any time? And you
Your
can't
nails
go
should
in and,
always be
like,
nude
dress
or
up.
tan or a light peach, rose, pink color. It shouldn't be anything that can't be fixed in 15 minutes.
What
I mean,
about
if
the
you want to
length?
wear crazy purple nails, you're absolutely allowed to, but the second you have an appointment, they got to go within minutes, and you've got to fix them yourself. You may not have time to go to a salon, so you should kind of know how to do your own nails in a pinch, in case something does come up and you look a little crazy because you went to a party yesterday and decided to do something weird. So I like people to be free and express themselves. They can be fun and they can wear weird makeup and have, weird nails and, do their hair strangely for, their private life parties, whatever. That's perfectly fine. You don't need to look like a lifestyle model 24 hours a day, but you need to be able to switch and do that overnight. Like you can't depend on salons and this and that because they may not be available. You don't have the time. Even if you do have a salon, you don't have the time.
What about
So therefore,
eyelashes?
that
Eyelashes?
too. Eyelashes got to go like normal eyelashes to a very normal set that looks fully 100% believable is acceptable. But the point is, again, you can't depend on salons to guide your career. A lot of girls do that. Sorry to the ladies, but a lot of girls do that. They are so dependent on these salons to guide your life that when something comes up, oh my God, my hair, oh my God, my nails, oh my God, my skin, oh my God, my God, my God. Do it yourself. Like learn how to do these things yourself. So when there is a dilemma when an agency calls you and says, hey, it's Tuesday, you have a casting Wednesday morning for XYZ, and it's a great job, it could launch your career. You can't be freaking out because your hair girl isn't available or your nail tech isn't available. You should be able to do these things on your own very quickly and have it be passable to go on a casting. You shouldn't depend on others to keep your career going. But yeah, so she would be good for New York. I'm sure I do kind of remember the clothes you brought were nice and appropriate for you. Just the nail situation was an issue, but I do remember the clothes were fine. And I'm sure the pictures turned out great. And
They did.
It's great.
And
Yeah, and
I,
I just want to say thank
ahead.
you for being so patient with me on that day.
I'm
Working
sorry,
with me.
patient.
You're welcome. I mean, I had the space.
Patient.
Another thing, that house was great for space, and I can have the patience. When I'm closed in, my patience level drops.
Yeah.
So
That house,
when
if you did not get a chance to see, we don't call it a house, it was a mansion up on the hill
Mansion.
in San
whatever.
Diego, 22 beds overlooking the whole, I mean, it was gorgeous. If you get a chance,
No, the
follow.
house was
Beautiful.
absolutely gorgeous, and it
Yeah.
fit.
Yes.
It fit the scenario. It wasn't too crowded. No one was on top of me. No one
Yeah.
was staring at me for no reason. There wasn't people bumping into each other. So when that's happening, it feels a little more, it's a little less stressful for me and the photographer. So I can take a minute and do my job and explain something to you. I explained to many of the girls about makeup and hair, and I wouldn't be able to do that on, crowded situations because I'm stressed and I need you to get out of my face, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of shaking. I was like, because Alicia told me, she said, you're gonna have to go
Wait, are you
and
still
get those
wearing those
soaked off.
nails?
I am. They're
Oh
like
my
my little my
God.
rewards. They're like my talk in the bar. I'm like, guess who did this?
You need to. That's been over a week. I just
I know
noticed
they're
that you're
coming
still
off.
wearing
They're
that.
coming off.
All right, right. Even though she is technically high fashion because of her height, as far as TV and film, what would you submit her for anything, or is she just strictly model?
Yeah, if she could read, I would submit her for probably a saucier type role, kind of maybe like probably a vixen or, sometimes taller girls lend to be more considered intimidating. So I would submit her for those types of roles just to get things rolling because it's kind of par for the course and see how it goes. But yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
Thank
good.
you.
Perfect. Awesome. Desiree, will you do me a favor in our Facebook group? Will you do a photo of this is how it started, and then one of your photos from the photo shoot? Because I'm so excited because I know you. I'm so excited to see your finished photo because I didn't get to see you
Okay.
yet.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, I can do that. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, cool. All right, let's see. Thank you for coming. Coda Little. Hello, Coda.
Hello. How's everybody? Good to see everybody.
Hello.
Ryan, thank you for being here for VIP. And thank you for your success. Congratulations. I'm Coda
Thank
Little
you.
from Connecticut, former bodybuilder, personal trainer, 5'8.5", about 200 pounds, relatively muscular, about 32-inch waist. And I'm a very young 51.
A young 51. Okay. So you're a former bodybuilder. Were you training? Were you competing, or you just did it for your
Yeah.
own reasons?
WNBF Pro Natural. All
Okay,
natural.
I don't know what that means, but okay. So you were competing.
Never any
Okay.
steroids.
Okay, but you were competing. So
Yes.
okay. When did you stop competing?
About 10 years ago.
Okay, but you maintain the shape by going to the gym on your own.
6 days
Okay,
a week.
great. So you're
Yeah.
more of what you're a classic mature fitness model, which is great because there aren't that many of them. Usually guys, by the time they're 35, they've stopped working out, they have no interest, especially in the fitness category. Now, fitness modeling is a little bit different than being like an underwear model or a sportswear model because you're actually extra bigger than the average swimwear model.
Correct.
So it is its own little niche that is small, but it's good. And it can cross over into lifestyle as well. So what I would do with you is the first thing I would do is I would shave the mustache. It isn't working. I would
Okay.
shave that immediately. I would definitely do some tank tops, Under Armour shorts. I would start your first shoot being all fitness, because since that's your wheelhouse, you might as well stick to what you know, just to jump off and just to get in the industry. So I wouldn't do any, I guess you could say, I wouldn't do any fashion on you. I would do all sportswear. So I would do all Under Armour, tank tops, shorts, workout stuff, hoodies. I would keep it all there just to get you going and get you started. And, you know, obviously subsequent shoots, you could do pants and shirts and suiting and button ups and stuff. But because of your competition background, I just think sometimes it's silly for people to step away from that, and you might as well just embrace it. You did it. You spend time, money, energy doing it. So you might as well benefit from it now, even though you're not doing it at this very second. At least you still look like you could, and might as well just continue that run with a whole sportswear shoot. That's what I would do.
The great thing I have as an advantage is I understand nutritional discipline. So if ever was called for a photo shoot and you're like, hey, can you drop 10 pounds? I can do that in a week. You know, so I can dial into that.
That's fine, but unfortunately, you wouldn't have a week. So you kind of have to stick to your guns and stay in your lane, because you don't have a week for fashion shoots. It doesn't happen. You have it's 5 o'clock. You're shooting at 9 a.m. Like, you don't have a week. So that's not how it works. There are rare cases where you get days of notice, and when you're shooting something, yes, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, where you get, oh, you're shooting, it's Saturday, you're shooting on Wednesday. Like, that does happen, but that's maybe 15% of the time. The other 85% of the time, it's overnight. Shoots are overnight. You know, that's why models are on call, kind of like a doctor, 24/7. Like, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow. Could be nothing. It could be shooting. I don't know. So, unfortunately, with guys, it's kind of similar to what I said about the females with the hair and nail issues. There's no time to fix these problems. So you should, you know, whatever you look like, you look like. So if you're more muscular and built and whatever, then be happy and embrace it. And that's what you are. And you know, stay in that lane until you've worked enough where you can go into another lane.
What kind of designers could he book, right? And what would you say?
I would push him towards like Under Gear, Nike, any sort of sneaker situation. There's 20 sneaker brands out there, probably more. Any sportswear brand, any underwear, tank top brand.
Like Under
There's
Armour.
so many. The list goes on. So I would stay in that lane until there's a reason to change the lane.
Okay. And what about TV and film? What type of roles do you think you could play?
TV and film, I would keep him as a detective, a bouncer, a heavy, a tough guy, all of those things based upon his size. 5'8" isn't super tall, but it's also not super short. So he could definitely be a bouncer. He could be a bodyguard. He could be a cop. He could be a detective. He could be a firefighter. There's lots of those overly masculine roles, overly masculine situations that he could do.
Okay.
Thank you.
And as far as dressing him for a photo shoot, because the
I would
photo
keep
shoot
it sporty for now. I wouldn't do any clothes. I wouldn't do any clothing styles on him yet, because I just think I just know from experience that I'm smelling it wouldn't work. I think that it would be more successful to stick to the sportswear.
Okay.
Nice.
Right.
Nice. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Who are we gonna call on next? Hold on. Looking. Fatifa? Did I say that right? I hope I said that right. Just go with it. Add spotlight. All right, ask to unmute. You see, I'm masked. Okay, there you are. Okay. How do you pronounce your first name?
Me? Oh, Tafa.
Meta.
Or you
Okay,
can call Tafa.
Tafa. That's easy. Okay. Hi, Tafa. Nice to meet you. All right,
Nice to
introduce
meet you
yourself
too.
to Mr. Colby.
Hello, everybody. Hi. My name is Fai Tafa. Lefa Hayward is the last name. I'm living in Scottsdale, Alaska, and it's really cold.
Oh,
My
okay.
my job here in Scottsdale, I work for the city of Scottsdale. I do financial as the administration assistant for the
Okay.
city of Scottsdale.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how old?
And how old am I? I'm 52.
Okay. Okay, 52 and 5'3". Okay. You seem very demure and very kind of quiet. What is your background? Are you Middle Eastern or what is your background?
My background, I'm original from the island of Samoa.
Oh, Samoan.
Yeah.
Samoan. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So I was wrong. Okay. That's fine.
Everybody
Okay.
was saying, what do you do here in a cold?
Yeah,
You
no,
come from where
Alaska
the
is as
sun.
far as you can get from the industry as you possibly could.
Let's do an
Um,
event in Alaska. Ryan, the good news is they have daylight the whole time during some months. So we wouldn't have to
Yep.
worry about trying to finish a shoot before the sun sets.
I
Gee,
don't
how great would that be?
care. I'm not
Yes,
going.
no more Ryan. Oh my God, we're running out of
We've
like,
got to
hurry up,
beat the
Denise.
sun. Yeah.
Okay, Alaska it is. Who's in?
Alaska.
No, not doing it. Not doing it.
Thank you,
Anyway,
Alicia. You're awesome. Thank you for
anyway,
inviting me.
you have a nice way about you. You're very nice and pleasant. I would definitely shoot you extremely lifestyle. You're very, very lifestyle. I would definitely put you in chairs. I would have you
Thank
drinking
you.
coffee. I would have you holding a book. I would have you doing very
I want
lifestyle
that job.
things. Say it again.
I could totally sit in a chair and drink a coffee.
That's
My perfect
lifestyle.
job. Do you have a
So
job
I
where
would
we eat
I would
pasta?
definitely push you towards full blown lifestyle because I think that that's your cap off until you blossomed more and became a little more animated and came a little more loose and then maybe and then maybe start with commercial print and stuff like that. But for lifestyle, you can be as sedentary and quiet as you want because the pictures are call for that. So I would definitely do that with you. How long is your hair when you take it down?
Can you
How
say
long is
that
your
again?
hair when you take it down?
Oh, my hair, it's down like Alicia's hair. That's how long it is.
Her length?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That could probably make you look a little younger if it was styled right. So, but I would still keep you in the lifestyle component. Lots of blouses or lifestyle, button-ups, blouses, skirts, nice slim pants. I would stay in that. I would stay in that wheelhouse of shooting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And what would you dress her in, Ryan?
What I just said, blouses, pants, button-ups, maybe a dress or so, but it would definitely have to be conservative and lifestyle oriented.
So
I
no
wouldn't
hot
do any.
fuchsias or bright.
No. Earth tones, muted colors, just to keep it really conservative. Her personality calls for it. maybe after she shoots a few times, maybe, you know, people open up and they act differently, and then you can adjust your marketing according to how they act, you know.
Okay.
Can I share something, Alicia?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Like you say, based on my personality, it's kind of like right in so many levels, because I'm that type of person that I don't like too many styles, you know.
Okay.
I like earrings, but not long, big,
Okay, that's
you
fine. I
know.
mean, you're more conservative and simple, and that's fine. But sometimes when you're beginning as a model, you have to, as an agent or as someone art directing, you have to play to their strengths. And you know, sometimes, especially in situations like this, where you're paying for a service, like I have to play to your strengths to get the best results. So there's no reason to be, you know, I would keep it as simple as possible because it just seems like that's what you could take, you know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, now my question for you is, since you live in Alaska, are you going to be able to make it to Vegas?
Well, of course, it's not. She's not living in. I'm sure there are planes from Juneau to Vegas.
I've seen the proposal. I don't know.
It's
Okay.
not like she's in
I mean,
Siberia.
Alaska is huge. So Alaska's no joke. It is huge.
Alaska is no joke. That should be the tagline for anybody wanting to visit Alaska.
Unless you live near one of the two major cities, you're kind of screwed.
Is it?
Alaska is too cold and Alaska snow.
Now, when should we plan this Alaskan event? During what months is it sunlight 24 hours? Just so I know.
It's around like June or July. Yeah,
okay.
Around that.
Sounds like
that
the VIP Ignite first Alaska event is going to happen in June or July.
Yeah, right.
2024.
Yeah, right.
Ryan, it's going to be amazing. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right.
Well, I have some questions for Ryan. Is it okay if I interject and ask Ryan some questions?
Of course, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Colby, we have a lot of people on this call right now that are going to be going to Las Vegas for our Fire and Ice photo shoot. So, can you give us some tips on how should they start preparing now for that? And I know it's months away, so don't roll your eyes at me. But like, what can they start doing now to start preparing? Like, just like little things. Like, I know your skin looks flawless today. I don't know if Alicia already mentioned that. But like skincare, like different things like that.
Yeah.
Fire and ice. I mean, they can pick one or the other. Yeah, they don't have to do both.
Yeah, no, they don't have to
So
do both.
let's discuss what fire and ice actually means. Fire means
I mean, I'm assuming fire is more scintillating, more salacious, you know, sexier lingerie, underwear, and ice.
Ice is cold.
I have a feeling Ryan O'Connor is in the background laughing.
Exactly.
Sad that I knew that. So sad that I knew that. Hi, Ryan O'Connor.
And ice, I'm assuming is actually I don't know what ice is. You'd have to explain.
Ice would be more conservative. Like I would say, like more like
okay, fine. I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to assume. Ice is more conservative. Okay, fine. Well, I mean, here's the thing with that. I you know, everyone knows I'm not a fan of themes, but if I'm gonna do a theme, it just needs to be done right. So once we get closer to these dates, we know there may be some feelings hurt because some people are going to want to do fire, and I really don't. What?
We're growing thick skin. Yeah.
Because some people are going to want to do fire, and they really shouldn't, and they really shouldn't be doing it. And if they do, they can. It's their time, it's their money, it's their life, but it's not going to yield results. And vice versa. Some people who should probably be stepping out of their comfort zone and doing fire are going to choose ice. So, I mean, we can discuss that and tell them, you know, individually what they should be doing. once it's closer. But in order to prepare, I mean, you should always be ready. I mean, your skin should always be looking great. Your hair should always be conditioned and looking great. Your clothes should always be updated and fresh, and you don't have to go buy a ton of crazy things to do these shoots. You can use what's in your closet, but just make sure it's nicely cleaned and dry cleaned, and make sure you have fresh shoes. Make sure you have just clean. You make sure your teeth are nice and cleaned, and you can buy nice whiteners at Dwayne Reed, and start using those. You don't have to go spend hundreds of dollars at a dentist. You can kind of do some of these things yourself. So I would just start preparing that way. I mean, you should always be ready. There shouldn't be, I'm not a fan of the word prepping for a shoot, because you should always be ready to do the shoot, no matter if it's next month or tomorrow. So prepping for a shoot isn't really something I tell my talent. They should be ready to shoot tomorrow morning. I don't need them prepping for it. They should have been prepping for it in this entire week that I didn't speak to them.
So like Desiree making a nail appointment a couple of days before to have shorter.
That would have been great, but unfortunately she didn't do that. So
she'll be in Vegas.
Well, then she's gonna have to do that. Otherwise, she's gonna have another situation on her hands. So
Also,
you have
like
to
hitting
always
the
be ready.
gym, like
No, hitting the gym, making sure your body is right at all times. But you should be hitting the gym tomorrow morning, not a week before Vegas.
Yeah,
Because a week before Vegas, you're not going to see any results. So you should be doing it now. Have a goal, like, I want to tighten up. I want to be a size down. I want to be a size up. Some men want a bigger chest. Oh, I want my arms bigger. You know what? Do it tomorrow. Or if you want to be down a size, do it tomorrow. Don't wait until Vegas is looming in 10 days and now you want to decide to be a size down. It's not going to happen. So just start doing it now, and we'll discuss Fire and Ice at a later date. I just think that, just don't get your feelings hurt if I feel that your choice isn't best for you, because if you want pictures that are going to be marketable and usable, or do you just want pictures to show your husband or your girlfriend? Because
those are boudoir photos. Yeah.
But unfortunately,
yeah,
it's going to happen.
We've been through enough of these shoots to know that. But the thing is like, I want everyone just to be prepared. Like, just always be prepared. Like Ryan said, don't wait until 2 days before the event. Like, oh my God, I have to drop 15 pounds. Like, not going to happen. So just start preparing now. It's kind of like we've been talking about all weekend. Prepare now for the end result that you want down the line, right? That's why we talked about finances. That's why we've talked about a lot of different things over the last 2 days. Start preparing today. Everyone type today in the comments. Like, don't wait till tomorrow to hit the gym. After this call is over, get yourself an energy drink and get yourself to the gym. Like, the preparation starts today. The road to Las Vegas starts right now. And that's why we asked you that question, Ryan.
Yeah. No, you shouldn't wait to be prepared for something that should be done. Brandon just came from the gym 5 minutes ago. He doesn't have a shoot tomorrow. Why should he wait to go to the gym,
Yeah. Always be prepared.
It's true.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, Mr. Ryan Colby, thank you I need to reach out to you because I need to know this gender reveal. I was going to text you, but you were on your call.
Oh, yeah, it's a girl.
Wait, what gender reveal?
The O'Connors are having another baby.
I didn't know that. Congratulations.
Great. Ryan, now you're the topic of convo.
That's because if Ryan Colby isn't on the call, Ryan O'Connor has to be. Hello, Ryan O'Connor.
Hi. Hello.
I heard you laughing in the background. I was like, I know who's making fun of us.
The Ryan Colby experience.
God bless
How
you.
near
God
to
bless
you. I'm sure Ryan O'Connor would love to do a photo shoot in Alaska. I'm sure Stacy would.
I would. Absolutely.
Ryan O'Connor's up for anything.
With the right people and the right money involved. Absolutely. I'll be on the first flight.
Yeah, that's not a road trip. That's definitely a flight. Awesome. All
But yeah,
right.
they're having a girl. They thought it was a boy. It was a big shock. It was a whole thing. But it just happened to coincide with the call that Stacy planned it to be 4 o'clock, and I was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh God, I have a call." But I figured reveals are like 90 seconds. I was like, I can do both. So.
And you did flawlessly, of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So they popped the balloon, and then I gave them their phones back because I took the video. They popped the balloon, and then I ran to the call.
Awesome. All right. Well, Mr. Colby, thank you so much. And for some of us, we'll see you on Thursday night for your call. We're looking forward to it.
Yes. Okay.
Always
Great. Good luck for the rest of the call, and sign up and make your appointments, and I'll see you in Vegas, or I won't.
And have fun at your party tonight.
Yes, have fun.
Yes, I have to be there at 6:30.
Send us photos if you're allowed to. I know you.
Probably. We'll see. Probably.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Okay. See you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
It's always entertaining. Whenever you have Ryan Colby on a call, you never know what to expect. It's like reality TV. What's he gonna say next?
We don't know.
We
He
have no
doesn't know.
idea. It's totally unscripted. Even if we give him a script, he throws it out the window and he just does whatever he wants to anyway. But but you know what? That's the beauty of working with someone who's been in the industry for so long. You know what I mean? Like, he knows what he's doing and he's really good at it. And P.S., for anyone who was here yesterday, he was my first interview on the podcast. Can you guys understand why I was sweating? Why I was freaking out?
But you know, even though he's funny, like when he goes to our photo shoots, for anybody here that's ever worked with us before, that's his Super Bowl. Like, he's funny on Zoom, but in person, it's like, this is how it is. And
The
he
fun and
runs
games
that photo
end,
shoot.
it's
Yeah.
work. Woo.
Yeah. Because just so you guys know, on a side note, like, he was one of the original faces of Benetton back in the day. At the age of 15, he traveled to Italy by himself. He was doing high fashion runway for Emmanuel Ungari. He was the former art director of Vogue. So like the movie Devil Wears Prada, he was Stanley Tucci's like character. Like that was loosely based on Ryan. So he helped Anna Wintour choose the cover models, what they should wear, how they should pose. I mean, that's a lot of work. And he currently styles Ben Affleck, Ewan McGregor, Stanley Tucci, Liam Neeson from Taken. I mean, so when you're watching like live with Kelly or red carpet events or anything like that, it's Ryan Colby dressing these people. And Deneen, I remember a story once. I think Ryan was staying at your house and he got a call from Liam Neeson.
Yeah, he got yelled at. He got yelled at by Liam Neeson.
I would have loved to have been there for that.
This is how it went down. He was like, "Oh, Liam just called. He left me a voicemail, and it was
call him back.
Ryan called me back because Ryan had to style him for a bunch of press junkets that he had, and Ryan was like, "Oh, I forgot." I was like, "Oh, Ryan, he's coming for you.
Liam
He's coming
Neeson?
for you."
I love this story about how he and Ben Affleck got into a little bit of a tiff because Ben did not want to wear orange, and Ryan's like, "You will wear it," and it was like one of Ben's like most best photos. So
yeah, same thing. He does the same thing to Liam Neeson. Like Liam, our good friend, kind of like Marty. But no, he does that. He like, and the thing is with Ryan,
he knows what you look good in before you do. He's done that to you. He's done that to me.
Oh my God, he's such a jerk when it comes to that. Like,
never go to the mall with Colby.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys one more story. Okay, so once I asked Ryan, I was like, Ryan, you know what? I really need some help. Like, I live my life in like t-shirts and jeans, and he was like, "You do need my help. Yes, I will help you." And I was like,
he's like an Avenger. He just like wants to fly in and save the day.
So we were here in Pennsylvania, and so we went to a mall in New Jersey, and it was like Christmas time, so it was like super busy. And he's like, "Try that dress on." I'm like, Ryan, we're at a kiosk in the middle of the mall. And he was like, "Just put it on over your clothes." I was like, "Are you sure?" And it was like this dress, like it honestly looked like an Afghan that my great grandmother would have put on her couch. It was like, and I was like, I don't know, Ryan. And I got it, and it was awesome. So just with Ryan and with anything that we do, you just have to trust the process, because sometimes it doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's like, how, like even today, right? So when we had the finance person on, some people are like, "I thought this was for actors and models." Like, yeah, we're helping you to prepare for your success. Same thing with branding. That's what we do. So when you work with Ryan Colby, expect the unexpected, and just defer to him. He knows what he's doing. He's really good at what he did. There's a method to the madness. I'll give you that. But sometimes the madness is like, whoa. But yeah. All right. So, I know that some of you have some questions about what Mike went over, but before we do that, would it be okay if I share our school community with you guys? I just want to kind of give you guys an idea of
School is cool.
School is cool. That was your first, that was like your post. How cool is school? We're too cool for school. But
You're
I
like,
just wanna-
log into school. I'm like, okay.
It's yeah. And you know what? When you think school, it's like, oh, school, but it's SKOOL, so it's much cooler than SCHOOL. So just so you
Yeah.
know that. All right, so I'm going to share that with you because we have a lot going on in there. I kind of want to show you guys what we even have coming up this week. And I also, for those of you who are part of the community already, I did post the video of me getting flung 390 feet into the air. So you can go check that out. Hey, I did it like a champ though. When
I
watch
know,
the
and
video-
I took Mike and I took a million pictures of you. We were so proud of you. You
and
did
then we
great.
went out for Colombian food afterwards.
Yes, and
Cuban
we did
food.
have sangria, so
Yes,
we
it was very
celebrated
good.
for sure.
Jarrell's like, I rewatched it on TikTok yesterday. Thank you very much. All right, so let me share my screen here with you guys so we can kind of go through school a little bit. All right, can you guys see my screen? Someone give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right, thank you. Okay, so this is school. So here at VIP Ignite, we want to make sure that you have a 360 view of the entertainment industry. So that means not only are we going to help you with the tools and resources that you need for your acting and modeling career, we're going to help you with your mindset. And if you haven't heard me say this 50 times today, because I haven't, I want you to understand that 80% of your success is not the tools and the resources. It's not the tactics. 80% of success is your mindset, what goes on between your ears. It's what you think about. Okay. So hold on, I have to update. Hold on, I have to hit refresh. I'm like, I know there we go. That's better. Okay, this is the most current version. So we go through a lot of different things with you. So the first thing about school that I love is just the community. Okay, so I'm going to start with sharing the leaderboard. So when I shot a video for this about less than a week ago, and I was like the only person participating. We had a couple people that were a part of it, but one thing I love is that we reward you for being supportive. How many of you are like, you know what? I'm that person. All my friends come to me because, you know what? I'm the person that's there for them. Well, now that's going to be a competition. So earlier today, I announced that Ryan Clapham had taken over the leaderboard. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Ryan Clapham, but Monique Jennings has jumped right over you. I don't know what happened. Monique, are you not paying attention to our call today? Because that's what you should have been doing. But so you're going to get rewarded for participating, and you might see like level 4, 5, all of these. We're actually going to be adding, like Mike said, over 3,000 hours of content. So we're working on what we're going to be giving away when you get to level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So if you're just joining us, you have something to look forward to. If you've already exceeded to level 4 and beyond, don't worry. We have some really cool things coming up for you. And again, the other thing that we have going on here is our community. Like, we keep you updated. So every week what I do is I'm posting like what's going on this week. So this is just a little idea. This is just a little bit about what we have going on. So on Tuesday night, we have a call with Bobby Fanara from The Sopranos. He's classically trained. He's been working with our talent now for over a year doing just workshopping, teaching you how to break down scripts, how to do different things, right? Then on Wednesday, once a week, I host a call, whether it's an accountability call, an onboarding call, or an implementation call. So if you are someone who knows you need to be held accountable, this is the place for you. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a call, and I want to ask you a couple questions, like, where are you? Where do you want to go? And what are you working on right now to get there so I can help you? Okay. On Wednesday, also, we have a couple small workshops going on, acting intensive. So we have that coming on. On Thursday, Ryan Colby does calls with our Rising Stars Academy. So that's how you would get access to this community. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby on a consistent basis? Like, if that sounds like you, type me in the comments, because Ryan Colby does weekly calls with our talent where he's laying out different parts of the industry. Last week, he talked about like how to set up a plan, like how do you set goals? Okay. And every week he has something else that he's working on. And then on Saturday, we're also going to be doing some auditions. Okay. We're going to be opening up some spots to work with Mark Christopher Lawrence. How many of you loved Mark Christopher Lawrence yesterday? On a scale of 1 to 10, like if you love that, type sponge in the comments. But we're opening up an opportunity for people to work with him in a small group. But we want to make sure that you're serious because we're looking for people that are serious. So you're going to have the opportunity to do that. Okay, so we go through and we like list all of those things out. This is just some of what we have to offer. We have an event coming up in Tampa in a couple weeks that we've been talking about. We have an event coming up in Hollywood. As we get closer to Las Vegas, we'll open up a section just for Las Vegas. So what we do is we lay out what you need to be successful, okay? So one of the first things that you're going to do when you're a part of VIP Ignite is I'm going to have you go through the 21-day challenge. This lays out the foundation for you. You're going to learn about creating a vision board. You're going to learn about taking action. You're going to learn you're going to go through mindset. You're going to learn about how to write and perform your own monologue. How many of you have a story that needs to be told? Type story in the comments. You're going to learn how to tell that story through a monologue, okay? We're going to talk to you about makeup, how to dress. We're going to show you how to do a self-tape. You heard Alicia and Tanya, like you need a reel, but if you don't have a reel yet, you're going to learn how to self-tape. You have to be able to present yourself on camera because that's what the industry is. It's all about being on camera. Okay. We're going to show you how to take digitals. One of the things when you get signed to an agent, especially someone like Ryan, you're going to be taking digitals. We're going to show you. Ryan Colby himself is going to show you how do you take digitals? Like, what is a digital? What am I supposed to do? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have you go through the 21-day challenge. After you go through that, we're going to have you go through the 30 and 30. So where that came from is we had a talent who she came on worked with us and she's like, I have a goal. I want to book 30 jobs in 30 days. Dude, she lived in Southwest Florida. How many of you know there's not a lot going on in Southwest Florida? So what she did was she set up this framework and she was like, okay, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. And we were so inspired by her. First of all, I hate to tell you, she didn't wind up booking 30 jobs in 30 days. She booked 31 jobs in 30 days. She exceeded her goal, okay? So we use that as the inspiration for the 30 and 30 because we always want to up level. We don't want to stay stasis. We don't want you to stay where you are. We always want to push you further and further. So you're going to have the 30 and 30. Tomorrow you're going to have probably Tuesday. Well, I'm going to under promise and over deliver, I hope. But on Tuesday, you're going to have access to the recordings from this weekend. How many of you want to go back and listen to some of the speakers? Because you know what? Maybe they were like me. They were hopped up on caffeine and they were talking too fast. Maybe you missed some of the screenshots, right? Maybe you missed something. Well, you're going to have the opportunity on Tuesday to go in and watch the replays.
You can listen to all my bad jokes a second time.
I know, right? You can listen to Lucy and Ethel and their crazy jokes again. God bless you if you want that. Anthony Clark does not. What is that skull? You don't want to listen to our bad jokes? Whatever, Anthony. I see how you are. But again, you're gonna have the opportunity to do this. And then something else too, if you're a part of the Rising Stars Academy, we literally are putting the recordings up. Like the next, like Ryan Colby did his call on Thursday.
Colby. Oh,
I know, that's a good picture of
our
him.
little boy's growing up. Look at him.
I know, he's so grown up. We love him. But like we're literally putting up the recording. So like if you're a part of the Rising Stars Academy and you missed a call, all you have to do is go into the workshop recordings and there they are. Something else that I love too is we were on Facebook for so long. And I love Facebook. Like, I love that I can like keep up with my friends from high school, my sister, my family, all of that. But dude, Facebook, they are working against everyone. They do not want us to be able to give you the information. Like so many times people were trying to like find things and they just couldn't. And no matter how many times I explained it, they just couldn't figure it out.
It was just too many distractions.
But it's not only so many distractions, but Facebook changes what they do like every
All the
5
time.
minutes. Like I shoot a video, I'm like, okay, this is how you find the links. And then like 5 minutes later, it changes. I'm like, yeah. So you don't have to worry about that on school. So right here, we have all the links here. Everything you need is right here. And the cool thing is too, is like when an event's going on, well, I don't know why it's not saying it now, but when like an event's coming up in 3 days, so we're also going to be able to send you the we're going to be able to send you, hey, guess what? You have a call coming up.
It says it. Coach Bobby Finaro is happening in 3 days. Bobby Finaro is one of the stars from The Sopranos. He's one of our coaches.
Yes. Yeah. So like these are the things that we're offering here. And like, again, the sense of community is awesome. Like I'm going to share, let me see if I can find it. Like I shared the video of me on the Slingshot. So if you become a part of school, part of the Rising Stars Academy, you'll have the opportunity to learn about that. But it's just like, listen, everyone, like, look at all of the, like, everyone is just so supportive of one another. And that's what we're looking for. So this is something you could be a part of. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes. But how many of you would love the opportunity to be a part of that community, to always be training, to continue to up level? How many of you would love that opportunity? And the awesome thing is, for being a part of the Rising Stars Academy, it's like less than $25 a week, right? Like yesterday, Alicia talked about Starbucks, like her Starbucks, if she drinks 3 coffees, like that pays for the Rising Stars Academy. So I just want you guys to know, like, that's something we're going to talk about too. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go over what we're offering in Las Vegas. I almost said the wrong city. We're going to go over what we're offering in Las Vegas. I'm going to have Alicia go over that with you guys. And I want you to really like sit back and think, okay, this weekend has been really cool, right? We've learned so much. But do you want this to be the touchstone where you're like, wow, on March 24th, 2024, my life changed because I showed up for myself? How many of you want that? If you do, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments, because I want you to understand that everything that you want is on the other side of you taking action. And I know I've said that ad nauseum this weekend, but it's true. Like for me, like it would have been so much easier. Like my soul would have died. Okay. But it would have been so much easier for me to stay working in the dental office. I was good at it. I got my teeth cleaned the other day and I was like, I was talking to Lee. She's like, wow, you know a lot. I'm like, yeah, I did this for like a decade. Like I know what I'm talking about. But you know what? Like I love what I do. I'm passionate about it. And we're really good at what we do. We are really good at what we do. In case you can't tell from this weekend, we are really good at what we do. And I just want you guys to understand that we're zealous for your success. In 2024, we set a goal. We want to get the biggest number of talents signed to major agencies that we ever have. And when Mike put that goal out to me and Alicia, I was like, Mike, how are we, like, But you know what? If you have people behind you, like myself, Alicia, Mike, pushing you on, how many of you know that that's a possibility? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments.
Well, I'm going to add something. We're winners.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do you want to be on the winning team? Because we seem to have a formula that works. Over 10,000 success stories. I mean, life is pretty good for our talent that get a chance to sit down face to face.
Yeah.
To name, we've had Academy Award winners come to the events, the head of casting for Warner Brothers, actors from hit TV shows, Tony winners, Grammy winners, the heads of every major agency.
Yeah.
We had the gentleman who started Ford Models at one of our events, the head of Wilhelmina, IMG. We have models from Top Model that are part of our company now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a reason why successful people come to us. You know, but it's our job. This is why we do free calls. Anybody can come on these calls, but not everybody's going to get a chance to sit down live with people at this type of level. That's why we have to pre-screen.
Yeah.
So, and we know who played full out.
Yeah. And also, just so you know, like if maybe going to Las Vegas is a little bit of a stretch for you, still schedule an interview with us, because we do have the Rising Stars Academy. So maybe you can't get to Las Vegas, but maybe you can get started. How many of you would love to be on a call with Ryan Colby this Thursday? Type me in the comments. How many of you would love to like start being held accountable this Wednesday? Type me in. Like that's what we're going to do. Because maybe you're like, oh, I have so much, you know, that's fine. You know what? But let's get started. You have to start somewhere.
And let me just add this, if I may.
Yes.
There are so many companies out there that really just want your money. They're going to throw you up on websites. Real castings are not posted on websites. I don't know if you know, but SAG-AFTRA is shutting down a lot of those websites deemed illegal. So for those of you, you know, there's Backstage and all these websites, and that's great for like extra work, indie films, student films, web series. But some of these casting sites that we know are not legit, finally, by the grace of God, they're getting shut down. SAG-AFTRA said enough with the pay to play. And that's awesome. But now this business just got harder for somebody without an agent, because it's our goal now to get you to the point where an agent can submit you for castings.
Yep.
So, you know, for those of you, well, I just want an agent, I just want to book work. Awesome. What if we were a casting director right now? What would we see from you? Go ahead. Let me see your headshots. Oh, I don't have any. Are you currently in class? No, I'm not. Oh, well, shit. That's what Rising Star Academy does.
Yep.
It gives you active training taught by real people in the industry. The meet and greets live, getting a chance to meet real agents.
Yep.
And you know what I love most, Deneen? You do these accountability calls like every Wednesday night. The reason why it works for people at VIP Ignite versus any other company in the world is because these companies, it's kind of like Starbucks. Here you go, bye, right? Here's your coffee, get out.
Yep.
But for us, we see you every single Wednesday. It's a check-in. So we know where it is that you want to go, and we're making sure that not only are we being held accountable, but so are you.
Yeah.
Because that's what works. Like, you could follow a diet, but we know Nutrisystem works, Weight Watchers, because you physically go in there and weigh yourself in. And the last thing you want is, oh shit, no, I dropped the ball. Yes, I did eat pasta last night at 11 o'clock. True story, I did. It's always pasta. But I want to say this, like, for those of you that really have this dream, you can't do it alone.
Yeah.
You can't do it alone. You want an agent, you have to become what an agent wants.
Yeah.
So even if you move to New York, even if you move to LA, don't do that. That's what amateurs do. What are you going to do from there? Real castings are not posted. You need to work on your craft. You need real photos. So for anybody here that lives throughout the country, Vegas is where we're doing a photo shoot. It's the next scheduled big event. So we got Vegas. Well, actually, we have Hollywood first, but there are no tickets left for Hollywood. But Vegas is after that. So for those of you, you're going to get a chance to meet real agents live, face-to-face. How many of you guys are ready for face-to-face? Not website, face-to-face is best. Because I'll tell you, one thing that I miss about living in New York and LA is when we used to do castings, especially for Broadway, people would come in. I mean, I can tell you, like, our very first show starred Sigourney freaking Weaver from Alien and Avatar. And Mike and I invested a lot of money in Broadway just to be able to get on, not only on set with them, but to be part of all the meetings with the choreographers, the set designers, the whole gamut of everybody on the roster. And we would see people come in, Deneen, with a headshot. They went to Yale, they went to Juilliard, they went to Berkeley, they went to Carnegie Mellon, they went to some of the most prestigious drama schools in the country. And they all lived in New York City, and they were literally fighting for a chance to audition for a Broadway show that they knew was going to end up winning a Tony, which we did. Thank you. But now, the one thing that I miss about in person was the fact that when you walked into a room, kind of like a first date, you didn't just judge a book by its cover, but you know, your body language. How many of you guys have ever met somebody really attractive and then they open up their mouth and you wish they didn't? Like, you really like that person. Maybe you saw them on the internet, or maybe you just started a new school or a new job, or you're at a bar, right? Back in the day. And you saw that person from afar and you're like, oh, hot, right? And then you meet them and you're like, oh God, hot. But then sometimes personality wins them over. Like, maybe they're not super attractive on paper, but then their personality, when you get to know them, you're like, oh my God, if I just judged you off of Tinder, like, this wouldn't even be happening. So the one thing I miss about in-person castings is the fact that now a casting director, oh my God, you know, this person may not have a lot of experience, but their personality won me over.
Yeah.
You're not getting that anymore. And that's why even in a digital world, face-to-face is everything, whether it's on Zoom or live and in person. Live and in person. So Maria, one of our talent who came on a call, you know, she was like 4 hours from LA. She's like, listen, I've gotten photos done in the past. I paid for websites. I paid for acting lessons, but I'm not quite where I want to be. It's because she kept doing the same thing she's always done, which is why she was getting the same results. So she saw one of our silly ads, Deneen, you know, the crazy ads we do sometimes. And she came on one of our free calls, just like this. I think she came on a boot camp, and she said, hey, what I'm doing isn't working. Real castings aren't posted. My photos, I don't think they're very good. And Ryan Colby even said, like, no, they're shitty, which, you know, he doesn't have a filter, but that was good. But she decided to take action. And we introduced her to an agent live on Zoom. She didn't even get to go to the live event. This was during the pandemic where we only did everything on Zoom. And that agent ended up bringing her into the office in LA, gave her a contract, and now she books out $30,000 for one day,
Yep.
1 day jobs. And I mean, I hate to toot our horn, but had she gone on the path she was going to continue going on, she wouldn't have gotten these types of results. Over the last 2 decades, it's our privilege and honor to meet amazing people, and it's not easy. I mean, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private, so a lot of people don't see, you know, the dinners we had to do, investing in movies, investing in Broadway. Mike and I have invested over 7 figures just in Broadway to be able to even say that our shows have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. We didn't get that from being lucky. We did it by kicking butt.
Yep.
We're really good at what we do, as long as the talent that we're introducing is ready to move forward on that type of level.
Yeah. And
I really want to say this, for $3 grand, I'm not going to risk what we built for somebody for $3,000 to go and embarrass themselves or me. I can obviously embarrass myself on my own for free. So for those of you that are really serious about going to Vegas, you're going to get real photos, you're going to meet real people, and you're going to get tremendous training. These are all things that you need in order to be successful. Now, if you're happy where your career is, then you keep on with your bad selves. You know what I mean? But if you're looking to do big things, well, then you have to get in front of decision makers. And even when you do, because that's our job, to put you face to face, the rest is up to you, which is why you have to have training, which is why when they're like, hey, where are your photos? Even Tanya said, your photos are amazing. She's not saying that because she's friendly with us. She's saying that because we have the former art director of Vogue personally styling each and every one of you. In my mind, I think I look good wearing this or doing my makeup this way or my hair this way. But to Ryan, he's like, this is your target market and this is what you have to wear. This is how your hair must be done. And he's kind of like orchestrating with the photographers. Like even Ryan O'Connor, who briefly said hello on the call, he's one of the top agents in New York and LA for models and actors. He's now a realtor because there's a lot of money where he is, you know, selling multi-million-dollar homes in Beverly Hills, but he's still a top photographer that can still yield tremendous results if he wanted to. And he does it more like for fun. But he works with like some of the biggest magazines and agencies throughout the world. And someone who is new, should we try to go to Vegas? Of course. Why wouldn't you? Hi, Carolyn. Of course you should. Why shouldn't you? And Ryan even said, like, you want to get as many photos. Don't think you're just going to get one photo shoot and be one and done. You want to try to go to as many photo shoots as you can, because 1, you're going to work with new photographers. 2, different hair, makeup. You're going to be in a different place in your career. And not only that, but every time you get to meet new agents. And Maria's agent, who now books at $100,000 a day, is going to be at the Vegas event live in person. And he's always looking for new talent, whether or not you've been in the industry for 1 second or 10 years or 100 years. Maybe you're a vampire, you've been in the business for 100 years. He doesn't give a shit. He wants real people that no drama, people that he likes. And when you walk into a room, he's the first one to go, oh, they have a light inside them. Let's shine them brighter. Because that's what it's about. Like, I already know he's going to love Stacey Roundtree. Just based on like when she's on Zoom or even Roxanne, they light up the room. Doesn't matter what their hair looks like, their hair, you know, their makeup. It's you. It's your light. And I really want to say that. You're gonna improve at every shoot.
Yeah.
So I would be at every single shoot we do. Why not?
Yeah, and the thing I want you guys to understand as well is that Ryan sends his models out on multiple test shoots every week. It's not like, okay, you know, good shoot, congratulations. You can always be up leveling, you can always be better. And I'll share a presentation on Wednesday with you guys. I'll put it together of even me. Like, I'm obviously not a model. Never desired to be a model or actor, okay? But because of what I do, I have to be in front of the camera, right? So I have, like, my first photo shoot, my photos were so awful. I made Mike and Alicia look at them and choose them, and I refused to look at them. And even looking at them now, I still like, I'm like, how is that possible? But a month ago, we did a late night shoot for that 10X award that you see behind Alicia. And we were there and like, we were going all day long. And it was like, we were at a dinner and then it was like 11 o'clock when we got to the studio. And it was amazing because I saw the photos, and because I've been on so many shoots and I've helped to mentor people, I'm like, okay, I got this. And I was like, oh,
It was midnight, Deneen, and I
Okay,
had
it
a
was
4
late.
a.m. flight the next day to LA.
It was late. I had a lot of Thai food. I didn't remember what time it was, but like even after that, like I looked at the photos, I was like, wow, okay, I know what I'm doing now. But my first couple of shoots, like I didn't even know how to smile right. I was like, did you know that you could smile with your eyes open? I've mastered that. But the more shoots that you do, the better your photos are going to be, the more confidence you're going to have, the more confidence you're going to have. And the more people are going to look at those photos and go, wow, you don't look like a deer in headlights. You look like you know what you're doing. That's the value of doing multiple shoots. There we go. The caffeine's kicking in again. I apologize, guys. Well, I don't apologize. I love what I do. And we're here because we want to help you. We want to help up-level your success. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, that was the one before. That was the one I was prepared for. Yeah. But
That was March 3rd. That
oh, I
was-
guess that was the last one.
Yeah, I'll find the photos.
So many late night photo shoots at that studio. So
Yeah, but you know what? Winners get shit done. Losers
And it
make
does-
excuses.
and you don't make excuses, because you know what? It's easy to make excuses, but you know it's not easy. But the more you do it, the easier it gets. Taking action.
True.
So, do you want to go over what we're doing in Las Vegas again, or do you want me to start taking questions?
Start taking questions.
Okay.
I'll pull it up real quick.
Okay.
But yeah, start
Does
taking
anyone have
questions.
any questions? If you have any questions, raise your Zoom hand, because we would love to answer your questions. We don't want you leaving. I don't want anyone leaving this call saying, wow, I wish I would have asked. And I'm going to tell you something too. There are no stupid questions. The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. Okay, so we're opening up the forum for questions. Okay, Jamie Hatcher, are you? I'll come back to you, Jamie Hatcher. I love you. I'll come back to you.
Here, let me go through it one more time.
Okay.
Let me go
Alicia's
through it
gonna
one
go
more
through it one
time.
more time, and then we're not to challenge part yet, Marjorie Cleveland. You're
All
putting the
right,
cart
here
before
we
the
go.
horse.
So Fire and Ice. Yes, Las Vegas is amazing. I can only imagine Colby with a couple of drinks in him. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, we typically do these events not just to have fun, which we always do. It doesn't matter what. We could go to Target and have a good time. But it's really limited to 30 people, and it's going to be a lot of excitement. The fact that this event isn't our big New York or LA event, a smaller event, means you're going to get more hand holding, more, you know, being able to have conversations with real people. And that's extremely important. Again, the firearm training is going to be beyond amazing. This is something that you can add to your resume that will help you stand apart from the rest. I mean, in a world where anybody who wants to be an actor, what are you going to do? What are you going to put on your resume to make you stand out? So this is something that, I mean, casting directors love to see any type of experience. So this is going to go on your resume. Again, we already went over Fire and Ice. I love the Matrix. That's awesome. Again, we're not here to tell you fire or ice. It's up to you. It's your photo shoot. But on camera certification, getting a chance to work with top people in this industry, it is life changing. We already know that. And getting a chance most of all to work with a real celebrity photographer, hair, makeup styling, Colby himself. For those of you that don't understand, like the 3 Ps is what works best in this industry: proximity, proof, and power. That gives you authority. So taking a selfie with Colby is awesome, but saying, hey, I got to work with the former art director of Vogue magazine today on my shoot in Las Vegas, that's life-changing. Again, we already know Michael Tompkins, a genius. AI masterclass. These are all things that you need to know now, especially in the world. Technology is something that, like, my palms get sweaty even thinking about this. Chat GPT, like today I was on Claude, which Deneen, I had to call her on FaceTime during one of our breaks where we weren't talking. I was like, okay, walk me through this thing. How does this work? Because, you know, especially now, you just say, I want to be an actor, or I only want to be a model. Like, you kind of need to understand the business as a whole. And, you know, that gives you authority. You know, we hear so often that people get taken advantage of when they're trying to get into this business. Why not learn all aspects, like the full 360 of the industry? I don't want to learn just what a model or an actor does. I want to learn about castings. I want to learn about screenwriting. I want to learn about, you know, managers versus agents. I want to know everything. And that's why we excel at what we do. Not only that, but host your own podcast. This is amazing. Virtual weekend. I know Michael spoke about Sean Michael Kelly. I'll be on his podcast. He's got 20 million subscribers. I'm nervous about going on there. He just had Grant Cardone. He's had a bunch of the sharks from Shark Tank. I think Tony Robbins is slated. But you know, getting a chance to have your voice heard, especially for somebody that gets millions of views, that's unbelievable. To get your photos done the right way, I mean, this is what we do, and it's what we do best. Plus, obviously, the Gentech marketing agency, user-generated content. There's so many things that we're doing that is life-changing, and no other company in the world does this. So we're gonna go through this again. I'm gonna go right here. Oh, I can't even look at this photo. I had like walking pneumonia that day, but I still showed up. I was on so much medication. You could see it in my face. I was so sick. All right, so here we go. So with this VIP Ignite event, from what Colby said, people with scars couldn't be a model. No, Selma, were you on the same call I was? Okay. Because anybody could really be a model. It doesn't mean that, understand this, like, and again, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but I just pulled up the notes. But scars, I mean, there's so many actors or models that have scars. But perhaps you're not high fashion, but it doesn't mean you couldn't do this industry. Okay. So Embrace Your Power live firearm training with certified instructors. That's amazing. $497 value. The Fire and Ice 4-Look professional photo shoot. That's hair, makeup, and styling with the former art director of Vogue, working with a celebrity photographer. That is priceless. You know, so often, Deneen, people run out, they get photos done, and a lot of times, like we heard, they're shitty. People are getting photos done that they want to see. Well, those aren't photos that a real casting director wants to see, unless you know exactly. There's 17 different types of modeling. Did you guys know that? 17 different categories for models. So if you're not getting the photos that a casting director wants to see based on what you qualify for, well, you might as well just set your money on fire. So we're going to give you the photos that a casting director wants to see. You are going to get hair, makeup, and styling. That's priceless. Not to mention, you're going to get on-camera certification, masterclass, workshop, and certification, photo shoot preparation with Colby himself, getting a chance to work with an agent that's been in the industry for 30 years, that works with high-level industry experts, styling and posing with Ryan Colby. So many people, Deneen, like, you know, when we go to photo shoots, the photographer, as much as he wants to help the talent, like they're expecting you to come and be ready, but how do you really get ready for posing? So Colby's going to be working with everybody. Truth management profile and online portfolio. Again, we're a mother agency, so our goal is to find and discover talent and get them ready to, you know, possibly get face-to-face with some of the biggest names in show business. That's our goal, is to find, develop, and train. Truth management, 10-week training. You need to know how this business works. We go over contract negotiations. We go over what agencies are looking for. We go over red flags, things that you should definitely know. AI Masterclass, $297 value. I can tell you that Mike and I, we invest almost 6 figures just to be able to work with these types of companies about AI, ChatGPT, Claude even, that I'm using today. These master classes that we spend money on, like $100,000 a year. So even Katya, you guys got to meet her today for free. The only reason why we have that relationship with Katya, or even Alicia Martinez, is because we invest over $125,000 a year to work with people like Tony Robbins. So how many of you guys are glad that we invested 125 grand so that you were able to meet them today for free? Type, thank you. Because, you know, I really want you guys to understand, every single person that you're meeting, even on these boot camps, these are people, even Mark Christopher Lawrence. This isn't, oh my God, I'm a huge fan of your show. Can you help my business? It helps that we've won 6 Tony Awards. You know what I mean? With our shows, it helps that we have a movie right now on Apple TV and Amazon. It helps that we have the #1 book right now, Finding Fame in Arts and Entertainment. So like you have to build your brand in order to get these types of people. So by just coming to the events and meeting these people live, like you didn't have to move to New York. You didn't have to spend 100 grand with Tony Robbins. And even when we do that, we expect nothing from these people. The reason why they love our company and they love what we do, there's no other entertainment-based company in the world that can do what we can do. Like we've had the head writer for Saturday Night Live at our live events. We have people on tour with Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock and Trevor Noah, like sitting down live with our talent. We've had Grammy winners, the vice president of Island Def Jam. We had the vice president of A&R for Atlantic Records, for Sony Records. We manage Keith Shockley from Public Enemy, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We book him out on his speaker engagements. I currently manage the head of production. You don't get these awards from doing it half-ass. We are winners because we invest a lot of time and money to surround ourselves with winners. And then our goal is to dominate the room. And that's what we're teaching you how to do, even on our free boot camp. How many of you guys feel like the trajectory of your life has completely shifted because you were on this call? And I'm going to be honest, not everybody loves me, and I'm fine with that, because I really want to say this, and I'm going to say this once. If I pick everybody, oh, it's just about the money. Well, actually, it's not. Okay, because there's no way for 3 grand I would ever put somebody in front of a Tanya Kleckner or the vice president of Viacom or the head of Warner Brothers casting. There's no way, not for 3 grand. I'm not going to risk the business and what we built over 2 decades for $3,000. So then the problem is, if it were all about the money, anybody here's a link, put your credit card in. This is not a Taylor Swift concert ticket. Okay, which actually people spend a lot more money to go see Taylor Swift. But if I don't pick you, then I'm the B word. Wait, what? Oh, she didn't pick me. Well, you're welcome. Maybe you had to work on yourself before I would allow you to get into those rooms. How many of you understand that? If you understand that, type understood. Because I know you can join Backstage. I know you can join 99. I know you can join any other website. All you need is a credit card. It's like joining Netflix or Hulu or Disney, Amazon. Real castings are not posted. Okay, they're not posted. The reason why we're doing the firearm training, even though I hate guns, I despise guns, but the reason why we're doing it is because if it's between you and somebody else without gun training, your one thing that you have could give you the upper edge. Does that make sense? It could give you the upper edge as to whether or not a casting director chose you. So why not help defy the odds, right? To get photos done. Yeah, anybody can run out and get professional photos done. Woo! But can you say that you worked with the former art director of Vogue who styles Ben Affleck and Liam Neeson? No. Can you say that you're working with celebrity photographers that work with major brands? You're not getting photos that you want to see to impress friends and family. You're getting photos based on what the former art director of Vogue qualifies you as. He's personally dressing you, making sure your hair, your makeup, it is choreographed for success. It is a blueprint. Okay, this isn't throwing spaghetti up against the wall. So even getting a chance to learn about modeling, we're not learning modeling from Barbizon, okay, where anybody with a credit card can go. We're learning from the former art director of Vogue, who not only books major talent, but he himself, high fashion runway model when he was younger, one of the faces of, Emmanuel Ungari. So you're getting a chance to learn not only about modeling and acting, but you're also learning the components that are going to be life-changing to help you separate yourself from the rest. The AI, hosting your own podcast. We know that the kid, Sean Michael Kelly, he earned 7 figures a month doing podcasts. How many of you guys are ready to quit your day job and host a podcast? That's really cool. The 21-day challenge and 30 and 30. Guys, there's so many people. Oh, I want to be an actor. Okay, Tanya said, okay, are you ready to do a slate? Are you ready to do your sides? Are you ready to do, a self-tape? What's that? That's like cooking with Bobby Flay and not even knowing what a skillet is. If you want to be taken seriously in this business, well, then it's a business. We got to learn how to do all of this. Okay. And again, that's why winners are going to do well. And we part like the Red Sea. There's winners and losers. I'm only interested in the winners. That's it. Winners only. Anybody can come up with $3,000. I mean, it's not that difficult. We spend $1,000 on an iPhone. We spend $7 on lattes. We spend, $100 on a new pair of Nikes, because those things are immediate gratification. If you get access to the 21-day challenge, I expect you to get to work, not because you paid me, but because you made a commitment to yourself that you're ready to pursue this as a professional. Okay. How many of you guys are willing to put in the work? Because if you're not, log off this call, because you'll never make the interview process. And if that makes me mean, then so be it. But in my eyes, I'm going to keep opening the stock exchange and get featured in Forbes and go on more podcasts. And the reason why is because my job is to separate the winners from the losers. Winners succeed. Losers make excuses. So this entire program, we already know, you're going to get social media domination weekend, improv, all these things that you can do to learn this business, because it is a business. We're not just staying in our lane with blinders on. We're giving you the tools so that you could do anything you want in this industry. Total value, $106,000 value, right? And for some of you, this is going to be life-changing, $2,997, right? Not to mention, we give you $1 million guarantee. And what that means is, if you don't feel like we've given you $1 million worth of services and knowledge, come up to Mike. Come up to Mike. He'll have his checkbook right there, and he'll give you a full refund, even after you got your photos, even after you went to firearm training and met everybody. Why would we do that? Because number one, shame on us for accepting somebody who didn't feel like they had $1 million knowledge and value. But the second reason why is because shame on you for investing in yourself and coming to this event. And you're not meant to be in this business. So many people move to New York and LA, Deneen. They do what all their friends do. They join websites, they pay for pictures, they pay for classes, and they're sitting waiting. If you invested in yourself, don't let the door hit you on the way out if you don't feel like we've given you $1 million, because I know that that's what it costs to even get to this type of level. I'll never forget when I posted that picture of me and Al Pacino. Oh my gosh, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. F you. This wasn't based on luck. This was based on us winning a Tony Award with Sigourney Weaver after we invested a shit ton of money to even get into that world. And so when you're networking on that type of level, your friends and family will not understand anything. They'll be the first one telling you, don't do it. Don't do it. The reason why is maybe they're too chicken shit to go after their dreams, or they've tried and failed, or they know other people that have tried and failed. But if you see that award back there, I was literally told when we started VIP Ignite, why can't you just go work for somebody else? Why do you have to start your own business? As though I was arrogant, oh, I don't want to work for anybody. I just want to work for myself. Do you know how hard it is to work for yourself? Do you know how hard it really is? Okay, mind blowing. You won't be able to get that with JC or Barbizon. No, you won't, Kingston. You know that. If you're really trying to get into this industry, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. I can't force you to get on the trainings. I can't force you to do the 21-day challenge or the 30 and 30. But I'll tell you what, when you're going to the event and you're sitting down live with agents, you're going to be like, well, shit. Thank God Deneen did an accountability call with me every Wednesday, because as much as my friends and family try to sidetrack me, I'm a winner and I know this is what I want to do. And that was it. That was it. So for anybody who wants to put in the work, there's a lot of people out there that love Netflix and they live vicariously through their shows. And there are other talent that are getting opportunities to work with Tanya Kleckner, who literally booked Stranger Things, $100,000 an episode, and she was on this call for free today. So for those of you that, hi, Robert, for those of you guys that are really serious about doing this, schedule. You need a payment plan, fine. But don't schedule and make excuses. Oh, well, I want to do it, but my family doesn't believe in me. I don't give a shit if your family believes in you. I care about, is this something you want to do? Put your money where your mouth is. Invest in yourself. Get on the training. Start working on a payment plan, whatever it takes to do this. And if you're not serious, then cancel your appointment. Don't get on. because I will curse you out if you waste my time. Okay. I don't care if you've been taken advantage of in the past. I don't care about your past. I care about your future, because the people that we're putting face to face, these are winners. We're putting our stamp of approval. They come because of me, because of Mike, because of Deneen. We've earned that right. They don't know who you are. And like Tanya said, she's not going to risk her brand for bench warmers. So I don't want to hear that you can't afford it. I don't want to hear that, you know, your 50-year-old dad doesn't believe in you. I care about, can you make this happen? Because Tanya even said, as much as she loves Zoom in the digital world, because anybody could get submitted out for castings, but financially, I need to know that you're able to cover your own basic expenses. So do not schedule. I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. Do you have a job? No. Do you have savings? No. Do you have a credit card? No. So even if this were free, which it's not, because it costs money to put these events on, even if it were free, there's no way in hell I would ever put you face to face with an agent, because one, how did you meet them? Through me. It's going to make me look horrible because you're going to drop the ball and you've already shown me that you can't be trusted. We want winners, not liability. Okay. So for those of you, yeah, and anybody can go take classes at John R. Powers and John Casablancas. It's kind of like me taking a hip hop class. I don't think I'm delusional enough to go on Dua Lipa because I took a hip hop class. What they're teaching at those schools is runway. It's an experience. You can't call them a scam, guys, because you're getting what you pay for. You're getting training. It doesn't mean you're ever going to do it. You have a better chance of walking on water. So for those of you that are really serious about getting into show business, I actually want to play a game very quickly. Let me ask you a question. Do you need to invest in your own professional headshots and portfolio? Type yes, I do, or no, I don't. Because if you're looking to get a casting today, what are we going to use? You have real professional photos? What would we use today? Tanya Kleckner said you must currently be in class. How many of you are willing to invest in training? Because I'll tell you what, there are coaches out there that charge $300 an hour with no guarantees. That's the business you are trying to get into. Oh, well, what if I had an audition to go to LA? How many of you guys today, if I needed you in LA, what's today, Sunday? If I needed you in LA on Tuesday, how many of you guys right now could book a ticket to get there without asking permission? You have savings, you have a credit card. Because if you can't do these basic things, don't register. Because what's going to happen when you meet people on this type of level that can literally snap their fingers and change your entire life? If you can't do that, schedule. Don't schedule. Please don't schedule. I have to know you can make your own decisions. I have to know you're financially able to invest in yourself. If you don't have savings, if you don't have a job, I don't care if you don't have a job. I care about, do you have savings? Oh, I don't have that. Why did you schedule? I only want people to need to schedule with intent to go to Vegas. You want to meet real people. You want to get photos. You want to get training. You want live interaction with top people. I need to know that you're not a liability. Winners only. Okay. I don't care if you're going to be in Vegas May 2nd. That means nothing to me. You're going as a tourist. Our event is when? The end of July?
End of July.
So what is you going to Vegas has to do with our event with top agents? That means nothing to me. Okay. So does anybody have any real questions? And ask better questions, get better answers. Because if you have a question, I'm happy to answer them. But don't ask me what like our minimum deposit is for a payment plan, because it's not for sale. It's not a Honda Civic. Okay. Get started for as low as $180 a month. Unless you're accepted, there's nothing to talk about a payment plan. Okay. Our services are not for sale. You actually have to go through an interview process. So who has a question? Anyone? Bueller? Naj?
All right.
Naj has a question.
Naj has a question. I got this.
Okay.
Hi, Naj.
Hello, Naj.
I'm so happy I can say your name properly now.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Great. How are you?
All right. My question is that, okay, is it possible I can talk to one of y'all later on about the inner circle? The inner circle?
Yes. Yeah. So text my phone. Text,
Okay.
you have my personal number, text me. Or you can text Deneen,
Okay.
but I think
Hold on,
Deneen
look
has
at
plans
Desiree.
tonight.
Desiree is dancing. I think Desiree is all in. Yes.
Yeah,
reach
and
out to
guys, just so you know, I know we've discussed the inner circle. We only have like 20 talent from around the world that's part of our inner circle. And they honestly get to go to every single event that is VIP Ignite event, and they get some special access. Over the years, we've taken inner circle to like red carpet events, movie premieres. We've brought them to Broadway shows, let them hang out with the cast after, let them like the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway is part of our company. So we brought our inner circle to the show. We got to play with the sets, play with the costumes, and we all went out to dinner. So like we get to do some cool stuff. We have the writer producer of X-Men, Transformers, Wolverine. He's slated to do something just with the inner circle top 20 because they're the ones that we know aren't going to go anywhere for like 2 years, and they're part of a tight knit community. So.
And Annie, to answer your question, we will do a payment plan with you. We just don't want you asking specific questions about a payment plan before you get accepted.
Yeah.
You have to get accepted. Like literally, we don't even talk about money until we know that we want to work with you, because we actually have a lower acceptance rate than Harvard because we take our jobs that seriously and because we're that good at what we do. But yeah, I see you're actually scheduled twice, Annie. So if you can like choose which time you want and cancel the other one for so someone else can have an opportunity, that would be amazing.
So at the time of the interview, you must be able to put down a deposit to hold your ticket. I don't mind working out a payment plan, but you must be able to hold your ticket with a deposit if you're unable to pay for it in full. Okay. So my quick action takers, my fast action takers. But what if Kobe don't choose a person that can still go to LA? I don't understand, Axia. You're going to the Hollywood event, right? So don't ask questions about a Hollywood event since it's not open to anybody else that's on here. The Hollywood event is closed. There's no tickets left for that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Jamie Black. So yes, we're very excited about Vegas as well. The photos are going to be unbelievable, but not to mention the networking. All right. Any other questions? Bueller?
Anyone?
Okay. So Kelly, if you have an appointment, just go into your email and cancel it. Now, just so you know, if you scheduled an appointment, there's going to be a phone number calling from an 856, possibly a voicemail or a text message. You need to confirm your appointment the same day. So because, I mean, we have, this going, we have people watching it on YouTube and Facebook. There's over 100 people in this live call right now. So if you scheduled an appointment, we do not reschedule. We're looking for serious people. So if you're interested in working with a top agent and you were on the call for like 16 hours this weekend and you scheduled for, let's say, tomorrow, why would we reschedule? You're already showing us your cards that you're not meant to be trusted. Okay. And if you reschedule for us, you're going to reschedule for any of the agents, and that's going to be a negative reflection. So we're just not going to reschedule. If you do schedule an appointment, it is via Zoom and it's going to be a one-on-one. We're going to ask you questions. Make sure you check out the first chapter of Finding Fame. It is a prerequisite. I don't care if you've been on this call for 16 hours. It's like one day on set. So it's a quick read. It's, about 7 to 10 minutes. You should know how the company got started, who we work with, because that's a company that you're like auditioning to see if you get included in. So you should know how we work. Okay.
And also, I just want to add one thing too. If maybe going to Las Vegas is a little out of your reach, but you still want to be a part of the Rising Stars Academy, you still want to be a part of school, you want to be a part of that community, we do have availability for that as well. So schedule a call with us so we can get you started, because everyone starts somewhere. And I want you guys to understand that everyone starts somewhere. So Vegas is going to be absolutely off the charts amazing, but having the opportunity to get started, to start training with people like Bobby Finaro, start training with Mark Christopher Lawrence, people like that.
We've had stars from The Walking Dead who are part of the company that have done trainings. So for those of you that are really serious, and the Rising Star Academy is great. We have one of the top writers for Netflix right now who's part of our company. She just sold her new screenplay with Don Cheadle and the writer producer of Power. And I'll get people, well, I'm an actor. Why would that help me? How would it not help you to learn the screenwriter's process? This is just getting inside the mind. That's going to help you be a better actor.
Yeah.
We've had people from America's Next Top Model. We've had top agents, casting directors, producers, A&Rs, voiceover actors. One of our voiceover actors starred on Broadway, Les Mis and Fiddler on the Roof. And now she's one of the stars of Netflix's hit animated series, Barbie's Life in the Dream House. So you're getting the best of like LA and New York without it physically being in live class. Okay. And all this goes on your resume. So if you're going to Vegas, you're adding all of these classes and everything you're learning live on, like it's added to your resume. So who else has a question? Does anybody here have a question about the Vegas event? Anybody else have a question?
All right.
Anyone? Bueller?
Bueller? Anyone?
Bueller?
All right. Well, I'm going to give a challenge and then
What?
I'm going to give everyone a challenge. So we talked a lot about video and social media branding, different things like that. So this is what I want you guys to do. In the Facebook community, we'll drop the link. I want you to do a video for us, not writing, I want you to do a short video on what you learned over the course of this weekend and how your life has been changed. Okay, so I want you to do a short video, like could be 1 minute, could be 30 minutes, however long you want it to be. So don't ask me how long it has to be, but do a video on something that you took away from this weekend. And make sure you're well lit, make sure that you speak well, make sure that you do all the things that you learned this weekend, because everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. So I want to see who my action takers are as well.
If there were a casting and somebody like dragged their feet, I mean, why would Tanya ever book you? She wouldn't. No one would. Hashtag, is there a hashtag?
I don't know. The hashtag is social make up Darrell, why don't you tell me what the hashtag is?
Oh, Sasha Karlova's on. Hi, Sasha.
Hi, Sasha. Okay. Oh, good. Shannon Halub comes in. Hashtag action. Thank you.
Oh, hi, Shannon.
Why did I think of that?
Well, it's been a long day.
It's been a long. Yes. Awesome.
All right. So I had a couple people that just reached out to me about Inner Circle. If you're already part of the company and you want to talk to either Deneen or I about Inner Circle, just send me an email right now and put in the subject line Inner Circle just so I can see it. And then I would also schedule an appointment so we can go over what the Inner Circle actually is.
Yeah, why don't you
We
do
have
that?
a
Why
lot
don't
of
you
events
schedule
planned this year, Deneen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
schedule instead of sending an email or something
just
like
schedule.
that. Schedule an interview.
And for the secret word, just put Inner Circle if you're interested.
Yeah, yes. That's only for
Active talent, people that are currently part of the company. Because we're doing okay, what month is this? We're in March. We have Tampa in April. June, we have Hollywood. There are no tickets for June. July is Vegas. We have something going on in Atlanta, New Orleans. I mean, we're worldwide this year. This is crazy.
Yes, we are.
Darrell wants to know what was the second half of the challenge, was writing and missed it. Darrell takes like the best notes. Darrell, I've said this to you before, like if we were in college, I would totally pay you to write notes for me. I would just like.
The challenge was to do a video telling us how your life changed over the course of the weekend. The hashtag is action, thanks to Shannon.
Atlanta is the end of September, but today we're only talking about Vegas. But for anybody that wants to join Inner Circle, yeah, you get to go to all of them, which is fun.
Naj, do you have another question here?
Okay, Allie, I know I just text you, but then you say something about the Inner Circle, to go to the website and then.
Yeah, just take the link and schedule a call. That way, because I got the text, yes, but sometimes things get a little crazy with the baby. As you know, he's 3 and he's a handful. So as soon as I get off of Zoom, I'm back in mommy mode until like later. So if you can schedule a meeting and then just put in the secret word, just type inner circle. And then that way we know to talk to you about the inner circle.
Okay.
So for anybody else who wants to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. So fun. Everybody starts on Zoom. Ali, my bootcamp notes went from a 2-inch binder to a 5-inch binder. Oh my God. That's a lot of notes. Starting November 2020. Let's see, Kaden was born in September. Whoa, that's like 3 years. Pretty cool.
Almost 4.
Our baby's growing up.
He is. Awesome. All right. Coda, you said you had to schedule and I didn't see you schedule, so I'm just calling you out right now because we were also going back and forth via text.
Yeah, face-to-face is best. So for anybody, how many of you have scheduled already? How many of you guys have scheduled? How many of you have not quite scheduled yet? Because we're going to post a link one more time. And for anybody that wants to schedule to talk to us to see if you qualify, to see what the starting price is if you were to hold a ticket, or we could talk to you about Rising Star Academy. Okay, Adam, you scheduled good. Ashley, you scheduled good. I see that. Tafa, you didn't schedule. You live in Alaska. Ryan Colby liked you. I don't know how else to help you. The cool thing is with Alaska is you don't have to travel to New York or LA. You can still do the Zoom calls if you choose to. Okay. Jarrell's already going to events. Who else? All right, guys, it's been fun.
Yeah.
All right, so if anybody has any other questions, somebody just asked me, does Inner Circle need to schedule? If you're actively Inner Circle, then the answer is no, unless you want to, and we could discuss other things, but you're already slated to go to the Vegas event. Okay. All right. Anything else, Deneen?
I think we've covered everything. So
okay,
we're good. All right, Annie, I will talk to you tomorrow. Awesome. All right. So again, I want to be calling everyone. If you schedule for tomorrow, I'm going to be calling you. So please make sure you answer your phone and confirm. Very important because that's the second part of your audition. First part was reading Finding Fame and then being here this weekend. So definitely make sure that you're ready. Make sure you're caffeinated because this is going to be amazing. Today's the first day of the rest of your life.
You can schedule Jonathan, schedule to talk to us about Inner Circle. Just schedule. Because I know you're going to some of our events.
He's actually going to be in Las Vegas with us.
Oh, fun.
Awesome. All right. So again,
thank you, Jemima.
Everyone give it up for Jemima for being here supporting us all weekend. You did amazing, Jemima. Thank you so much.
Jemima's overseas.
I know. She's like, it's like Monday over there. She's a trooper. God bless her.
What is she? 8 hours ahead? What is she? 6?
12, I believe.
12 hours ahead.
Yeah, so it's like 6 o'clock tomorrow morning where she is.
Oh my goodness. So she worked through the night.
Yeah. Yes, she did.
Wow.
And it's Palm Sunday, so I'm sure she was in church. She was very active in her church. So thank you, Jemima. You're amazing. All right. So
that's it.
Last chance.
It's been a fun boot camp. We made it to the end. Now the question is this going to be the highlight of your career or just the beginning?
Yep.
So
all right.
For those of you, when the pain is great enough that you're going to do something, you're going to take action. So that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. That's all I got. You guys, this has been amazing. Please make sure you drop your videos tonight. Don't be someone who does it tomorrow. We want it today. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, and on Fox Business next month, or no, May, right? May. Check out our new show with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. You could see him put me in the hot seat, which is kind of crazy.
It was really cool to witness. Let me tell you, I was there to witness.
I was not ready for that. I did not have coffee, like my coffee. I drank 4 shots of espresso. I did not have my dream coffee before we went into tape at Fox, but it's okay. You just do it.
But you still kicked ass, Alicia Kaba.
I
tried.
Still
kicked ass.
I tried. And then we'll be on we'll be out in Vegas like in a week, 2 weeks. Deneen, I see you somewhere in the world, you and Mike, every 2 weeks. How cool is that?
It is. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Some of
amazing.
you guys may know I moved down to Florida during the pandemic because I was 8 months pregnant with my son. And I was like, oh my God, I'm leaving the office. How am I going to do this? And we find each other every 2 weeks, whether it's LA or Mexico or New York or Miami,
Tampa,
Atlanta. We are
Orlando.
somewhere every 2 weeks.
Yep. So
Yeah.
we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
Tampa
Actually,
is
we'll be
first
in
for
Vegas
you,
before
Ryan. Yes,
Tampa.
but I'll be in Vegas in 2 weeks, then Tampa the following week.
Yeah,
We're
we
on
got-
tour,
We got frequent flyer miles coming out the wazoo. That's for sure.
literally.
Okay.
And actually, we're working on a private jet mastermind. That will be fun. We're doing a cruise this year. VIP Ignite, guys. It's where it's at. If you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you, because your friends are going to go, wait, what is that mansion on top of the Hollywood Hills? How did you get invited? They're going to see you with people, and they may not know who the casting directors are you're hanging out with, but you do. And then when you tell them, they'll be like, whoa. It's like speaking a different language.
That's
Okay.
what we get all the time. And Sasha Korolova, we need to see.
I love you, Sasha.
I know, like the most positive, sweetest person in the whole entire world. Not that the rest of you aren't, but
Aw.
oh my gosh.
Sasha Caden's getting so big. I think the last time she saw him was in Atlanta.
I think
We had the
you're
head
right.
stunt coordinator for like The Walking Dead at that event. And that was
Yeah.
fun.
That was amazing.
That was a good time. Aw, we miss you. She's a professional dancer, so she can't come on these calls all the time.
Yeah.
She's kicking butt. She does hip hop. She does everything.
Yes, she does.
All right, guys, that is it.
All right.
Round of applause for Michael Tompkin, who is listening. The man, the myth, the legend. All right, guys, that's it. Have a great night. You made it. Boot camp. Mic drop.
Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Good night, everybody. See you on your appointments. Oh, good, Jonathan. I see you just scheduled. Perfect.
Good job.
All right. Bye,
All right.
Kelly Walker.
Excellent.
All right. Bye,
We'll
everybody.
talk to you
Good
soon.
night.
Bye.
Bye, Denise.
Bye.